Okay, so good morning, everyone, and welcome to CGU's annual BA Thesis Symposium. Today, we're going to be celebrating months, if not years, of hard work by our students on research that goes well beyond what happens in a typical standalone class. What you'll encounter represents genuine independent scholarship on topics that students care deeply about. Today's symposium is going to consist of 20 students presenting their year-long BA thesis projects across 7 thematic panels, with about 15 minutes of Q&A after each panel. These students have navigated a challenging but hopefully rewarding journey, from brainstorming initial ideas to designing research questions, collecting data and evidence, and producing substantial original scholarship, all while working closely with faculty advisors from across the university, both within and beyond CGU. For me, what is most exciting about today is witnessing how each of these students have learned to pursue substantive research by connecting their intellectual curiosity to topics of immediate relevance. They've developed the ability to ask compelling questions across a handful of diverse areas, from environmental governance, resource extraction, land use change, agrarian social movements, and petrocapitalism, to community land trusts, gentrification, eviction and housing justice, urban cultural transformations, higher education, public health policy, and media aesthetics. More importantly, they've honed their ability to find and articulate meaningful answers to those questions, which is precisely the kind of critical thinking that we need in 2026 and in the years to come. Throughout today's symposium, I encourage you to engage with our presenters, ask questions, and celebrate this showcase of exceptional student scholarship. Before we begin, a couple of notes and reminders and shout outs. So this is being recorded, so please do speak into the microphone. For presenters, when you are done presenting up here, if you could go back and sit just so that we can go through the 15-minute Q&A seamlessly. I also want to thank everyone who has helped make this symposium and this program possible. Professor Sabina Sheck, Hongjin Zhou, and Haley Burrs for guiding our thesis students through the research and writing process. Tess Conway and Ariana Grande, sorry. I'm sorry, wow. Now you know what I was listening to in the car on the way here. Ariana Chiapas for managing literally everything behind the scenes, including today's event, and all of our core and affiliated faculty advisors for providing invaluable feedback throughout the year. In addition, please join us for coffee and cookie breaks at 11:30 and 3, lunch at 12:45 until 1:30. Our thesis awards recognition at 4:45 p.m. and our end-of-year party in the 11:55 courtyard starting at around 5 o'clock p.m. And so, without further ado, I'd like to welcome our first panel, titled Rifts in Policy and Practice. First up, we have Legislating Lyme, Environmental Governance and Disease Prevention Policy, 2008 to 2025. By my advisee, Nicole Reed. I'd like to note that Nicole recently won the 2026 Bucksbaum-Siegler Institute for Clinical Excellence Award for this project, which is administered through the Health and Society program at the University of Chicago. I know that I've already said this to you, but congratulations again. Oh, also, because it is being recorded, apart from Nicole, the other two, if you could just read out the title of your presentation when it's your turn to go.
Hello. Thank you so much. So I'm just going to start off giving some background on Lyme disease, which some of you may have heard if you're in my section. So Lyme disease is the most common vector-borne disease in the United States, and the number of cases has risen from 11,600 reported cases in 1995 to over 88,600 in 2023. although the CDC estimates that the real annual count is probably closer to 476,000 cases per year because of underreporting from physicians. And at least I would think that this would translate into a coordinated response for preventing the spread, but that is not the case. Research on Lyme diagnosis and treatment has been popular since the 1970s, but prevention has been largely ignored. If you look up, like, how is the US preventing Lyme spread, very little will come up, which is a surprise. So that's not because we don't know why it's spreading. The mechanisms are quite well understood, and I'll give you a bit of background on that later. And it's not because there is no government level intervention. It's a gap in the research. If you look into individual states, many of them have their own prevention strategies. So what I wanted to do is look at how ecological context affects how state governments frame Lyme in legislation and how that shapes prevention policy. So we understand why Lyme is spreading. It's spreading because of environmental factors, namely climate change and suburban development. So climate change is expanding the geographic areas where deer ticks can live, and it's causing the ticks to emerge earlier and stay active for longer in endemic areas. And then suburban development is putting ticks into closer proximity to humans. And it also increases the likelihood that ticks will carry Lyme because of something called the dilution effect. So essentially, the tick is more likely to feed on a deer or a mouse before feeding on a human. And those mammals are capable of carrying Lyme, and that's in suburban areas. Whereas in forested areas, the tick is more likely to feed on a wider range of animals, most of which can't carry Lyme disease. So even if there are more ticks, they're less likely to give you Lyme. So I compared 3 states with different ecological risk levels. I compared legislation from Pennsylvania, which is endemic. There's a long established Lyme presence. It's been there since the disease emerged in the 1970s in the US. Virginia is an emergent state, so there's a rapid increase in cases over the last 20 years, mostly along transport corridors from DC to Richmond, and then some on the East Coast. And then Texas has a couple of pockets of Lyme right now, but it's projected to experience an increase because of climate change. And so I picked those states because they allow me to see how policy differs depending on ecological conditions and perceived urgency. And I performed a content analysis of legislative bills pertaining to Lyme. So I analyzed 123 total bills comprising 2,970 pages of policy text, 89 bills from Pennsylvania, 28 from Virginia, and 6 from Texas. And I used qualitative coding to identify patterns in how Lyme disease was framed. So there were 7 key themes which I focused on, including who's seen as responsible for prevention and then how the risk is described. And for each of these overarching codes, there were subcodes. And so what I would actually what it looks like is I would read the policy and highlight text that corresponds to the codes, and that allows for themes to emerge between states. And you can kind of quantitatively compare how often codes show up between states. And what I found was that while on the surface, the policy landscape in the states are different, because of the way that they frame Lyme in their underlying policy, their approach is the same. So the initial differences that stand out when you read the text is the motivation for preventing Lyme and the language that's used to describe the state of the disease. So in Pennsylvania, Lyme is treated as this major ongoing crisis. It produces a lot of standalone legislation that creates new disease-specific policy, and that's renewed every 2 years. So it makes it seem like Lyme is this big issue that the politicians are taking seriously. And Virginia tends to absorb Lyme into broader infectious disease statutes, along with malaria and monkeypox, those types of vector-borne diseases. And so it tends not to be treated as an extraordinary issue. And so there's less public knowledge about Lyme or visible legislation. And Texas frames Lyme as a future risk, so it pretty much exclusively produces non-binding symbolic resolutions, which acknowledge the risk of Lyme without implementing real prevention mechanisms. All but one of Pennsylvania's bills cite lack of awareness as the primary factor contributing to the increase in Lyme cases. And the pattern is less pronounced in the other states, but is still present. And so that lack of awareness translates into a very certain policy response, even though what we have seen is that climate change and suburbanization are the main factors contributing to Lyme spread. And Texas was actually the only state to recognize climate change as a contributing factor, which I was surprised by. And then no state references suburbanization. And so underneath these kind of surface level differences, the actual policy toolkits that the states are using are the same. So almost all of the legislation in Texas and Pennsylvania is devoted to awareness campaigns, and about half, a little more than half of Virginia's is as well. And these encourage individuals to modify personal behavior. These range from small behavioral changes like wearing long pants and using bug spray when hiking, to more intensive land management like clearing ground cover or spraying lawns with insecticides, so controlling the spread of ticks on your land. Survey research has shown that these sorts of education campaigns are incredibly effective at getting people to engage in personal protective behaviors, particularly ones that don't cost money like tick checks, but that they actually have no impact on disease incidence at the population level. So essentially, if your goal is to keep people from getting Lyme, they don't work. But what it does do is it pushes responsibility for disease prevention onto the individual. So an easy example of this is that Pennsylvania and Virginia have a campaign called Don't Let a Tick Get You Sick that gets millions of dollars every year. And it's kind of this implication that if you're getting Lyme disease, it's because you're letting a tick get you sick. You're not taking the precautions that you should be. And the other main policy solution is task forces. So every few years, Virginia and Pennsylvania will convene a task force to research disease prevention policy. And these produce reports recommending environmental interventions and identifying funding sources. They're incredibly specific, feasible recommendations. For example, in 2015 in Virginia, there was this big, long section about distributing vaccine pellets to mice to keep them from getting Lyme and the specific areas that they should be dropping off the pellets and the funding sources. But those recommendations are pretty much never implemented. And then a new task force is created a few years later, which produces almost the same report. And so the question, at least this question for me became, why are states implementing policies like this? I wanted to look at how the ecological and institutional context influence the type of policies that are implemented, but the states are all doing roughly the same thing. So there was no difference to look at. And so my question became, why are they doing this? I looked at policy put out between 2008 and 2025, and there was no major change in the types of strategies used throughout that span, even though scientific understandings of the mechanisms of Lyme have changed. And we've seen that the policies have not been successful. Lyme has continued to spread. So when I was interpreting this, I looked at how this follows a broader trend in the United States, where neoliberal economic thinking is influencing priorities in public health. So over recent decades, public health has shifted away from structural interventions like sanitation systems or mosquito control and towards managing individual behavior. So under this framework, the state's role is in health is to help individuals make healthy or low-risk choices rather than changing the structural conditions that those individuals are facing. And so this is why education campaigns become a default, even on public land where ecological interventions are feasible. And neoliberalism also shifts what success looks like. So Pennsylvania's legislation after 2017 stopped justifying Lyme policy through case numbers and started justifying it through economic losses due to lost productivity from illness. So these hard numbers. And that's actually the task force is all pivoted to producing these numbers rather than finding intervention. And so once that happens, states stop trying to prevent the cases and they're trying to reduce the lost work days. And so early diagnosis becomes the priority rather than preventing people from getting the disease in the first place, even though we know that many people will have long-term complications from Lyme disease, even if they are diagnosed early. So there's this kind of acceptable risk level. I also looked at Meyer and Rowan's 1977 sociological theory on institutional myth-making, which I will not go into today. It's a little nitty-gritty. But essentially, states are prioritizing the appearance of productivity over actual productivity because there's no institutional incentive to transition between the two. So education campaigns are extremely visible and politically uncontroversial prevention mechanisms. Voters see that and think, oh, my government is taking this seriously. And in the case of task forces, even if they aren't preventing cases, they still serve a political function. So convening a task force signals that the government is taking Lyme seriously, which is something that voters in these areas are concerned about, and it produces a scientific report that signals scientific rigor. And then not implementing the recommendations is largely invisible. And so when the problem persists, you can just make a new task force a few years later and put that in the news. And so we need to do better for Lyme disease is kind of the final note. Thank you.
Well, it'll be difficult to follow that up, but I will try. This is my thesis, The Structure of Eviction in Central Florida. I am Danny Kind, and I believe I'm going to get my phone out so I can time myself. Okay, wonderful. Hello, everybody. My name is Danny Kind, and I am here to talk to you today about an undercurrent that is sweeping through America and is putting millions of people at risk: eviction. It's one of the most studied processes in all of the social sciences, and yet we seem to understand it in such a simple way, almost always as a single discrete event, one filing and nothing more. Imagine a historian trying to understand the Peloponnesian War knowing only how it ended, or your doctor trying to diagnose your cancer knowing only whether you did or did not have it. They wouldn't be very effective at their job at all. Over the next 10 minutes, I hope to convince you that eviction is best understood as a process. And I built a case-level reconstruction of all 15,039 eviction cases filed in my hometown in Orange County, Florida in 2024. But before I get into any of that, I'd like to just start with one tenant. Between April and December of 2024, Laura Hilton was filed against in eviction court 12 times. 12 filings from 9 different corporate landlords. 7 of those were brought from the exact same attorney's office. In every single one, the landlord had a lawyer. In all 12, she did not. Now, hold on to a question I think anybody in this room may be asking when they look at this data very closely. How is it even mechanically possible to be evicted that many times in 8 months, when an eviction isn't even supposed to be able to begin until you've missed a whole month's rent? Now, the answer to that question is my whole thesis in miniature. For now, notice what Ms. Hilton is. She's not an anecdote that I went looking for. She's the single most frequently named defendant in a data set of 15,000 cases. She fell out of the data. And she sits exactly at the intersection of the 3 things the public conversation about eviction usually keeps separate: who's doing the filing, whether anyone has a lawyer, and what the court actually does once a case is filed. One renter caught in eviction not as a one-time catastrophe, but as a recurring administrative condition of her life. The rest of this thesis argues that Ms. Hilton's experience is not an aberration in the system. It is the system, observed at the level of a single name. So here's the question. What actually happens between an eviction filing and a tenant's removal from a home? It sounds almost too simple to be a research question, especially one for a thesis. But it turns out we mostly don't know what the answer is, because we don't look. And the gap between a filing and a removal is exactly where the consequences are living as well. A filing is a piece of paper. A removal is the sheriff actually coming to your door to evict you. If you've ever been lucky enough to not see an eviction filing, this is what it looks like when it gets posted on your door. Everything that decides what happens in between happens in the court. And in order to understand eviction properly, we need to see the entire process. One of these is first landlord type. Is the party filing a corporation or an individual? Are they a mom and pop, or are they a massive Mac Properties type deal? Second, representation. Does either side actually have a lawyer? And third, enforcement. Does the case actually convert into a court order that puts a household on the street? My thesis follows all 3 of those for every case across the whole year. And the central claim, so you're not waiting until slide 8 till I say it, is that this one court is quietly running 2 systems at once. And let me show you why we couldn't see that before. Here's the problem with how we measure eviction. Almost all the numbers you've ever seen, including the excellent ones from Princeton's Eviction Lab and the UF Schimberg Center, are what researchers call front-end measures. They count filings, how many, when, where, and those counts are indispensable for showing where eviction happens at scale. And I lean on that work heavily. But a filing itself is not necessarily a removal, and there's a lot that happens in that process that we miss. Some end in a settlement negotiated in a courthouse hallway. Some end with a sheriff. Aggregate filing counts flatten all 3 into one number, as if they're the same event. They're not. And the reason we stop at the filing isn't that the rest is uninteresting, it's that the rest is really hard to get. It lives one case at a time, behind a county clerk portal built for looking up your own case, not for research. A search form, paginated tables, and a CAPTCHA between you and the record. There is no download button, so the life cycle of a case from filing to the writ to the door has been, for almost every jurisdiction, completely analytically invisible. Not a secret, rather just unbuilt. And my core contribution in this thesis has been to build it. This is the argument the data supports, and it's the idea I want you to leave with, if you can only leave with one. Eviction court in Orange County operates as a dual infrastructure. The same courtroom and the same statute and the same clerk running 2 different machines. The first machine is a rent enforcement system. For high-volume corporate landlords, the filing itself is the tool. You file the moment that your rent is late, and then the threat of judgment generates fees, pressure, and leverage. When the tenant pays or negotiates, the case gets settled or dismissed, and if they fall behind again, you refile. The goal here isn't to remove the tenant, but rather compliance at scale. Massive companies are factoring in the cost of evicting people just as the cost of doing business. It's become that mechanized. The second machine is a displacement pipeline, filing to judgment to writ of possession. Here, the goal is exactly what it looks like, getting a household out. These are not two different courts or two different laws. They use one institution, and which machine you're in depends mostly on who filed against you. This builds directly on scholarship by Mark Delanter's classic idea of the repeat player, the litigant who's in court so routinely that the process becomes an advantage in and of itself. What I'm adding is the empirical shape of that advantage across an entire county's docket over a whole year, and the argument that repeat player dominance is precisely what lets one court serve two masters. So how do you build that? 15,039 cases, every single residential eviction filed in Orange County in calendar year 2024. Well, you have to use Python. I wrote a browser automation tool using a library called Playwright that drives a real browser through the clerk's site the way a person would. It fills through the search form, clicks through the result pages, and clears the CAPTCHA. It scrapes the data, saves every case page, and then parses the structured fields out of the messy HTML. And then I was left with the most massive, disgusting HTML spreadsheet you have ever seen, which I then promptly converted into an Excel spreadsheet. Now, with this massive spreadsheet, we can ask very interesting questions. Does each side have a lawyer? Yes or no read of the attorney fields. How did the case end? Was a writ issued? Was a writ posted? Who was their lawyer? And then we can analyze all that data to come to even more interesting conclusions. Why Orange County, you may be asking? Well, one, I'm from there. But also relevant to the thesis is that it's the state's 5th largest county. So running the same statute in the same clerk software as most of Florida means that this is replicable. I can point it at any county which uses the same method and get the exact same data. So let's look at the findings that we found. What's interesting about this? Let's just start with the shape of the docket. 88% of all filings are brought by corporate plaintiffs. This is not a market of mom and pop landlords occasionally heading to court. It is absolutely dominated by business entities who are filing against people at volume. Second, plaintiffs have an attorney in 92.5% of cases, while tenants have one in 1.5%. In more than 9 in every 10 cases on this docket, the configuration is a represented corporation on one side and an unrepresented individual on the other. I want to be precise about that 1.5%. My measure catches whether a lawyer formally entered an appearance, but it can't see who called a legal aid hotline or got coached for a hearing without the attorney filing anything. So the true rate of legal help is somewhat higher. And this is common throughout much of my data, and that it's probably not a precise number that we could really use in a really rigorous way, but rather builds out the shape and a baton that could be passed to researchers for the future who want to really investigate how this dual infrastructure is operating at scale. Here is another real finding that we found, and it's one that I think really well exposes these two machines. When you compare how cases end, corporate and non-corporate landlords look like a completely different species. Corporate landlords dismiss or settle their cases at 3.5 times the rate of non-corporate landlords, 34% versus about 10. That difference isn't noise. An odds ratio of 4.7 when I calculated it tells us that corporate cases are far more likely to end in the negotiated non-judgment outcome, which is exactly what you'd expect if the filing is a pressure tactic rather than an attempt to remove people. Non-corporate landlords, meanwhile, are pushing straight through to an eviction granted. Now, the strongest objection to that reading, perhaps, is that maybe this isn't about how corporate landlords use the court, they just have different cases. Bigger portfolios, earlier filings in the delinquency cycle, different tenants. That is genuinely plausible, and I can't fully rule it out. But after observing the court processes, I think I disagree. Here's why I think it doesn't sink our claim. Whether the corporate filing is a deliberate strategy or just the automatic output of property management software, the function is identical. Corporate landlords are able to use the same attorneys to push people out at scale. The enormous docket isn't processed by a diffuse bar of hundreds of lawyers. One attorney's office, the law offices of James Barron, appears in 35% of all 15,000 cases. 5 attorneys account for 62% of evictions in the county. And Barron's caseload isn't one giant landlord. It's 686 distinct plaintiffs. So a handful of repeat player firms are effectively functioning as a shared eviction infrastructure for hundreds of corporate landlords, something Delanter made concrete, and as I'll argue in a moment, is also a policy opening. 7,900 eviction judgments, and of those, 99.8% produced a writ of possession. A writ of possession, which is actually the sheriff posting that to their doors saying that they're evicted. This is telling us that once a judge grants the eviction, the machinery that turns it into a paper judgment that gets a person on the sidewalk is doing so in 9 in every 10 cases, extremely fast, something only a machine meant to push people through the system could create. So let me finally answer the question I left open at the start. How do you get evicted 12 times in 8 months? You have to have the parts. You have to have a legal timeline short enough to run from missed rent to filing in about a week. Corporate landlords for whom filing is routine. Repeat player attorneys who make it frictionless, and no lawyer on the other side to slow any of it down. Laura Helton wasn't unlucky 12 times. She was caught in a machine built to run exactly this way. And once you see that a right to counsel, targeted reform, and ultimately the data infrastructure itself is creating the system, we could only know that by building it case by case, from a portal that had to fight you to even get there. No researcher should have to do that. The portal that makes eviction visible doesn't exist yet. So I built the first version, and it's completely public. Thank you.
Good morning. Hope everyone's finals went well. They didn't. The quarter's almost over. So I'm Ashton. My thesis is titled Measuring Healthcare Inequity: How Tax-Exempt Hospitals in Los Angeles County Perpetuate Healthcare Disparities. I want to start with a pretty simple question. If you were a patient and you had the choice between a flat-screen TV in your hospital room and an extra nurse to take care of you, which would you choose? Most of us would probably choose the nurse. But this ridiculous question actually gets at a larger tension in healthcare. Hospitals compete like businesses through amenities, branding, and profitable services. Understandably, it's very easy to forget that these very institutions are tax exempt. From 2020 to 2022, 53% of nonprofit hospitals in California received more in tax benefits than they spent on community benefits. This accounted for about $1.5 billion each year, which is enough to feed all children in California facing food insecurity, create 10,000 more affordable housing units, or eliminate around half of medical debt in the state. Now, the main policy problem is that this tax-exempt bargain is too vague. Much of this can be traced to how the IRS defines community benefit activities. Community benefits can include providing free or discounted care, which is what most people think of, conducting medical research, and training clinicians and staff. However, there's no clear federal minimum for what constitutes an adequate community benefit, nor a minimum dollar amount or ratio, even as the estimated value of the tax exemption grows. This basically means that hospitals can meet reporting requirements for tax-exempt status without aligning their service with local needs. By identifying where these inequities occur and discussing the possible mechanisms that sustain them, I aim to inform more targeted reforms to the community benefit standard. For my project, I drew on 3 main bodies of literature. First, work on reimbursement, selective contracting, and consolidation. Second, work on payer mixes and hospital segmentation. And third, spatial access research showing that physical proximity does not guarantee meaningful access to care. These are my 3 main research questions. First, how does the distribution of nonprofit hospitals in Los Angeles County align or fail to align with areas of greatest socioeconomic and health need? Second, does each hospital's mix of Medicaid and privately insured patients reflect the demographic composition of its service area? And finally, what historic and institutional factors might explain the observed geographic and demographic patterns of hospital service? This is my thesis in one breath. I'm not going to read it, but my main argument is that some nonprofit hospitals may benefit from substantial public tax exemptions while providing less service to vulnerable populations than their charitable status might imply. Proximity to a community does not mean that the hospital is serving that community equitably. Moreover, hospital service patterns are shaped by economic and regulatory factors. These forces can all channel different patient populations to different hospitals across the city. So I started with 56 nonprofit hospitals in Los Angeles County. I excluded specialty, psychiatric, and children's hospitals so I could compare similar general acute care facilities. This left me with 44 points. I used hospital financial data, neighborhood level demographic and health data, and service area modeling. To model service areas of each hospital, I used a 30-minute drive time around each hospital point. I chose this because most hospitals use a similar time in their community health needs assessments. I used the Healthy Places Index, or HPI, to measure neighborhood disadvantage. It's basically a composite score that scores each census tract in Los Angeles County. I also used the Proportional Share Index, or PSI, to calculate whether a hospital serves more or fewer Medicaid and uninsured patients than expected relative to its capacity in terms of licensed beds. A proportional share index above 1 means a hospital is serving more than its proportional share of Medicaid. A PSI below 1 means it's serving less. My first finding is pretty straightforward. On the left, we have a map of the county. In the northeast corner, we see pockets of disadvantage. These are areas that fall outside of the 30-minute drive time service area in the blue. They are also areas with census tracts in the bottom quartile of HPI, which means they're among the unhealthiest census tracts in the county. And so there are clear pockets of concentrated disadvantage. However, when I overlay each hospital's proportional share index, I do see partial co-location. So higher PSI hospitals, indicating they serve more Medicaid patients than expected, do tend to sit near communities that are more disadvantaged. So we see like a lot of red towards central downtown Los Angeles, and we see correspondingly hospitals with much bigger circles, which correspond to bigger proportional share scores. However, this geographic alignment is incomplete, and I'll go on to show that this burden, the safety net burden, is not shared evenly across the county. My second finding is that the hospital market is very segmented. A few hospitals absorb a lot of Medicaid patients, and system hospitals concentrate a lot of private insurance. My scatter plots show essentially no linear relationship between service area and Medicaid share, which means that service area insurance composition does not predict hospital insurance composition. This is basically what I expected to find, since literature shows that networking, insurance contracting, and system affiliation sorts patients across hospitals, bypassing neighborhood demographics. Interestingly, the neighborhoods around the hospitals don't vary nearly as much as the hospitals themselves do. Service area Medicaid rates vary roughly from 17% to 28%, but hospital Medicaid rates vary much more dramatically, from about 7% to 75%. That means local demographics alone cannot explain who hospitals serve. Earlier, like I said, there is some geographic alignment. The hospitals with highest safety net intensity include Martin Luther King Jr. Hospital and California Hospital Medical Center. These are both points in central Los Angeles. Actually, I can go back to the previous slide. These safety net hospitals on the right below the histogram serve a disproportionately high share of Medicaid and uninsured patients. By contrast, some hospitals, especially Kaiser facilities, they cluster at the private heavy end and near the low Medicaid end. In my thesis, the top 5 hospitals by private insurance share are all Kaiser facilities. If you look at the table on the left, Kaiser dominates both. This pattern points towards a broader trend in hospital consolidation. Kaiser isn't just a hospital system, it's actually also an insurer. So because they both insure and treat their members, they can route patients internally through their own facilities across the city. Now, the broader point is that nonprofit hospitals are not all playing the same role. Some function as genuine safety net anchors, while others are embedded in systems that concentrate more privately insured patients. And so underlying these findings are issues that are baked into the structure of our healthcare system. If you think about it, if a hospital gets paid differently for doing the same exact thing to do 2 different kinds of people, it's going to gravitate to the kinds of people. That means certain neighborhoods, towns, parts of the county where they expect to make more money. They're also going to gravitate towards higher margin procedures and technology that allows them to advertise, hey, we got all these cool things going. This is why you should come visit us. I want to briefly acknowledge some limits of my project. First, my service areas around each hospital are modeled. They're not actually based on patient origin data because that's classified under HIPAA. So that can't fully capture the sort of referral patterns, network restrictions, or patient choice. Also, payer mix is an imperfect proxy for vulnerability. Payer mix, in other words, is basically the insurance composition of each the hospital or the census tract. Medicaid does capture some socioeconomic disadvantage, but it doesn't capture things like language access, immigration status, disability, housing instability, or other barriers people might face. Furthermore, future research should directly test the mechanisms I couldn't observe here, especially things like insurance contracting terms, network participation, and network insurance design within these large multi-hospital systems. But even within these limits, my findings still speak directly to the larger question of nonprofit hospital accountability. So, to return to my original question, are tax-exempt hospitals in LA fulfilling their social responsibility to the communities that subsidize them? My answer is, as a whole, no, but some are. Some nonprofit hospitals clearly do function as safety net institutions, but the nonprofit sector as a whole does not consistently align service with nearby community need. The social responsibility is not simply that hospitals are absent from high-need communities. The problem is that hospitals can be geographically present in these communities while serving very different populations. Now, this matters because tax exemption is a public subsidy. If hospitals receive that subsidy, then accountability should go beyond broad community benefit reporting. Thank you.
Okay, so we have a few minutes for questions. If anybody has any.
Hi. Great presentations, everyone. I have kind of a general question, which I think you could all answer in different ways. I mean, each of the projects highlighted, unintended outcomes or just sort of ineptitude. But it's also pretty clear that there are certain interests being served in these outcomes. Yeah, like certain people suffer, but other people are probably enjoying the system. And at the risk of like kind of entertaining conspiracy theories or just being like super cynical, I'm wondering in your research to what extent you looked at or maybe it was outside the scope of the research, but you at least kind of caught whiff of like James Barron's law firm, for example, is probably lobbying the government to not change things at all. These hospital systems have lobbying efforts, in the case of Lyme disease, I don't know, like the bug spray companies, are probably benefiting from a system which just tells us to take care of it on our own by buying more bug spray. So I'm just curious, to hear all of you reflect on to what extent the outcomes that you found are just kind of like unfortunate unintended outcomes or actually precisely what certain parties prefer and have helped shape.
Thank you. That's an excellent question. For my research, at least, I think absolutely it's something that is the result of the accumulation of power and the ability to wield that power effectively to get your goals met. I think the thing I like to use the term conspiracy theory because it almost invokes this idea of a bunch of people sitting around a shadowy room and making decisions that the public can't see. When one thing I really took away from doing the research on my project was that these conspiracy theories really aren't very secret at all, and it's not really a conspiracy. A lot of this data is public information. You just have to go looking for it. The money that law firms spend to lobby the government to get them to keep zoning laws the same way that they are, it's all public data. And I think for the eviction issue specifically, there is a lot of entrenched power both in the real estate business and in the eviction business, because it is at the end of the day a business. The same way that a management company like Mac Properties has to pay pest control to make sure that the buildings don't have bugs, They simply factor in as a part of their cost of doing business, okay, every year we're going to have to spend X amount of dollars on evicting people. So we actually get a discounted rate from somebody from the offices of James Barron because he handles so many evictions for us. It's like buying a pallet of water at Costco, which is a little bit insane when you're considering that you're like putting people on the street. So I think it's less so of a conspiracy and more like I firmly believe that a system is what it does. So when you look at a system that is consistently, in my instance, bifurcating towards these two ways of either evicting people or just collecting rent from them, it can only be said that the people who've created it have created it for that purpose. And that's because they have an accumulation of power that they've been able to use to maintain it that way.
Yeah, I mean, throughout my research, I've come to realize that like the hospital versus insurer network thing is a little bit like King Kong versus Godzilla, because like hospitals negotiate harder with insurers so they can get like more sort of like referral, expand their referral networks, whereas insurers like go harder on hospitals so they can like further expand like their own networks as well. And so like the patient is sort of caught between all of this, and it's pretty unfortunate because like a lot of lobbying is done by very specific like specialties. So like I know dialysis is covered by Medicaid, so renal failure will be preferred over like someone who has heart failure, because Big Kidney actually lobbied in like the 1970s and the 1980s to get that covered under Medicaid. And so there are a lot of things that sort of like are a continuation of policies in like the 1970s and the 1980s that were originally designed to sort of like incentivize like hospital cost reduction in terms of the Medicaid program, but actually ended up turning into this weird like situation where hospitals could like take advantage of like loopholes within the new policies. And none of that has really changed in the past like 20, 30 years.
I'm not sure how much the bug spray companies have in terms of power, but there are some very powerful Lyme disease lobbying groups on the East Coast, which are mostly funded by Lyme literate doctors, there's a very profitable industry of treating chronic Lyme disease using not very well founded, like there's no data behind a lot of the treatments, but people will pay a lot of money. And it's also unclear whether chronic Lyme exists. But like keeping people getting Lyme disease is very profitable for certain groups. And I'm not sure how much they're influencing prevention policy, but they are talking to legislators. So the conspiracy theory side of things is like not untrue with Lyme. There's a lot of conspiracy theories with it.
Any other questions? Okay. Well, we were running a little bit late. Quite useful. Cool. Thank you, everyone. We have a few minutes before we will start the second round. So if you do want to use like the restroom or grab food, please feel free to do so. I think the men's restroom is on the third floor. I think the women's restroom is one floor below. Yeah, cool.
Hi, everyone. For the sake of staying on time, if you could please take your seats and we'll get started with the next panel. And can I have the three panelists come have a seat when, as soon as you're done with your snack break and. So thanks for the first three for those wonderful papers. I'm really excited to get started with the second panel. We've titled this one Nature as Narrative. And I'll have you all each introduce your own paper as well, so I don't have to read all of the titles now. But this panel, I think, really has three projects that really epitomize the interdisciplinarity that CIGU is all about. So I'm really excited for you to hear from Mira, Adam, and Yash. And I think, Mira, you're up first.
Hello, everybody. Let me get my timer up. Thank you all for being here today. I'm so glad to see all of you. I will be speaking today on my thesis titled Aestheticized Natures on Digital Lands, Tumblr Cottagecore Networks as Mediators of Environmental Identity. Before I go further, I just want to define what cottagecore is. It's an internet aesthetic similar to a subculture or trend, but formed on digital platforms. It revolves around cute pastoral and domestic imagery, and while originating on the social media site Tumblr, gained popularity on platforms like TikTok and Instagram during COVID-19 pandemic among young women and queer people. Its core concept is an imagined beautiful life in a rural cottage. Since that might still be a little vague, I've brought in an object which was gifted to me and I think is very cottagecore. Okay, let's take a look. This is an anthropomorphic, crocheted maybe rabbit. It's wearing overalls with various accoutrements. Looking at some cottagecore posts for comparison, like other animals that co-inhabit human spaces, rabbits seem very important, as well as stuffed animals, especially those wearing clothes. You might not be able to see it, but the pocket has a tiny bear that's holding an even tinier rabbit. It has a waffle bag matching many posts about baked goods and is decorated with some carrots and strawberries, suggesting something about gardening, farming, or foraging. If that's still not giving you a sense of it, here's a cottagecore mood board or compilation of images which features a completely different set of objects, but still revolves around the cottage, or as this user is indicating, the farm, nature, dirt, or mud. This rabbit could go right there. And somehow I can easily imagine it at my local farmer's market. Central to my thesis is the argument that cottagecore, despite being a completely digitized aesthetic, is a recognizable part of what I call the American environmental imagination. When I refer to the environment in terms of an imaginary, I mean to indicate how a specific set of structures, histories, and narratives mediate our understanding of nature, shaping what we then prioritize in the material world. That environmental imaginaries are not essential but constructed is necessary to understanding how something like this Hudson River School painting from 1865 contributes to a larger project of naturalizing an American settler identity through a sublime pastoral landscape. I lean a lot on the work of literary scholar Lawrence Well for my understanding of the pastoral, which might be described as the idea of a turn or return to a less urbanized or more natural state of existence. The pastoral is contradictory in that it has been used in a wide range of both liberal and conservative projects, which Well argues results from how strongly American identity is tied to the perception of their environment, and because the pastoral operates as a defense against other strong ideologies which have been deemed too mechanized or non-humanistic. So in the midst of such an expansive environmental history, why focus on an internet aesthetic like cottagecore? Well, some things have changed since 1865. I argue that cottagecore is a successful reimagination of pastoralism through digital networks. Digital technologies are evidently incredibly influential sites of communication and control, but should contradict pastoral opposition to urban technological mediums. In order to be mediated through modern technologies, natures are necessarily transformed and hybridized, which impacts our approach to environmental problems today. I argue that original cottagecore networks made up of queer and transgender users for whom the traditional American natures are not accessible attempt to imagine their own identities and futures through what I describe as acute pastoralism, and necessarily engage in the kinds of contradictions, mourning, and experimentation that make such environmental concepts legible in a digital age. So in a project asking how American environmental imaginaries can persist through modern network technologies, I turn to cottagecore as one site actively pursuing the possibilities, if any, of aestheticized natures on digital lands. In order to conduct an analysis of cottagecore for how it originated and developed on Tumblr, I'm using an intersectional environmental humanistic mode, which I strongly follow through Donna Haraway, a feminist science and technology scholar whose writing on the cyborg in 1985 remained foundational for exploratory ways we can today think about major climate events. I do this because my subject is hybridized, cyborgian, at the border of the digital, ecological, and cultural, and led me to the scholarly field of queer ecologies. So I also situate myself in digital and media studies to understand how networked communities function and develop through online platforms, and queer affect studies to more closely attend to the priorities of marginalized users' identity formation. My data collection centered around Tumblr in the late 2010s as the context where cottagecore became coherent and legible before massification off the platform and into various commodities. My approach was informed by digital platform studies on Tumblr to understand how the platform operates, how networked connections are built, and what aesthetic priorities emerge as a result. From this understanding, I chose 3 formal object types as foundation to and method of the cottagecore network's development. Here is a Tumblr post that I used for representative analysis. We see it has hashtags, the major categorization style. It depicts a mood board, an image curation format, and another post I focused on text posts, sort of a non-visual type. Using these objects to structure my paper, I followed the affective strategies that emerged as foundational to the cottagecore network's development. Affect is expansive, but might simply be described as a shared feeling which has formal characteristics, of which I focus on it as strategy, structure, and site. I use a few affective theoretical frameworks, including Sian Nai's construction of cute aesthetics, but I'll mention here my 2 overarching guides. Jose Esteban Munoz's disidentification, not identification with or against, but one that works to retain the problematic object and tap into the energies that are produced by contradictions and ambivalences, a project I argue queer users are involved in by reimagining pastoralism. Then Lauren Berlant's Intimate Public as a set of strategies within women's commercial culture to manage disappointment and mediate relatability. In their book, Berlant argues that one of the main jobs of minoritized arts that circulate through mass culture is to tell identifying consumers that you are not alone in your struggles, desires, pleasures. In my paper, I argue that the cottagecore network does not take on the formal characteristics of an intimate public until after the queer pastoral has been sufficiently simplified to appeal to a mass commercial audience and appear once more as a natural desire. So what does cottagecore do? Remembering the beginning of my presentation, these vaguely environmental concepts which circulate cottagecore can easily become nonsensical without a shared point of orientation. And the network is able to build this coherence through queer identification. Here, transgender logics work to re-signify traditionally gendered concepts, such as the feminine domestic, to be reclaimable within transmasculine identities. To try to quickly describe this mood board, users' affective strategies as they are expressed through the Tumblr platform's networking logics are resolving what might be contradictions, a flag burning next to hanging pastel laundry, a baby lamb adjacent to a big blue truck, to disidentify with an otherwise untenable back to the land sentiment, that is, one literally not inhabitable by queer people and their queer desires, into a more accessible site of belonging. Reimagining works to accept a basic set of contradictions within gender presentations as useful rather than resolvable, and build acute pastoralism rather than an awe-inspiring or nostalgic one. Cuteness is the property through which things that seem both small, soft, and intimate, and also capable of withstanding violence, being squished, handled, eaten, can translate the shared feeling of a substantive site through which identifying in and with nature is possible. These imaginative connections in terms of relatability are contingent to the Tumblr networks forming them and need to be carefully managed or maintained. However, making legible a more accessible nature, though intended for the queer cottage, also reinvigorates a lovable out there, a newly desirable frontier. Cottagecore's imaginaries are accomplished through strategic affective simplifications that can build horizons that they can't wait for, but also spiral outside of their initial networks to prioritize a kind of whitening and heteronormative simplification over the queer disidentifications that made the aesthetic lively and possible. The shift is not merely unfortunate, but also immediately invisibilizing those who constituted the network in the first place, making them turn away in loss. What I describe through terms of the intimate public emerges when there is more investment in holding on to one imaginary rather than staying with the contradictions produced by cyborgian natures. The point of cottagecore was a digital rather than local identity building to create possibilities from impossibilities, to find substance in a natural world normatively described through hello. Yay! Oh my God, yes! Thank
Sorry
you.
about that.
As
I have
we
no
know.
idea why that happened.
As we know. The computer has something to say to all of us about this subject.
We're talking down on cottage core too.
That's my bad. It's literally my bad. Yes. Okay, great. Thank you.
Sorry about that.
Okay, let me refine my spot. Holding on to one imaginary rather than staying with the contradictions produced by cyborgian natures. The point of cottagecore was a digital rather than local identity building to create possibilities from impossibilities to find substance in a natural world, normatively described for terms of end times and exclusion. That's the point. The point is to create a known site of safety for each other, to enliven the environment and a certain group of people where they're not supposed to be. But to use Berland's term, it's juxta-political. It wants the shared feeling of being there to be more important than actually being there in the cottage. When the feeling ends, one can only turn away. I'll end with this cottagecore post. Are we here? No, we're in Swift Hall. But we do continue to grapple with the hypocrisy of environmental aims through digital systems, our connective telephone lines and commercial billboard signs in weedy roadside natures that feel but are not actually lost. Cottagecore's foundations within networks invested in liberating and sustainable ideas means that it was a small, loving site and transformational for the marginalized people who built it. But directly because of the networked way in which it was built, it can easily be taken out of the specific conditions which made it possible and delivered back to a larger commercial culture. Its transformation is one of many kinds of assimilation and commodification which attempt to stifle more utopian horizons and are suitable for a time of environmental loss. However, part of staying with this trouble is leaning into these failures, recognizing the places where our imagination genuinely admires, upholds, and cares about new kinds of natures, but only if we know when to turn away rather than remain within a basically non-liberating, commodifying, and anti-environmental system. Thank you.
Well, thank you all for being here. I'm presenting on my thesis, Bioregional Literature at the Continent's End, on California writers, agenda setting, and citizen mobilization for environmental protection. So I want to start by introducing you to some questions that animated this project. And here are 3 maps of California, which I'm sure you recognize. A satellite map, a stylized map of ecological regions, and then a map of water management districts here. And I was curious about this question of how do our administrative jurisdictions come to so closely resemble the natural contours of the landscape. And as I was reading policy histories, I often came across this argument that citizen mobilization was uniquely important in California environmental policymaking, and I wanted to explore how California's tradition of environmental literature might be a driver of this citizen mobilization and might be a driver of creating types of environmental governance that more closely resemble the contours of the landscape. So I'm arguing that in early and mid-century California, a subset called bioregional literature served an agenda-setting function in local environmental policymaking. First, I'll break this down for you. The historical context is that California during the 60s and 70s is a real nationwide leader in environmental regulation. And simultaneously, it's also the home of this academic and political movement called bioregionalism, which is very important for this project. And the bioregionalists advocate a form of sustainability and a sustainable lifestyle that is built on an acknowledgement that we all live in a watershed or in an ecological region, and that is more important to our environmental politics and our way of living sustainably than the political jurisdiction that we live in. So for example, it's more important that we live in the Great Lakes here than we live in the same state as someone in downstate Illinois. And bioregionalists are very adamant about re-inhabitation. That's their political project, which is basically living within the bioregion, consuming locally, not extending yourself too much. And
I recognize that there were a lot of bioregional writers of this time, but there were also a lot of California writers that dealt with the environment and that talked about these bioregional values, this re-inhabitant ethic that I wanted to include in this project as I was exploring environmental literature. So just to summarize the definitions that I'm working with, the works that I'm considering engage deeply with the landscape such that the landscape characteristics intervene in the plot, and they have a sustainable ethic, and they're targeted for a local audience. So they're not appealing to universal themes, they're appealing to like very local landscape-based themes. What function does this project serve? Basically, bioregional literary scholars have struggled to articulate how an environmental politics actually emerges from bioregional literature. And so I wanted to see if public policy concepts could be applied in an interdisciplinary, novel way to answer this question. And so I turned to agenda setting theory, which emerged at a similar time in the academy as bioregionalism, and basically argues that all sorts of mass media, journalism, literature, social media create salience for certain political issues among citizen policymakers. And more importantly, they do this by creating awareness of environmental issues and then prioritization of those environmental issues. So the way I went about this project is I assembled for each of my 2 case study regions a collection of bioregional literature with my definition. I then read that literature for archetypes that map well onto this agenda setting framework. So where do bioregional values appear and how might they contribute to awareness and prioritization of environmental issues? And then I look at the policy documents and the policy histories to see how these bioregional values have made their way into the policymaking process. To quickly talk about my 2 case study regions, we have the beautiful Central Coast and Owens Valley in California. I chose these because of their strong literary culture, their unique landscape that lends itself to unique environmental literature, and also a certain geographic isolation that makes the region more discrete and more straightforward to understand than some of the more connected parts of the state. To talk about the Central Coast first, these are the works that I've selected that meet those definitions for bioregional writing. These all came about before the movement, to be clear, but they meet these values. An early Steinbeck novel, the poetry of Robinson Jeffers, who's known as like the poet of the Central Coast, and then also a memoir by international novelist Henry Miller when he lived there for several decades. These are the characteristics that I found. These are the types of bioregional values that emerge from this corpus of Central Coast literature. So these authors often map the bioregion with those topographic boundaries, like the watershed, the mountain, the creeks, instead of political boundaries, and that's how they construct their setting. We also often, they invoke ideas of the grandeur and the extremity of the landscape and argue that humans should be humble in response. There's often invocations of purity and permanence, and they argue that those pure characteristics of the landscape lie in its most elemental places, in the rock, in the water, in the earth, in the wind. And finally, these authors all model that bioregionalist ethic of re-inhabitation in their narrative and encourage readers in the stories that they tell to live within their means and to live within the local region. Here's just some examples of what this writing looks like. Henry Miller talks about how the grandeur of Big Sur engenders a humility that's unique to this region. And we also see poetry by Robinson Jeffers that says that even when humans are gone, the image of the pristine beauty lives in the very grain of the granite, safe as the endless ocean that climbs our cliff. And this, again, suggests that purity and permanence of the landscape lie in its most elemental characteristics. This is the type of archetype that I've extracted from the corpus. And then I want to look at the application of this as well in policymaking documents. This is the Monterey County Coast Master Plan from 1960. A local policymaking document for this bioregion. And we see even from the beginning that they embrace kind of the rhetoric of the bioregional movement and define kind of what biota you can find in this region and reference Robinson Jeffers explicitly. But besides just this aesthetic resemblance to bioregionalism, we also see that those values permeate the content of the master plan. The master plan follows a topographically bounded study area. It prioritizes elemental characteristics like views of the water and the earth. It buys into this idea that humans should be humble in the face of extremity by putting restrictions on building density. And it also models re-inhabitation, that small-scale local life, by opting to limit water supply to local sources as opposed to piping in water from farther away. To talk about my second case study, we moved to the other side of the state, the Owens Valley, an arid region near Nevada in the east, which is known for the water wars of the early 1900s, where Los Angeles piped a lot of water from this region down to enable their own expansion, leaving this region with not much water. And so this is a smaller case study, but we still see characteristics in Mary Austin's writing of this region that promulgate bioregional values. And so we see a watershed consciousness in her literature, which suggests that people, even if they don't observe water moving through their landscape, come to intuitively understand, as they're building their environmental imagination, where they lie within a watershed. And this suits itself well to awareness and prioritization of bioregionally driven policymaking. We also talk about resensing the desert, which is the idea that instead of purely visual aesthetic representations of the desert, Mary Austin invokes all 5 senses, and that creates a more embodied depiction of what it's like to be in the desert. And then again, I argue that these correspond to agenda-setting components like awareness and prioritization. Here's a quick example I'll just flash on the screen of watershed consciousness when Mary Austin's talking about how it's important to understand what the brook was before it was appropriated to irrigate somewhere. And I take this in a slightly different direction for this case study. And instead of reading a policy document closely, I talk about how these 2 characteristics of literature can be used to undertake an incentive analysis of the stakeholders in the policy history. So basically, one way to interpret the actions of the LA Department of Water and Power, who took the water from the Owens Valley, is that they were not thinking of an Owens Valley watershed consciousness, and they had not absorbed the ideas of resensing the desert. And on the contrary, anti-aqueduct activists in the region do embody these ideas, and we're reading this literature, and we're part of this movement in general. So I think that this makes the argument that, in this interdisciplinary argument, that literary characteristics then get taken up to set the agenda for citizen policymakers, and then we see it actually borne out in how the policymaking process went in the 1960s. With that, I'll leave you with one of my favorite poems from Robinson Jeffers, which we quoted a little bit earlier, and just want to give thanks to everyone who supported me throughout this project.
Awesome. Thank you so much for coming. My thesis is called Building the Trenches, La Via Campesina, and the Infrastructure of Counter-Hegemony. And yeah, so just to do a little bit of scene setting, in 1993, the global left was kind of seemingly in free fall. The Soviet Union had just fallen. Revolutionary movements across Asia, Africa, and Latin America had seemingly been defeated, and a new economic order, what we now call neoliberalism, had kind of taken hold across the world. And history, according to some analysts, was seemingly over. And yet in May of that very year, 70 peasant leaders from across the world came together to build something new. And what they built was La Via Campesina, what is today the world's largest social movement and that represents over 200 million farmers, peasants, and rural workers across 81 countries. And kind of in an era where building such long-term, robust, and truly transformative movements has seemed pretty difficult, if not impossible, La Via Campesina kind of remains an exception. And this thesis, therefore, kind of asks, how did they exactly do that? And kind of what lessons can the rest of the left kind of learn from them? And yeah, so to kind of define my problem space a little bit, I'm going to skip over the anti-imperialism section just for the sake of time. But I guess really for the sake of the presentation, the main point is thinking about kind of the role and the effectiveness of leftist organizing kind of in the last 25 years, but especially in the kind of last, in like the 2010s. And that can really be defined by the fact that, we have all these kind of heterogeneous movements that seem to make up today's left, but they seem really structurally unable to actually seize power in the ways that feel increasingly urgent and necessary. And while this also kind of has its own pretty long history and analysis, it can pretty briefly be demonstrated by the decade of the 2010s, where we saw probably, pretty much the largest wave of kind of mass mobilizations that we've seen in all of human history. Between the Arab Spring, the Occupy protests, and movements across Brazil, Sudan, Hong Kong, Chile, you had millions and millions of people kind of flooding into the streets, fighting for a better society. And yet in almost every single case, the movements collapsed, the old order kind of reasserted itself, and most of the people who were actually protesting ended up worse off than before. And kind of, one of the central questions of my thesis, but also I think of the kind of current global left, is why exactly this happened and what we can kind of do to avoid that. And so to kind of help explain this phenomenon, I bring in the work of the Italian communist Antonio Gramsci, who was writing from a prison cell in fascist Italy in the 1930s. And he gives us a really useful framework that kind of helps explain this. And Gramsci essentially argued that capitalism, and especially in kind of advanced capitalist countries, doesn't just operate through sheer force or violence, but instead it exists by kind of constructing a common sense that makes capitalism, and especially capitalist state power, seem normal. And it does this by kind of materially transforming how you live your life. You go to kind of school, you attain a really specific education in a certain way, you get a job, you participate in the market, and you consume certain media. And all of these kind of material experiences really make capitalist life seem normal. And Gramsci labeled this hegemony, or kind of the process by which the interests of capital and the capitalist elite are made to feel universal. And in order to really contest this hegemony, Gramsci argued that you need two key components. The first is kind of an organic crisis where the government ceases to kind of govern through consent. And we have lots of examples of these even in smaller scales over the last few years, whether it's BLM, kind of Wall Street / Occupy, or even like the recent No Kings protests. You have people momentarily kind of losing faith in the governing institutions, and this kind of hegemony is temporarily undermined as people rush into the streets to protest. But Gramsci is really clear that this alone can't actually overthrow capitalist hegemony. Instead, he argues that you need the second component, which is the building of a counter-hegemonic formation, or an alternative, more just common sense that's actually able to replace the initial one. And kind of without this coherent, cohesive, and importantly, popular alternative, protests are only really capable of fighting against something, but not actually fighting for something. And we kind of saw this throughout the 2010s, where again, you had millions and millions of people rushing into the streets and fighting for a better world, and yet pretty often, even when they made gains, unable to actually translate those into real material changes. And yeah, so Gramsci kind of therefore called the building of this counter-hegemonic alternative the war of position, which is basically the really slow and patient work of building alternative institutions, forms of knowledge, and a new common sense from the ground up. And he kind of helps us understand that before you can win power, you have to build the organizational and intellectual infrastructure of a different world. And yeah, again, it's really clear that the movements of the 2010s didn't do this. And so, if you kind of have a sense that we know that what we need to do, we need to wage a war of position, how we actually do this remains to be kind of understood. And this is kind of where La Via Campesina enters my thesis. So as I mentioned, La Via Campesina are this international peasant movement of over 200 million farmers across 81 countries. They're kind of best known for the really big headline-grabbing campaigns, which is mainly food sovereignty, which is kind of fighting for the right of peoples to define their own food and agricultural systems, as well as a lot of campaigns they do at the UN level, and also against the WTO. And in my thesis, I actually argue that LVC and their kind of broader project is constitutive of a partial and incipient war of position. In a sense, it's partial because while they're constantly expanding and kind of growing their base, they're still mainly focused on agrarian and kind of agricultural sectors. And incipient in the sense that while they haven't yet kind of launched the type of the kind of image of revolutionary kind of work that we think of, they're kind of laying the groundwork and the foundation for that kind of work to actually become possible. And yeah, I essentially kind of argue that they do this through three main interlocking mechanisms. Sorry, these are just a couple visuals of some La Via Campesina gatherings, just to give you a sense of kind of what it looks like. So in my thesis, I argue that they do this through three main mechanisms. I'm mainly going to talk about the first one for the sake of time. But yeah, so the first mechanism is about going back to the point where hegemony is actually exercised and constructed. And this, for farmers, is mainly the farm itself. And so kind of under neoliberalism, starting in the 1970s, structural adjustment programs kind of forced governments across the global south to dismantle support for small farmers. And at the same time, you had these massive multinational corporations moving in with what became known as the Green Revolution package, which is things like kind of new GMO seeds, chemical fertilizers, pesticides, polycultural farming, kind of all of which transformed global agriculture to really maximize just profit. And while much of this kind of initial transformation was really deeply violent and forced, it soon became kind of the dominant method of food production. And a big part of this was kind of fueled by a constant debt cycle that farmers were pledged into and kind of forced to keep reproducing the practices that, were kind of, reconstructing this kind of neoliberal hegemony. And there was also a really strong cultural and intellectual component, with kind of agricultural schools being restructured to teach industrial farming and extension agents telling farmers that their traditional knowledge was backward. And kind of within a generation, you had farmers around the world adopting this new common sense of how to farm. And Livia Campesina's response wasn't just to kind of a campaign against the evils of neoliberal agricultural hegemony, but actually to contest this directly at the level of the farm and really where hegemony itself is constructed. And they primarily do this through a practice called agroecology, which is the science and practice of sustainable and kind of diversified food production, and especially systems that kind of rebuild soil health, use local seeds, and eliminate the dependency for really expensive external inputs. And they did this through a really specific method called the peasant-to-peasant method, where farmers who have successfully transformed or transitioned to agroecology on their own land invite neighbors to come and learn. And they come, they experiment together, they share what works, and knowledge grows and moves horizontally between people, between farmers who share the same conditions and the same problems. And this is also a really key part of the really important solidarity construction that they entail. And kind of empirical evidence of this is that in Cuba, this method grew from 200 families in 1999 to 110,000 families a decade later. And in India, you saw over 1 million farmers kind of having joined the movement in the last several years as well. And again, it's really important to understand that what's being rebuilt isn't just kind of a farming practice, but it's really a whole different relationship to knowledge, to cooperation, and to kind of it's really what's possible. I'm going to quickly skip. So the second mechanism is that Livia Campesina have this really incredible and stunning kind of infrastructure of political education, and they have these really cool systems where they incorporate a lot of really important political education still kind of within kind of farming and agroecological systems. And so one example is that in a lot of their schools, they have over 70 schools around the world that kind of teach tens and tens of thousands of people and bring together people from around the world. But they have these continuous cycles where you spend 75 days in schools, kind of learning history, science, agroecology, and then you spend 90 days going back to your communities and actually implementing those. And they run on these cycles that really make sure that the relationship between the actual lived experiences and what is happening at the community level is never really divorced from the larger kind of political economic analysis. And then the third mechanism, which I don't have a slide for, really just centers kind of the international and regional coordination levels. And so they have specific coordinating bodies at pretty much every continent, smaller ones and bigger ones at different levels. And it's really through these kind of coordinating bodies that they're able to kind of lead these really important and kind of revolutionary campaigns that are doing the material work at the everyday level, but also at the international level where people like us can kind of learn from them. So really kind of broadly, takeaways kind of for the left and kind of the conclusion of my thesis. And I get into a lot of the nitty-gritty of this a little bit more in my actual paper. But at its core, I think my thesis really just argues for reading of organizations and movements like Livia Campesina as really crucial sites of knowledge and strategy production for our current global struggles. Kind of in an era where the global left feels really deeply occupied by a really specific mode of politics that kind of seems to keep failing us. Livia Campesina is proof that this, allegedly older form of politics, of kind of long-term movement building, of organized and structured leadership, and maybe most importantly, of really mass international solidarity construction is not only possible, but also really urgent and really, really effective. As we kind of continue to build out the rest of the global movement and fight for a better world, I think it's really important, imperative that we look to movements like Livia Campesina as kind of inspiration, as support, and as real comrades in the struggle. I'll kind of leave you with Livia Campesina's slogan, which is globalize the struggle, globalize hope.
Thank you all so much for those. Are there any questions?
Hey, my question is actually specifically for Mira's project. Your project seems fundamentally very intersectional. And I wanted to ask you, I just want to hear you talk about it a little bit more, how you thought the kind of gap in the intersection existed and interacted with your project between kind of the very clean upper class conceptions of what it's like to live out on a farm and the realities of actually having to take care of chickens and cows and ducks and things, and how you thought a lot of the identities around who lives on a farm as they relate to class interacted with the really good analysis that you did with how it interacts with queerness and identity.
That's a great question. Thank you.
what was interesting for me about because I approached cottagecore as when it was at its most popular state, there was very immediate criticism of the fact that it's unrealistic, like what do these people know about farming, et cetera, which I think it is legitimate. Like my project is about a digital network and not a rural network. Something that was important to me when I was researching the kind of original users for making up cottagecore is that there were like a ton of rural identified users who were directly interested in different facets of their life that then make up this aesthetic structure. I think that's not the only way in which this imaginary can be legitimate or important, but something that was coming up for like within my research and also within the other way in which we can think about queer people or other marginalized people or people within rural areas is the fact that queerness in particular is something in which people tend to construct power in urban sites. They're maybe associated with urbanism or like in a conservative sense, like are not natural. In an actual sense, there is an ability within cities to build power that is much more regulated, not that queer people don't exist, but literally much more regulated within rural sites. And so part of, I think, what was going on for these queer users is that there is an opportunity to understand what is the relationship between each other, between other like queer rural and like, yes, like not high upper class people through the connections of digital technologies. And I think those kinds of, and that also connects to like urban queer people thinking about what are the ways in which they can also be connected to this kind of larger understanding of what
Any other questions? Oh.
Yeah, this question is also mostly for Mira, but I think I think that like maybe all presentations can speak to this, but I'm interested in how people memorialize cottagecore and maybe like these other movements as well. Maybe La Via Campesina not so much because it is more successful, but I don't know. And in your thesis, you do talk about like people saying cottagecore is over, right? And like, and especially like with the sort of like apocalypticism with Tumblr in general in the late 2010s. So I was wondering, you know, like how do people who were like in the old cottagecore, so mostly queer people in this very safe community, think about it now that it has been kind of like invaded by others, right?
I mean, and I'm totally speaking from this reading my thesis, but like two of the lines that I draw are one of the users I put on screen, but someone who's very like instrumental for like ideating cottagecore in the first place, like taking a very, very hard stance against it, beginning like 2019 and going through the pandemic, in like disgust for the way that something that was about many things was just used for an existing like white settler pastoral fantasy. The possibilities that were like what are the other ways of orienting ourselves within these natures, etc., were kind of lost. And also there were many people who didn't take that up. Like in the time there was a lot of discourse about white nationalists, especially trad wives, like kind of coming into the network.
Interesting. Is this thing on? There are a lot of people, it's an aesthetic. You can make that choice to enjoy it and not have to deal with all of these other complicated things. And I think cottagecore today is a very different kind. I mean, I obviously think it's related, but it's a much larger mass cultural object. I think it's very interesting to look at it through video games, but also like there are just a ton of commodities out there that label themselves cottagecore, as we know, and I'm very kind of critical of that, but I don't think that means that the original imaginary has been lost. I think that people are still able to continue challenging it and also using it. Like, I mean, the basis for why I was thinking through these questions is if you kind of look at my outfit, I have very kind of cottagecore-esque appeals, but this was not something that I knew about growing up. And so it's like, what about it matters? And like these contentions over failures, like failures of the like white nationalists taking up matter so that you can orient where you stand. It is like a continuous taking up.
This question is for Yash on La Via Campesina, which you described as kind of like a partial and incipient movement. But to me, it seems like quite vast and multifaceted. And I would almost think that with 200 million farmers around the world, it would be easy for the messages and work of the movement to be diluted and made kind of more appealing and accessible. I mean, almost like what Miriam was talking about with the cottagecore movement. I was wondering if, in your research on the kind of structures of La Via Campesina, there's any particular tactics that they use to make their work kind of applicable in like a local regional context, but then also tying it into this mass movement in a way that doesn't dilute things, if that makes sense.
No? There we go. Okay. Yeah, that's a great question. And I think it's like, honestly, a really big part of my thesis that I wasn't able to get to in my presentation. But I think the really cool thing about La Via Campesina is like the kind of multi-scalar way in which they work. And I think the kind of intervention that my thesis makes is that in kind of most like kind of scholarship or even like news attention that La Via Campesina gets, it often does kind of get characterized, and they kind of do this intentionally as well. But you know, they do kind of work within a lot of specific frameworks, like at the UN level, at the WTO level, et cetera. Like, you know, they don't brand themselves as like a revolutionary vanguard or anything like that. But they, you know, at the kind of top international level, they do kind of, you know, work within a certain system that some could say does dilute it a little bit. But I think the really important part, and the reason that I wanted to focus on like that really direct material level, is because like when you're kind of able to work at that scale, I think what La Via Campesina demonstrate is that you're also able to kind of radicalize your analysis really quickly. And so for a lot of like their first couple of years, they did kind of, you know, mainly adopt like pretty, you know, somewhat centrist or moderate kind of language about accountability, holding like, agribusinesses and stuff accountable for their actions. And then, but kind of in recent years, and especially in kind of regional contexts that have lended themselves to it, they've been able to really like rapidly mobilize people into significantly more kind of radical avenues of struggle. And yeah, I think another really important part is that La Via Campesina, it's easy to kind of portray it as like one specific vast kind of organization. But there are a lot of kind of like uneven, it's pretty uneven across the world. And there's some regions, especially in like Latin America, where it's a lot more robust and strong. And then there's other regions like the Middle East, where I think it was only 2 or 3 years ago where they kind of started like really the intense infrastructure work. And so, yeah, they're definitely really vast, and they're definitely kind of very dynamic and changing. But yeah, there are kind of different ways of kind of understanding them and reading them, and also kind of different scales at which they operate. Yeah, I don't know if that made sense.
I have a question for Adam. Adam, I'm wondering if, first of all, I realize this is one of those questions that's unfair because it's asking you probably about something that's not in your thesis, but I'm wondering if you could kind of take us to today and say, because there's something about like the bioregion and like the moment when it was figuring into planning, that it was like part of a kind of wider movement. And so I'm wondering then what happens to the bioregion, and to what extent could you even speculate on what new tropes have taken the place of the bioregion in the planning, you know, world?
I think thank you for your question, Mary Beth. I think the original conception of this project dealt a lot more with like climate fiction and climate literature, and was going to explore how kind of this environmental fiction transformed into climate fiction. You know, if we're distinguishing between environmental and climate. And I think that there's a lot of great, interesting scholarship on how climate fiction is kind of the most politically powerful or operative like sustainability narrative going on now that I would like direct everyone towards because it's really interesting. I do think though that a lot of environmental movements in the modern day still focus on the bioregion and that it's not a totally fossilized idea. And I think that some of those like re-inhabitant projects just may manifest differently now in like farmers markets and local food cooperatives. And I think that even if people don't know the word bioregion anymore, it still is like an enticing scale at which people can form their environmental politics.
Out of time. Thank you all so much. And we have coffee and cookies outside if you want to take a quick break and then reconvene back here at noon for the next panel.
All right, welcome back to our third session, Territories in Crises. These projects are asking us how to think about territory not as a fixed container, but as something that's actively produced through extraction, protest, infrastructure, and environmental change. And we're going to start with Noam Levinsky, whose thesis, Petrocapitalism on the Interior Frontier, a vertical counter-atlas of the Bakken operational landscape, examines the Bakken oil boom.
Thank you, everybody. Thank you, Gerga. My project is entitled Petrocapitalism on the Interior Frontier, and it is a vertical counter-atlas of the Bakken operational landscape. I'm going to explain what that means in this presentation. My presentation started with this map that Professor Neil Brenner showed in one of his lectures last year when he was explaining planetary urbanization theory. His argument here is that landscape change is not only something that happens in concentrated urban areas like Chicago, Minneapolis, or Denver. Rather, it is something that also happens in what Brenner terms operational landscapes, like the Bakken in the upper part of this map, a vast oil field covering parts of North Dakota, Montana, Manitoba, and Saskatchewan. According to Brenner, both of these processes are forms of urbanization. Cities like Chicago cannot exist without metabolic input from material extraction zones like the Bakken. The question I want to ask in this thesis relates less to how the Bakken is able to animate and create cities like Chicago or Minneapolis, but more about what is actually happening in these operational landscapes, these extraction zones, how they're transformed into what Brenner terms territorial ecological machinery. The simple form of this question is as simple as why does an oil field light up at night? And the answer to that question is something that I found on a short visit to Williston, North Dakota that I took over the summer. In the upper right hand here, you can see a fireball in the middle of the sky. When oil is extracted in some inaccessible parts of the world, it is more profitable to burn off the excess natural gas than it is to capture it and sell it. That's why the Bakken lights up at night. But what I wanted to look into with this thesis is how the Bakken was made into a landscape that has been thoroughly operationalized for the extraction of oil. Oil has been extracted in the Bakken since the 1950s. However, it hasn't been extracted in particularly large volumes for much of that period. The oil is buried in tight fissures in dense clay, 1 to 2 miles underground, which is incredibly technically complex and expensive to extract. In the 90s and 2000s, technology was developed that enabled us to extract this oil. A combination of hydraulic fracturing and horizontal drilling made it possible to get large quantities of oil out from deep shale formations. However, that operation was too expensive and didn't become profitable until 2008, when oil prices spiked to over $100 per barrel. What happened after this configuration of geological, social, and technical conditions was the Bakken oil boom. In early 2009, only about 6 million barrels of oil per month were exported from North Dakota. By 2014, that number was close to 38 million barrels per month. What followed was immense forms of landscape transformation and environmental violence. As the Bakken operational landscape was made productive, the landscape and its surface itself changed in significant ways. I asked 3 research questions in this thesis. First, what geological, technological, and social transformations produced the Bakken as an operational landscape. Second, what forms of environmental violence were engendered by these transformations. And third, how can geospatial techniques like mapping tell us about the emerging relations between nature and society on these petrocapitalist frontiers? My conceptual framework draws heavily from the work of Brenner, who writes that hinterlands or parts thereof are often transformed into what he calls configurations of large-scale territorial ecological machinery. The Bakken is not only an operational landscape, it is also an eco-social system, a place where ecology, geology, technology, and sociality work together to make a place a productive extractive zone. However, as Ryan Cecil Jobson, also here at UChicago, notes, oil is produced by a complex array of technologies, infrastructures, and repertoires of governance that emerge alongside particular extractive geographies. Not every extractive zone is the same, and as geographers, we must remain attentive to their particularities. What I wanted to do here was create an atlas, a map that was able to figure out the particularities of how the Bakken as one operational landscape was made productive. I'm pulling here on a number of cartographic techniques, most notably the idea of countermapping pioneered by Nancy Peluso, who writes that countermapping consists of efforts to appropriate the state's techniques and manner of representation to bolster the legitimacy of customary claims to resources. What I mean here is that I'm primarily using extractive and state data to map the ways in which the oil industry, backed by the state, is violent. So too, I look at cartography as something vertical. Mapping often privileges the mapping of horizontal services rather than diving deep to the infrastructures that are underground or permeating the atmosphere. I seek to create what I'm going to call a vertical counter-atlas, an atlas that looks at environmental violence in the Bakken, not only on the surface, but also underground and in the atmosphere, all while using state and extractive data. So, as an outline of how I wanted to create my atlas, what I've created here is a section drawing with the help of Gerga that illustrates a section of what an oil well looks like. And you see that it's operating at multiple vertical scales. It's operating underground where the actual horizontal bore is, but it's also operating where it's changing the surface, affecting houses, and in the atmosphere where it's flaring gas. So, to take you through my findings, I'll look at all three levels of what I'm calling the Bakken operational landscape. First, the subterranean hinterland. This is a map I created using state data portals from North Dakota and Montana, as well as data portals from Manitoba and Saskatchewan. And it's a map of the horizontal length of every horizontal oil well that is currently active or inactive in the Bakken region. What you can see here is that it's pretty dense. It's concentrated around the town of Williston, North Dakota, which is sort of the defining boom town of this oil boom, but it extends for hundreds of miles outwards across the high plains. Here, I was able to sum all of these horizontal distances together to see how long the horizontal distance of oil wells beneath this basin is. When you add them all together, there are 52,894 miles of horizontal wells beneath the Bakken Formation. That's twice the circumference of the Earth. What I think we can see here is that petrocapitalism is not only very good at intensifying landscapes, but it's also very good at hiding the fact that it is doing so. All of this oil infrastructure is buried underground. When you're driving across North Dakota, yes, you see gas flares, but you don't see how many miles of pipes exist. This is an operation that is not only intensifying the landscape and putting people at risk, but also hiding the fact that it's doing it. I have some zoom-ins of these maps that show what horizontal infrastructure actually looks like underground in real communities. Williston, North Dakota on the right, and the Fort Berthold Reservation on the left. There's scientific data showing that if you live within half a mile of an oil well, there's a statistically significant increased risk of diseases like childhood leukemia. If your hometown looks like this, completely permeated by oil wells underground, clearly that's not good. Second, the surface hinterland. The surface of the Bakken has also been operationalized through the production of an oil boom. Here I have an NDVI analysis, which looks at vegetation changes between 2008 and 2014 to track where new infrastructure is being built on the surface of the area around Williston, North Dakota. The red areas suggest places that experience decreases in vegetation, which generally correlate to new infrastructure being built on top of what was previously agricultural land. You can see a lot of things on this map, and it was notably patterns like this, which are well pads with new access roads leading to them. But you can also see what I'm calling secondary infrastructure, and the fact that an entire urban form and social metabolism needs to be built in these regions in order to enable the extraction of oil. You see the construction of highways, you can see the construction of apartment complexes, you see trailer parks, you see new industrial quarters being built in to actually maintain the oil wells. This landscape is not only operationalized at the site of the well pad, but it is thoroughly transformed even in the towns, even in the apartment complexes, even along the highways. Third, and gesturing towards things that we all experience on a planetary scale, I want to look at the atmosphere as a hinterland. Looking at the scale of North America at night, you can look at nighttime lights data only from the year 2000, visualized in blue here. It looks similar to what you'd expect with major cities lit up, although the back end is still in the dark. When you add data from 2006 in green, you get a similar picture. The same places are lit up, the same major cities, still not the back end. Something changes before the year 2012. You see two splotches of bright red when you add new nighttime lights in the year 2012 as the red layer of this RGB map. First, you see the Bakken up top, and you also see the Eagle Ford Basin below. Both of these new areas of environmental change that light up between 2006 and 2012 are unconventional shale oil plays. On the scale of the entire continent of North America, seen through satellite imagery, you can see the fact that something changed in the way oil is produced and the way landscapes are produced in North America between 2006 and 2012. An impression I don't want to create is that this process, this graph shows a similar process. These rises in oil prices that were taking place between 2006 and 2012 are correlated to physical changes in the landscape. The orange line here shows the production of oil, purple, the oil price, but the white line shows a metric of how light, on average, the Bakken region is at night. You can see on this graph, this region of North Dakota literally lighting up as oil prices rise, rising and falling with fluctuations in the global market. I don't want to create the impression that this process is over. You can see in this animation I made, night-by-night data from December of just 2025 of how oil wells light up and then go dark one night to the next. The Bakken operational landscape hasn't stopped its metabolic churning. It's still going even a decade after the oil boom. This is still a very real part of the world. It's also a part of the world with really very real health effects on the people who live in North Dakota. Here you can see maps from 2008 to 2014 of the quantity of NOx and VOC emissions in North Dakota. Both of these are linked to a number of really serious diseases. People who live in these parts of the world are exposed to more and more toxic emissions the more and more the oil industry is expanding. To conclude, I want to go to something that Marx said, which is, maybe not what you would expect from this thesis, but he said that technology reveals the active relation of man to nature. And I think this is a very telling way of reading this proliferation of drilling technology across North Dakota, is that as you map the ways that technology has operationalized an entire landscape, what you can read is a relationship of humans to nature that is indicative of a system of petrocapitalism. What do the maps reveal? One, they reveal the Bakken as a site of both hidden and flexible petrocapitalist intensification that is incredibly dangerous. They also reveal the Bakken as a site of both internalization and externalization. While the harms of the oil boom are externalized upon largely rural and indigenous communities who live in the Bakken region, it's also a site of internalization, forms of extraction that we traditionally think of as happening abroad in places like the Middle East. Since 2008 have largely been happening inside the United States on what I'm terming the interior frontier, places on the Great Plains that are being operationalized in ways that we traditionally associate with imperialism abroad. What I want to emphasize is that this extractive landscape is a site of remaking and contingency. The Bakken was completely remade in the years between 2008 and 2014. It looks radically different than it did 2 decades ago. I think the reason that this gives me hope is that the Bakken can be remade yet again, isn't in fact being remade every night in the proliferation of gas flares across the landscape. At bottom right, you see a pilot soldier project that's happening on the Berthold Reservation, that's indigenous land. On top, you see a sign from Theodore Roosevelt National Park that's restored its buffalo population. The Bakken landscape is still in the process of being remade, and I think there's a chance of remaking it for the better. Thank you.
Thank you, Noam. Next, Lucas Borja will present the Students Give Us Hope, Pro-Palestine Encampments as Prefigurative Infrastructure. Thank you.
Just want to start by saying it's a really tough act to follow. I really adore Noam's presentation. My thesis was loosely on what we call outside of the U.S. the student intifada, and inside the U.S. we're very afraid of Arabic words, some variation of the 2024 pro-Palestine student encampment university movement. I feel like the Wikipedia page gets a new word every time I check. I wanted to look at this sort of intently spatial event, a protest tactic that's marked by prolonged occupation, through a sort of spatial lens. I think that we were really good at understanding two sort of spatial phenomena of the encampment. The first being the spectacle of its creation, seen with tents arising on campuses, and the second, often implied through that creation, being the spectacle of their destruction. There's a lovely little UChicago UCPD photo mentioned above. And I feel that this displays a particular temporal and spatial read of the encampment, which is that we can read it as something that peaked in a very short amount of time and then slowly tailed off. But sort of thinking spatially, I was interested in the sort of scales of spatial analysis and understanding this enables. I feel as though we were really good at understanding sort of the tent as this spectacular scale, and then the campus as this sort of precondition that intensifies a raid and intensifies opposition to an encampment. But I'm curious about all of these other scales that I feel are useful to understanding any event spatially that I really don't feel as though we had an adequate set of tools to talk about when it comes to the encampments. So in order to sort of translate these scales, I draw on two methods. The first you can call a social archive, and then the second I would call sort of a spatial investigation. In terms of a social archive, I needed to create a sort of legible narrative or timeline of what the encampments looked like. So in comparison to the sort of one peak graph, this is a spreadsheet I created that shows the duration of each encampment in the US, marked by its beginning and end. I think that already here we sort of get at a level of spatiality and choppiness that a lot of other views sort of obfuscate. This was put together, why I call it a social archive, is that this was put together not through a set of literature, but rather through a set of social media posts and news articles, finding information where I can, especially as a lot of that information sort of rapidly gets deleted, particularly social media posts in the sort of post-Mohammed al-Kurd justifiable fear of repression. What I'm able to do with this then is start to move away from the easiest readings of the encampments as a spatial phenomenon, moving away from a national map that depicts them just as points to start to get at something like duration here, which is mapped by buffer. There's a really interesting regional read of this, but for the sake of time, what I'm really interested in is the way that sort of my primary spatial argument is that we should read the encampments as a set of decentralized urban experiments. Particularly a decentralized urban form. In order to do this, I draw on the work of Devarian Baldwin in Shadow of the Ivory Tower, where he establishes that we need to read the university not as an actor within a city, but rather a city in and of itself. That a university in what it's capable of and how it regionalizes urban environments is producing its own sort of micro set of preconditions. So I sort of map his notions of jurisdiction and region onto three very urbanized encampments. So once the university is sort of cohesively understood as a site, then we can cite the camp within that as an urban form. The primary methodology I leaned on in this, and what ended up taking up the most amount of my time, was mapping all 133 encampments, which I got to about 51 in plan view. But again, you know, what I'm interested in here is not reading these as isolated assemblies of tents, but rather moving towards a means that we can understand these cohesively and collectively. The way that we can move from these as a set of isolated experiments to a sort of camp city. You know, in my paper, I go through a much more robust sort of analysis of how we can read this as a form of spatial production, drawing on Lefebvre. But again, for the limitations of time, I'm interested in the way that this coordination can be legible through this social archive. That we can read things like coordination and influence much more clearly when we break down what was actually happening at a micro time scale and when we look spatially. Continuing the sort of spatial work, I was interested in the production of spaces and mobilization of spaces. So I draw on the work of Deb Cohen in the notion of jurisdiction. Here we look at three different encampments from roughly the same time with different durations that produce spaces where activity and program can take place in really different ways. So whether that takes place through one primary assembly space or through sort of smaller pockets, each offer a sort of vision of a democratic space arranged differently. Again, continuing spatially, I was interested in the sort of material culture that was produced of the encampment. We're looking across the US at a set of 133 different assemblies that all draw on the same 11 or 12 materials, often just the same 3 or 4 materials, these being the appropriation of already available urban infrastructure. So in that sense, taking all of these together, I was interested in what can sort of be done with all of these realms of spatial analysis. And sort of the second primary point of my thesis that I'm interested in is this notion of prefigurative infrastructure. That what was being produced was an experimentation and a vision of how we can live collectively and experimentally through the imaginaries proposed by the student intifada. There are multiple forms of this. There's a very basic experimentation that takes place in just how to sustain yourself. A communal kitchen, a bathroom tent, a barricade. These are sort of fundamental forms that you need to remain occupying a space. But what we see across the US is that people were far more willing to extend their imaginaries to entirely other forms, whether these be forms for assembly, forms for insurgency and protest, or much more sort of idyllic and utopian images like prayer space, library space, art space. What I'd like to argue here is that what these offer are, at first, a very legible sort of beginning or building out of an insurgent architecture within the West, or within sort of the heart of the West, epitomized by upper-class universities. In my paper, I have more time, and I look at how each of these draws on a much longer lineage that comes out of Occupy and La Via Campesina and the global justice movement and Black Lives Matter, and then how we can see it already manifesting in prayer camps in Minnesota as they protest ICE, or barricade formations in LA as they protest ICE. But for the purposes here, I'm primarily interested in how we can understand this as an inversion of the most basic temporal reading of the encampment. That when we situate each of these spatial experimentations through this realm of production and as a set of inheritances and mobilizations of past techniques, that really we're not looking at one single peak or even one single timeline, but a sort of ever-fractaling mass of tactics and education and mobilization and hope as a practice that's being imparted not only on activists, but here, most critically onto students, some 20,000 students across the US that each in theory promise a bringing about of something new in the future. I think that this view is really useful when we begin to discuss things like what the legacy of the encampment should be, because we, don't have to read it as ended. We can read it as something alive, not only through spatial production, but through the agents of spatial production, the students who participated in those encampments. In my paper, I offer 2 epilogues, one of a very silly encampment that happens at Cal State Monterey Bay, where they just practice taking up and putting down one tent for an entire day in order to skirt university regulations. But the other is one way that I think we can already view the encampments as not strictly confined to their temporal existence that we most often understand. I pull here a set of images of a sort of unintentional land art created by the raids of encampments, where areas of activity and areas where tents were placed leave their marks on the landscape architecture of their environments. I think that there are a few ways that we can read this. The most interesting to me is that, if we propose that these encampments started as a set of 2-dimensional schemes and that then manifested as a 3-dimensional assemblage, that ultimately they were reduced back to 2-dimensional schemes. Rather than being ended, they're returned to their initial sort of imposition state. I think the more interesting way we can read these is almost as a set of board game maps that left in the aftermath of the encampments was a very literal map of how to recreate what was taken away. I think as we sort of attempt to refurbish and reutilize these tactics in the present, whether that be in Minneapolis or LA, this offers a sort of very basic spatial understanding of what past movements that were intently spatial leave for us. I think there's a read of this sort of moment and movement as solely providing an architecture of hope. But I was interested in the way that spatial analysis can be mobilized not as a tool of autopsy of this, but as a tool to articulate the possibilities that are articulated. So I guess rather than solely viewing this as an architecture of hope, I'm interested in the way that we can view this as an architecture of possibility, as an architecture of plausibility, and as an architecture of duty. I'm reminded of the sort of anarchist quote that's brought up so much, that sort of all we have is already all we need. And my hope is that through the sort of spatial analysis of the encampments that I provide, we can see how feasible experimentation in these sort of new prefigurative worlds is. So I'll leave you with that. Thank you.
And finally, we have Sophia Stefanakis, who will present Tracing Futures to Forest, how the 2016-2017 cocoa price crash reshaped land use and vegetation stress in Cote d'Ivoire and Ghana.
So my thesis examines whether commodity price crashes leave an impact and stress on the land in which they're physically produced. And so using the 2016 cocoa price crash, I compare Ghana and Cote d'Ivoire to find that the answer is yes, but the outcome depends on how governance transmits the shock to farmers. So to understand this, we're gonna start with chocolate. So when we think about chocolate, most of us picture a candy bar, but not the farmers who grow the cocoa. Yet over 60% of the world's cocoa originates from just two countries, Ghana and Cote d'Ivoire. For more than 2 million farmers, chocolate begins as a price that they do not control, and when that price crashes, the consequences extend far beyond the markets. Let's use the case of the 2016 crash, as you see in the middle of this chart, where the global price of cocoa crashed by roughly 1/3 of its price. And what makes this event so useful for this project is that Ghana and the Ivory Coast experienced the same shock at the same time, with the same commodity, climate, timing, all held constant, except for the fact that their governance systems are different in how they control the cocoa sector. So that gives us a natural experiment to ask whether governance shapes what a price crash does to land. To answer that, we first need to understand how each country responded to the crash. So in Ghana, the cocoa sector is regulated by COCOBOD, which sets and guarantees the farmer prices that they receive each season. After the crash, it largely maintained that price by taking on debt, and so the farmer income stayed the same here. But in Cote d'Ivoire, the CCC relies on auctions and private exporters, and when several exporters defaulted, an amount of 360 million was lost, and so there was a cut of 35% to these farmers' incomes, and as a result, Ghanaian farmers were largely buffered from the shock in their incomes, but this was not the case for farmers in the Ivory Coast who experienced it much more directly. So farmers facing income shock generally respond in a few ways. They can reduce investment by decreasing the amount of fertilizer, thinning shade for their trees, deferring replanting of aging trees, or through frontier expansion. Those responses all leave ecological signals that can be detected from space and satellite imagery. So we talked about this price crash, but who actually sets the price that crashed? So cocoa prices are largely determined by global commodity markets where international cocoa prices and grinding firms and manufacturers trade on the futures market to lock in and hedge the price that they buy their cocoa at. And it's a major cost of their business, so they lock in a lower price to maximize their profit. What that means in English is that the benchmark price from cocoa starts in the financial world and it trickles down all the way to farmers. And there's a major asymmetry here where pricing decisions are made in the trading floors in New York and London, thousands of miles away from the cocoa farm, and the farmers who are growing the cocoa have very little influence over the actual price that they receive. So I call the time lag from step one of setting the financialized price all the way to satellite detection, the shock clock, in that there's a delay between when ecological change happens, as it's not immediate. And this thesis tests two pathways in which that shock unfolds. So the first is frontier expansion, where under financial pressure, farmers may clear new land at the cocoa boundary with the forest and increase production and thus increase sales. In West Africa, that often involves burning through slash and burn techniques. And the second pathway is what I call mosaic intensification stress. So rather than expanding outwards, farmers will reduce investment within existing farms and weaken vegetation health of canopies and root and soil moisture of the plants over time. So the central question here is whether the 2016 cocoa crash produced a measurable ecological change through these two pathways, and more specifically, did farmers respond through frontier expansion or within farm stress, and did the timing and the response stay consistent with the governance of these two countries? So to answer those questions, I analyzed the highlighted 6 cocoa-producing regions in each country. I use satellite imagery and Google Earth Engine to treat both pathways, and the first is through the timing of the burned areas, and second is through 3 different indices. EVI, which measures vegetation and canopy health, which can decline when farmers reduce maintenance and delay replanting, and DMI, which measures plant and soil moisture, which can be affected by changes in shade management and overall farm conditions, and then evapotranspiration, which measures water cycling through the landscape that can weaken as vegetation becomes less productive. So each of these indices provide an indirect evidence of how economic stress can be affecting farmer decisions, and we can take together these patterns to understand the shock clock for which the timing is critical. So I analyzed the years before, after, and during the crash, and understanding specifically when ecological stress appears after the shock reveals a window where intervention may be possible for the boards of both Ghana and the Ivory Coast before more severe landscape change occurs. So let's move into the results, first with the frontier expansion. So here we have the gold areas, which are likely to represent the cocoa forest frontier that expansion is most feasible in. Then we have the expectation that frontier expansion will happen mostly right after the immediate crash. So this would be this blue timing, but we actually see most frontier expansion in the burning happening in the red and the orange, which is years later the crash. So surprisingly, the crash did not produce immediate frontier expansion. And in hindsight, this does make sense because expanding into new land requires capital, and a severe income shock may remove the resources needed to do so. And so the absence of immediate frontier expansion does not suggest that there was no ecological impact on the land after the crash, but it suggests perhaps looking into the existing cocoa landscapes. So that moves us into the second part, what happened in the existing cocoa landscapes. So to isolate cocoa specific change, I compare the cocoa landscapes, which are in bright green here in Ghana, to the nearby cocoa, non-cocoa land, which is forest, in dark green. And both experience the same climate and the same timing of the shock, but the differences between cocoa and forest are more likely to reflect conditions in the cocoa system themselves. So this regulates for a lot of the climate variability. These figures show the national trends within Ghana for each of the 3 indices. And the key result here is that cocoa and forest move together along with seasonal variability after the crash, but there's no structural break. So of course, national averages have a lot of, averaging that can hide the local variation. So I examine it regionally within each of the 6 regions in Ghana as well. And each chart represents values above 0, which mean that cocoa is outperforming the forest baseline. So most regions here do outperform the forest baseline and remain stable and positive with no consistent pattern of post-crash deterioration, except Volta in the bottom and Western. But despite experiencing this crash and the cocoa price collapse, Ghana shows little evidence of widespread ecological stress in the post-crash because the cocoa bod's price stabilization protected farmers' incomes, thus reducing their pressure to cut inputs and delay maintenance or defer replanting. So now let's transition to the Ivory Coast. I repeat the same comparison here with the forest versus cocoa. And unlike Ghana, in these national charts, we do see a lot more divergence happening despite the seasonal variability, and the regional analysis brings a lot more color to this pattern. So what immediately stands out here is the repetitive negative spikes that begin appearing after the crash period, and how the cocoa is underperforming the forest baseline in EVI, which is vegetation health, and in NDMI, which is a moisture proxy. Montañas and Bassa Sandra show some of the strongest declines, while Lagunas, this other region here in the middle, exhibits repeated stress signals across multiple indicators, and these patterns emerge after the crash and sync across several regions at a time and randomly through time. So that pattern is very different from what we observed in Ghana, and 5 of these 6 regions show evidence of ecological stress, but the spikes do not all occur within the same growing seasons. And that's important because that's what the shock clock predicts, where the concept of land stress being lagged in time and unfolding gradually. And that really is the central finding of the thesis. So both countries experienced the same price crash, and their landscapes responded differently because Ghana's farmland remained broadly stable in vegetation and moisture health, as cocoa bod buffered the shock through maintaining the promised producer price, while Cote d'Ivoire showed repeated signs of stress after farmers' incomes absorbed it more directly. Thus, price stabilization is an environmental governance, whether it is intended to be or not. So cocoa bod and the CCC often confront land use change after deforestation alerts begin to spike. And if we know when stress appears, which is invisible to these alerts, but visible through satellite imagery, we gain a window for intervention. So Rather than waiting for forest loss to become visible, boards could use the months following a crash to target credit inputs, rehabilitation, and monitoring towards the regions at risk. Here on this slide, we see different recommendations for this specific crash, but the policy can shift from being reactive to anticipatory. Beyond cocoa, this thesis can also be applied with its framework to other commodities as well, connecting the global market shocks to environmental outcomes in coffee, palm oil, cotton, among many more. And why the findings matter today is because these crashes are not a one-time event. Here we see it zoomed out. The global price of cocoa is now declining and falling off a cliff, which makes our 2016 crash look so small in comparison to this. So today's cocoa market is experiencing an even larger shock where 800,000 farmers from Ghana face payment delays. CocoaBod has $3 billion in debt from buffering this previous shock. And Cote d'Ivoire has once again cut the income for the farmers that they promised by 50% this time. And so the takeaway I'd like to leave us all with is that landscapes don't respond directly to prices at the same time, even if it's the same exact crash, because there's very different environmental outcomes that are passed through the governance systems of farmers. So we've seen how the land reacts to a more buffered crash versus a more crash that's passed directly to the farmers. And so the broader implication is that national cocoa stabilization is not only an economic policy, but one of environmental governance as well, to protect the ability of the farmers to maintain their income and reinvest in their land. And ultimately, the question is not whether shocks will occur, but how they will be transmitted, and whether institutions can respond before those shocks become written into the landscape. So that's all I have. Thank you for listening.
Right, thank you. Should we open it up for questions?
Thank you. Thank you all. Fantastic presentations. I have a question for Sophia. It seems to me, I may be incorrect, but it seems to me as though an implicit assumption of your analysis is that all else equal, a negative cocoa price shock will induce a farmer to engage in this sort of slash and burn expansion of the surrounding forest of their plot of land. And it seems to me that the effect ex ante would be ambiguous, even holding sort of effects on capital accumulation constant, given that a change in the commodity price affects the benefit of new production, right? Because if, in fact, it sort of decreases the benefit of new production on the margin because the price is lower. So I'm a little bit curious if you could talk a little bit more about why you think that assumption is justified in this setting. Thank you.
Yeah, so thanks. So in a futures market, the price is set farther in advance, but because cocoa is one of the only commodities among some of those others that I listed that have these regulation boards, the farmers don't actually necessarily get the benefit of an increased price in the global cocoa because, for example, with CocoaBod, they buy all the cocoa before the season starts and set that price for farmers based on how trading has occurred in the previous times. And so the assumption as well that you were saying about the slash and burn agriculture and increasing their cocoa plots, that is something that has been studied in literature when farmers expect to have a reduced income through a price cut by one of their government stabilization agencies. And the logic behind that is to increase the land that they're producing on so that they can produce more cocoa even if they're receiving a lower price for it. And so there are many other reactions to an income shock. This thesis just tested 4 of those through some indices that could be proxies for different farmer decisions. But one of the limitations of this study is that it's not certain that these decisions can exactly be examined onto the land. And so by correlating these patterns of what a farmer decision would look like on the land, there is a little bit of fuzz in between. However, the correlation between these indices and these decisions has been studied in the past, which is why I chose those specific reactions to income shock.
Thank you.
Sorry, was it over here? Yeah.
Thank you so much, everyone. My question's for Lucas. Thanks. So, in all of the encampments, they all expanded over a certain period of time. And I was just curious to hear you talk more about what that sort of like expansions looked like and whether you saw any trends around it. Of course, I know for you, Chicago, there was like a quadrant of the quad and the pathways provided some sort of natural bordering, but also the university's insistence to not block the public path as being like a violation of the policy. So there was like the universities coming up with policies to control the kind of shape that the encampments were making. But I was curious, like, if how were you accounting for the shapes in which they were taking over time?
Yeah, it's a really good question. There's another spreadsheet that I didn't include in the presentation for time, but that took a text mining approach to all of the letters released by all university presidents in the U.S. about the ends of their encampments and identified the sort of particular spatial logic that justified either a raid or a deal. I think that one way that we need to read all of these is as an exploration within pretty profound constraints. Whether it be those direct borders or in some cases a much harsher police presence. I mean, we see a number of encampments that occur in California where you're raided by California SWAT within like 3 hours. We see the same thing in Florida. There are a number of encampments that actually didn't expand and in fact ended up shrinking. I think with more time and with an attention to telling a narrative of each particular encampment, I'm interested in the way that each of them responded to particular influences, whether that be like an area of particular importance on a given campus or an area of tactical necessity or utility. But in that sense, I mean, we begin to really see that we're discussing something akin to urban formation. That's the same way that urbanities form in relation to sort of constraints and particular spatial locations and modes of accessibility and utility.
This is a question for Noam. So in your presentation, you had a map showing sort of the changes in vegetation. I remembered you speaking to the areas in which vegetation decreased, but could you speak about the areas where vegetation increased and how that fits into your framework?
This is a great question and something that I sort of agonized over in this project. In the sense that, yeah, there are a lot of blue spots on the map that were more vegetated after the oil boom, which is like not what you would suggest. I think an important thing to remember about the back end is I think often, and like there are theorists who write about this, that we like have this sense that if something is green, then it is a good and healthy environment. When I say vegetation in the sense of the back end, I mean monocrop agriculture. So for one thing, I think it's easy to get the idea of, oh, maybe the oil boom had some positive effects if there's more vegetation later, but like that just means that there are cornfields that are growing more corn. There are a lot of reasons that could lead to this. I mean, Gerg and I talked a lot about like sensor differences between 2008 and 2014 and like ways that I could have better accounted for those differences in sensing. I think the other thing that we get into is just that 2008 was a drought year. So there are some things beyond our control in the sense that there wasn't a lot of rain in this region of the world in 2008, which means that, yeah, when you hit 2014, which was a more normal rainfall year, things get generally more densely vegetated. I think what the vegetation analysis is good for is not looking on a landscape scale, but rather looking at on like a plot or like a lot scale, in the sense that you can see these like red outlines of well pads. You can see these red outlines of apartment complexes, but yeah, the picture gets a lot more convoluted and a lot of variables other than development start to play in when you see those blue areas. So good question.
I have a follow-up. So I know you talked about like there being like sort of 4 industries implicit or like complicit in this sort of entire like system. Could you like speak a little bit about the agriculture industry, because you mentioned cornfields?
Yeah, the agriculture industry and the oil industry are really intertwined in this part of the world. And this is something you can see when you drive around North Dakota or Montana. That most of these oil wells are not on like vacant plots of dirt. It's farmers who are approached by these landmen who say, hey, can we rent out the mineral rights to your farm? And we'd give you, a certain percent stake in the profits we're going to make from drilling on your land. So there's one little corner of some soy farmer's field that's just an oil pad. And that's why you see these oil wells running underneath farms and neighborhoods, is that they're planted in people's farms and people's backyards. So there's, on a purely landscape level, like obviously a coevolution between monocrop infrastructure and petrocapitalism, just in the sense that these vast open spaces of the soy field or the cornfield or the wheat field are also the spaces that allow for intensified extraction. I think another interesting part on that is that the Jeffersonian grid, which was imposed on the American West for divvying up farmland, is also used for oil infrastructure, where the limits of how far you can drill a horizontal well are determined by the grid lines of that Jeffersonian grid. So you see the actual lines of the oil well stopping at the same point as the border of the field. So yeah, I guess to speak to your question, there was a transition from like these regions like North Dakota being sort of declining agricultural economies in the early 2000s to be doing better on raw economic numbers with oil. But that oil economy was certainly built on the back of certain agricultural infrastructures.
I have a question for Sophia. I was interested in if you looked into the long-term effects of an organization like COCOBOD assuming those debts and keeping the price stable, and what is the actual impact of that?
Yeah, definitely. That's a good question. So in this case of the 2016-17 crash, COCOBOD was able to buffer so that the incomes of farmers in Ghana were unaffected, and in the Ivory Coast they were affected. However, because this is one specific case, that can always flip and rotate, and with this substantial amount of debt that they are facing, it limits their ability to buffer the farmers in Ghana in future crises. And in the one that I mentioned on one of the last slides, in this crash that's occurring today, there's over 800,000 farmers who have not been paid for 6 months to over a year. And so that is affecting their ability to reinvest back into the land. And so it's not necessarily this one government structure is doing really well at all times, but more so a project that tests what happens when farmers are able to reinvest back into the land and their incomes are stabilized versus cut. And so that can switch back and forth, where COCOBOD is the one who's cutting and limiting the resources that their farmers will receive. So that's a great question, and I hope that answers that.
Okay, one more quick question.
I hope it's quick. I actually have two, so they're both for Noam. I'm struck by this notion of the underground hinterland, and wonder to what extent, just because you were immersed in that, studying the area, that fact that it is this hidden space is part of its legitimation. And kind of related to that, maybe not, but I'm also wondering to what extent this underground hinterland is a kind of temporary moment, because like I'm thinking of like Appalachia and how underground mining, like subsistence farming, continued for decades. And then now we're in an era of mountaintop removal. So I'm wondering if this is a kind of moment you're capturing with this underground hinterland that, is there something about the resource that will eventually give way to something like strip mining, that, of coal, that's also part of the plains landscape?
Yeah, it's both great questions. In terms of sort of the question about legitimation, I think what I found just talking to people during my time in Williston was that a lot of people had objections to the oil industry, and almost none of those objections were on environmental grounds. I recall a really sort of like haunting conversation I had with a bartender in Williston who was talking about nights during the boom when there would be a pile of guys who had passed out in bar fights that they would just stack on a pool table. And there are all of these really immense social ills and forms of violence that come with an oil boom, where you take largely single, largely working class, almost entirely men, and you multiply the population of a town like Williston by like, you multiply the population by 3 between 2008 and 2014. What you don't hear people talking about with why the oil industry comes with bad things is things like pollution. And I think that's largely because these impacts are situated underground in the atmosphere. And yes, 10, 20, 30 years down the line, you start noticing these public health effects, but it's not immediately apparent. In terms of whether the underground hinterland is a temporary moment, I think there are ways that it can be, because there are certain fields that have oil running beneath them that you can't see from the surface, that there's oil infrastructure underneath those fields. But I also think that the back end, at least, has been so operationalized that you even can see it on the surface. And I think the second section of maps, the surface hinterland, shows that well, where like, I don't know, when you drive around the back end at night, you do see a sort of sea of fireballs in the sky. And in that sense, it's pretty obvious that something really, really wrong is happening to the environment. So yeah, there are definitely manifestations on the surface. I actually think the direction that oil technology is going right now is perhaps more underground and more hidden. I think about deep water drilling as a really scary example of this, where it's miles out into the ocean where you often can't even see the wells from shore, and they're going deeper and deeper underground. So I think what I've observed is if the back end is a good case study, then the tendency of petrocapitalism right now is to go deeper and deeper rather than towards the surface, because that lets them hide their operations.
Our lunch is a bit late, so actually we have time for another question.
I have a question for Lucas, and I wanted to ask, with the encampments, you're talking about them as like kind of an urban form, but with like the shape of how they were each laid out, did you see any difference between like suburban colleges, rural colleges, urban colleges? So curious about that.
There's a really funny map I made of the encampment at the College of the Atlantic in Maine, where everyone has a really uniquely shaped, fancy camping tent, which sort of looks anomalous to all others. I think it's one of the reads that I find most interesting, that there actually are a number of encampments that are very directly replicating the shape and layout of the space that they're in. I mean, I think UChicago is somewhat anomalous because our quad is divided into bizarre triangles. When you look at encampments at Yale or Harvard, they're very literally just taking the arrangement of the buildings and replicating it in the forms of the tents. So I think that really gets us at the way that these replications of the urban form are mobilized towards other programmatic uses, particularly, an insurgency against that institution.
Do we have more? Evan?
Would you mind repeating that one time in the mic? It was hard to hear.
Yeah, I guess I'm just I'm interested in this idea of the encampment as this kind of this open generative urban form versus this thing which is necessarily defensive, and like how that might kind of either come across in a map, or like how do you try to. Yeah, I feel like when you think about the generative urban form, you're not thinking about something which is trying to like intentionally persist, perhaps in the face of like kind of state violence. And I'd be curious to hear you speak on that.
Well, I think the timeline imagined is really different. In my work, I draw a lot on this book written by Charlie Haley at University of Florida School of Architecture about the history of the camp as a form. And he argues that a number of cities originated from military encampments in Old World Europe. I think that defensive nature is really interesting. I mean, I think there are some camps that had no intention of creating barricades, that viewed themselves as within sort of an open discourse taking place spatially with their universities. And then there are other camps like California State University, Los Angeles is a really good example that forms a tremendous and beautiful barricade that ends up lasting for something like 3 months. I think the degree to which defensiveness versus appropriation were used refers a lot back to this sort of differential timeline that I propose, where you're drawing on different spatial inheritance, and thus the need to defend yourself or engage in discourse is drawing much more on the sort of spatial history of a location and spatial history of possibility in a location, rather than the wants or needs of any unique organizer.
Evan, do you want to ask another question? Or we?
Oops. Oh, there we go. My question is for Sophia, and sorry, I had to duck out, so if I'm inviting you to be redundant, then I apologize. But one thing that I was thinking when I was reading your paper, and in light of like an anecdote that Noam just shared, is both your papers were awesome at demonstrating the capacities for like satellite imagery to tell these stories. If you had been, Sophia, if you had been able to visit these countries and interview, Ghanaian farmers, like what would you have asked them? In what way would you want to kind of ground truth parts of your project, or just at least expand it with the actual kind of human on the ground experience?
Yeah, that's a great question. I was actually thinking about this because looking from just a satellite imagery lens, you lose a lot of the, the actual decision making of the farmers and their thought processes. You're seeing pixels and observing the patterns from those. But if I could visit, I would ask if, the main finding of this paper was that price stabilization and buffering the crash does affect the ability of the farmers to reinvest back into the land. But is this system something that the farmers are in favor of, or a more completely free market where there's no regulation between a government agency and the farmers? And if there's a way that they were to sell directly to exporters or have some more of an influence over their price. The other thing is with change, it's easier to write a paper like this and have those government agencies in mind because it's really hard for farmers who are very spread out to collectivize. But is there something that does exist where they're able to come together and make decisions together on what they do with their plots, or is it completely individual? I don't know. These are some of the thoughts that I have.
Or welcome, if you just got here. So this is the Professor Ray Lodato session. And this is Roots and Displacement. I'm very fortunate to have worked closely with about half of our brilliant thesis writers, including the 3 in this next session, Roots and Displacement. So the 3 theses to be presented in this session focus on varied approaches to addressing neighborhood change via legacy policies, neoliberalism, and gentrification, which have often resulted in displacement, disruption, and splintering of social communities and life. From a case study of the influence of tenant organizers and their processes on the Jackson Park housing ordinance to the evolution of community land trusts as a means of community preservation and cohesion in Chicago, to how gentrification is viewed and studied in academic scholarship. These 3 presentations will showcase the strong and grounded community focus of the researchers through case studies of Chicago with implications for communities and across the country and world. So if you saw in our last session, we had a really interesting session on sort of thinking about how we can look at landscape change and sort of satellite imagery and really interesting counter mapping. This time I think we're looking a little bit more from the ground up at the community focus through interviews, through archival work, and through just a lot of community conversations. So I'm going to turn it over to our first speaker. We're going to do a little bit differently, so we're going to come up here at the end instead of having everyone up here to start. So the first speaker is Eli Dunlap. The need is not debatable, how tenant organizing processes informed the Jackson Park Housing Pilot Ordinance. Eli.
Hello, everyone. Good afternoon. How was lunch? Awesome, awesome. All right.
So today I'm here to tell you about a decade-spanning battle for community autonomy, housing justice, and the right of residents to shape the future of their own neighborhoods. So without further ado, here is The Need is Not Debatable, How Tenant Organizing Processes Inform the Jackson Park Housing Pilot Ordinance. So a little bit of background, as most people will agree, the housing crisis is upon us to some effect, with over 50% of renters being rent burdened, all the while the creation of luxury housing and large nonprofit developments like the Obama Center right here in Jackson Park are continuously raising property values and housing costs that residents can't necessarily afford. Legal scholarship is beginning to take up these issues of housing and tenant rights in a new and exciting way, and of course at the center of any discussion of tenants' rights is tenant organizing. So the questions that I'm interested here in are, as legal scholars are increasingly interfacing with tenant organizing, how do we, number one, evaluate the methods of community organizers effectively, and number two, present these methods as a mechanism for community power, building the potential for change, whilst also operating within the context of our current systems of authority. So to answer these questions, I look to a case study of an organization near and dear to my heart, called today Southside Together, though I haven't the time to describe all of the history behind the organization. It's important to note that the organization that now comprises Southside Together, the organizations that comprise Southside Together now, were some of the key drivers of the creation of a coalition back when the Obama Center was announced in 2016, entitled the Obama Center Community Benefits Coalition. So why did I choose this specific group? First and foremost, this is my organizing home. I've been working with Southside Together since I was a freshman, and it's been really cool to see them grow over the past 4 years. And yeah, I have a very intimate understanding of the internal workings of the organization and the coalition more broadly from my work with them. I'm Chicago born and raised, so I felt it was rather fitting to do something related to Chicago. And I believe that Southside Together and the broader coalition is forming power and knowledge towards self-determination for community members, which is a value that I hold to be fundamental to any meaningful tenant campaigns or organizing. So some more context on the campaign. The CBA campaign, as it's known, launched in 2016 as a response to the announcement of the Obama Center being built in Jackson Park. So the coalition's policy team started working on a proposed ordinance to present to City Hall in 2020 that was then presented formally to City Council in 2023. So after a large-scale fight and some very intensive power building, the Jackson Park Housing Pilot, as it's known today, was passed into city law in 2025. So how do we get to a CBA? So here I have listed a bunch of the different steps that we as an organization took along the way to get to this process. So as we can see, the ones in bold in here are the ones that I took a look at for the purposes of my thesis, but as we can see, there's a robust methodology and process of this battle for a community benefits agreement. And yeah, we have all of these steps, and the broader question is, how do we incorporate this into legal scholarship and analysis? So I argue that legal scholarship has failed to attend to the specificity of organizing processes of history, movement, and change, as we see in examining the way that the Jackson Park pilot interacts with the work of Southside Together. So effectively engaging with housing justice movements from the legal scholar perspective requires an in-depth understanding of the role organizers play in movements. So to do this, we must look beyond the success stories of organizers and incorporate the process of community organizing as a location for meaning making. What does this look like? To me, this looks like proper understanding that allows for a better assessment of whether or not the written law properly attends to the specificity and objectives of organizers in moments when they collide, and putting more urgency into the archival processes of organizing as a potential grounds for beginning meaningful analysis and integrations of the lawmaking and community organizing practices. So we're not going to spend a lot of time with my literature review for time's sake, but to go into my framework, my thesis is very much rooted in a legal realist tradition of analysis that focuses on the dynamic potential of the law. So I'm also interested in this sort of movement lawyering. Excuse me. I'm also very interested in movement lawyering as a legal praxis, which is sort of based in this abolitional legal account that decenters law and repainted as sort of a tool for supporting movements and activists. And then, of course, organizing theory, which is very rooted in the Black radical tradition and the civil rights movement. So I'm going to be exploring some of the activist techniques that were built up around that time and how groups build power from a theoretical lens. So in terms of my methods, I'm examining these organizing processes, methods from a legal scholar perspective. So I did a mix of policy analysis, so looking to the CBA ordinance that was proposed versus the Jackson Park housing pilot that officially got passed in 2025, alongside these more community-scaled methods that involved actually talking to people, which is really important in this process. So I'm taking these on as sort of a synthesis of an interaction between community organizers and law and evaluating how well the law attends to these needs expressed by community members. Okay, so I go into a better synthesis of all my findings in my actual thesis, of course, but from here we can see the formation of a community narrative. I've taken some excerpts from a couple of the public meetings that I looked at for my method section. Sorry, for my methods. I did some analysis of some of these like public meetings that were held back when the proposal was announced and back when the proposal was passed in 2025. Anyway, sorry. Yes. So the community members express a strong sense of place and connection to their homes on the South Side and assert their agency over place through this, as well as showing a campaign legitimacy through an electoral consensus. And there's this sharing of lived experience and explorative practices that express the urgency of displacement and gentrification here in Chicago and speak to the urgency behind counteracting these, as Rob Nixon, an environmentalist, would put it, slow violences. So yeah, we get this collective narrative that, to quote Ms. Tatum, a long-term Southside Together member, as she articulates, we get from this narrative the sense that the need is not debatable. So in terms of my findings, I see a strong connection between effectively contextualized lawmaking and organizer demands. The best law that we see in this policy that was passed is that which attends to the specificity of organizers' demands and processes. And we also see this sort of contentious process of concession, which ultimately will lead to a lack of specificity in terms of attending to community needs. So sort of the inverse of the problem, or the inverse of what we're seeing with the more specified lawmaking. Yeah, just to run through a couple of next steps with this, I think that this could have been a dissertation if I had had the time. There's so much that I didn't get to cover with the time scale that I had, but I think that moving forward, finding a way to maintain relationships between lawmakers, lawyers, and community members is going to be central to this sort of realm of legal scholarship that's emerging, and allow us to attend to the specificity of these communities that we work with better understanding of their immediate needs that we need to address most urgently. And yeah, in a world very focused on economic development right now, and even in our urban studies discipline, like this continuous expansion of growth, these questions of community autonomy are something we will need to embrace beyond the abstract. So to quote Ms. Tatum for a third time, the need is not debatable. And thank you to everybody who is listening to this presentation for a third or fourth time. Thank you for all your intervention and work with me. Thank you.
Great, thank you, Eli. So next up we have Kelly Lynch, who's presenting, oh, it's right here, Setting Firm Roots Towards a New Generation of Community Land Trusts in Chicago.
Hi, everyone. Can you all hear me? Okay. Earlier this year, on a February afternoon in Chicago's far south side, the daughter of Hazel M. Johnson, who you likely know as the mother of environmental justice, declared to a room of fellow community members that the time had come to fight to save their neighborhood. As industrial facilities, landfills, and chemical plants polluted Riverdale and the city neglected to take action for many years, contaminated lots pervaded the neighborhood and contributed to a decline in population and resources. With developments forthcoming, current residents share a growing sense of fear that investment in Riverdale could displace them, ushering in new home buyers and increasing property taxes while they struggle to afford their current residencies. Still among them, a desire to become a force within ourselves outweighs this fear. To shape the future of development in their neighborhood, the residents of Riverdale are joining together to form a community land trust. And now the question of the hour, what exactly is a community land trust, or as I refer to it, a CLT? It was originally conceived during the civil rights movement as a means to build power and prevent displacement among Black farmers. And a CLT is essentially a nonprofit organization that acquires land and holds it in a trust on behalf of a geographically defined community with a certain set of social interests. CLTs effectively remove land from the speculative market and allow it to remain affordable in perpetuity. This usually means about 99 years or so, through legal devices such as ground leases and the ever controversial restrictive deed covenants. And while CLTs control the land itself, hopefully what this model shows is that residents can own housing or other developments on the land, making it a pathway to affordable homeownership. And to be honest, the literature on CLTs is very small, but key researchers Thaden and Lowe propose that a shift occurred in CLT behavior and engagement around the 90s. I argue that this perceived shift was actually an organizational adaptation, or a deliberate decision made by the organizations to reduce the distance between themselves and their economic and institutional environments. Early CLTs, known as the first generation, established from the 1960s to the 1980s, reflected the politics of their temporal context by partaking in grassroots action and prioritizing community control over land. Conversely, CLTs continued to emerge throughout the United States, and those founded in the 90s and 2000s behaved differently from their earlier iterations, a change that researchers attribute to the neoliberal transformation of American institutions and eventually society itself. Inherently at odds with the principles of CLT land reform, neoliberalism valued individual property ownership and a state that reduced its welfare programming in favor of free market competition. As new CLTs attempted to incorporate into this context, an adaptation had to occur in order for them to survive. Even if the scholarship accepts that these generations are accurate representations of CLT character and behavior, this framework obviously warrants revisiting due to the substantial amount of time that has passed since the dates ascribed to the second generation. Events such as the 2008 financial crisis, Occupy Wall Street, Black Lives Matter, and the COVID-19 pandemic have resulted in significant social and institutional change, likely impacting the organizational environments which produce or hinder CLT activity. Despite the presence of CLTs in other urban regions, they didn't form here until 2003, just as Chicago's housing market was especially impacted by neoliberal transformation, and there's much literature on this. These early CLT attempts ultimately stalled for a few reasons, mainly due to the 2008 financial crisis. Yet, this organizational model has only grown in popularity, featuring in aldermanic campaign speeches or community quality of life plans. Through this research, I wanted to understand why the CLT began to recently proliferate in Chicago and city rhetoric when it had struggled in the past to significantly impact housing here. To do so, the following questions guided my study. First, I wanted to explore its contemporary organizational and institutional landscape and how it influences CLT behavior and engagement with its community. And second, based off of the characteristics I found here, I wanted to see if a third generation has emerged among CLTs, or, as the literature suggests, do these organizations merely demonstrate a continuation of second-gen behaviors? And because there is little quantitative data available on the impact of CLTs in Chicago, and many of the city's current CLTs are actually still in development, I primarily relied on qualitative interview data to create a narrative on the formation and evolution of CLTs in Chicago. With the help of the auxiliary organizations listed on the bottom, the 9 dots shown in this map here represent the 9 organizations that make up Chicago's current CLT initiatives. I conducted interviews with representatives from these organizations, as well as technical assistance providers and institutional actors, to piece together a cohesive account of the CLT's establishment and proliferation in Chicago. And unseen among the literature or even primary sources in Chicago is a coherent narrative of the CLT's formation here. Through interviews, I found that the first community land trust of Chicago was established in 2003, and this early development was closely aligned with the city's neoliberal housing policy and highlighted the potential for investors and governance to support affordable housing programs that acted within the confines of the period's market agenda. To this end, the history of the first CLT of Chicago reflected the tendencies that Thaden and Lowe described. However, and this is where I make my greatest intervention, the 2008 financial crisis disrupted the neoliberal project and early CLT initiatives, ushering in a new wave of CLTs that set the standard for the contemporary form. In the wake of the crisis, institutions had a duty to intervene in the destitution wrought by market failure. This sense of responsibility, combined with ongoing activism for Chicago's Black community, led to the first $1 million investment into CLT infrastructure in the city. And simultaneously, city urban governance through the formation of the Cook County Land Bank and the Office of, City and County Urban Governance and the Office of Racial Justice and Equity emphasized the region's commitment to social and racial justice in marginalized neighborhoods. And then the most significant moment occurred in 2001 when the city invested $15 million into building wealth in historically marginalized communities. And much of this funding went into CLTs. The increase in institutional attention towards socio-racial justice and alternative housing models correlated with increase in capital support across Chicago's CLT network, creating space for activist CLTs to thrive. And beyond the emergence of new funding sources, CLT chances of success improved with the formation and maintenance of partnerships with institutional actors and adjacent community-based organizations that also provided technical assistance. And at their core, as I mentioned previously, CLTs are a model for building power, securing property ownership, and combating displacement. How this displacement functions is key to understanding CLT behavior and engagement in their specific neighborhoods. In Latino neighborhoods, we tended to see displacement from gentrification, whereas in the city's Black neighborhoods, you might see displacement that comes from a process of depopulation due to disinvestment. It's much harder to mobilize people in the latter situation, as this case creates a sense of precarity and vulnerability without a need for urgent action. But one great stride that Southside CLTs are taking, especially the Riverdale CLT, is to garner support by integrating their CLT into their legacies of environmental and economic justice. They might not talk about gentrification in specific terms, but they've got a lot of other projects going on, and the CLT can help. They've noticed that CLTs are not just for affordable housing, they also may be for community gardens, parks, or whatever else people can imagine. And overall, changes in the CLT's organizational environment permit contemporary organizations to engage in grassroots, community-led activism, even if these strategies or behaviors contradict with a market-driven approach to housing. Chicago's CLTs now exist in a unique temporal context compared to the first and second generation, and I argue that this marks the emergence of a third generation characterized by a supportive environment and strong institutional partnerships. And as I wrap up, I'd like to showcase the official artwork that accompanies the city's community wealth building program. I know it's kind of fuzzy. This drawing depicts a CLT as a scene with neighbors gardening and playing in a courtyard in an apartment building with the message, "Free the land," embedded into the building's side. Though these words were not employed by Chicago CLT representatives in their interviews or their communications, it does represent one of the institutional perceptions of CLTs. And as these organizations continue to evolve in response to community needs, it may also signal the direction in which these organizations head toward the liberation of land and the community. Thank you.
Thank you, Kelly. So next up we have Micah, who is going to be presenting Diverging Definitions of Gentrification in Academia Reviewed, a critique of academic understandings of gentrification.
Hello. Can everybody hear me? Sick. So, diverging definitions of gentrification. So generally, my project followed an expanded literature review that focused on trying to get at why the most popular literature in gentrification is the most popular literature. So I basically screened down all of it to get each article into like what their author specifically is putting forward as a view, as a model of gentrification. So in the end, we ended with 4 authors that appeared more than all of the others. So these are authors who are routinely coming up as the most influential authors on gentrification, and each has their own perspective. And more broadly, it was about what kind of contributions they make to the field. So one of the things that was important to nail down in my thesis was what exactly is divergent. So one of the things is like the actual definition. Most authors are not using a textbook definition. They're coming up with their own, or they're using other academics. One of the problems is that that doesn't actually really inform their methods particularly. So the way they're operationalizing data, whether they're using interviews, whether they're using, census tracts, changes the way that they describe the process and radically changes the kinds of conclusions that they come to. So part of that is also where they place blame, whether the blame goes on to individual home buyers, whether it goes on to market forces as a broad, vague term. And so this creates vastly different ideas of what gentrification really is. So the 2 major explanations that are operationalized by authors across the field are the rent gap / Marxist analysis and cultural explanations. So the rent gap is basically the idea that cities follow a logical structure of land value. So as we can see here, this graph is taken from a 1979 article, which takes it from an even earlier article. But generally, the idea is that suburbs created this change in value, where all of this high-value residential land got depopulated by white flight, and that gentrification is just the logical way to redistribute that back into the value that it is. So it's just saying monetarily, this land is more valuable than what it actually is right now, and this economic rationality will drive this value valley back up to be in line with all these other ideas of how valuable city land is. The other argument is more about what culture people are trying to embody. So the theory here is that boomers who experience this countercultural revolution end up rejecting suburbs and want to live among artists, bohemians in cities. So here we see, these artworks in Pilsen that if you talk to people who are gentrifiers, or even just are generally not very aware of urban processes, they'll talk about neighborhoods like Pilsen and be like, oh my God, the murals, there's so much art there, there's so much vibrancy. And so what they're really saying is that there's this kind of cultural desirability that these neighborhoods have that they would like to consume. And so in many ways, the cultural explanation is still operating within this economic rationality, but it's turning cultural expectations into a form of capital in a way that the rent gap doesn't really address. And I would like to add that there are other models, but most of those models are just kind of subsidies of these. So there's a lot of authors who try to take these in new directions to focus on new things like Airbnb. How does that affect this? Eco-gentrification, all these different things. But at a base level, they're almost always basing it off of one of these 2 ideas. So basically, my findings go into a few different things. So one of them is that depending on the author, a lot of authors don't really address that the reason that this process is happening is not some neutral fact. It's not that cities just naturally have this tendency to gentrify. It is that specific racist policies created the conditions for which gentrification can happen. We have redlining, blockbusting, highway construction, public housing, et cetera, are all ways that this value valley was created. Another one is this kind of like micro versus macro cause. We can look at economics as this macro cause, big developers coming in and building these massive buildings that displace lots of people. But we can also look at the micro cause. This is more of the cultural gentrification, people wanting to experience a different kind of culture. And so the impacts of all of these are very different. So in the literature, one of the largest impacts that everyone loves to describe is displacement. And there's a reason for that. It's the most salient example. It's easy to say, you know, people are being displaced, people are being pushed out. One of the problems is that displacement is quite hard to actually measure quantitatively. It's really hard to tell where exactly people are moving from and where they're going to, what reasons they have for moving. So there's kind of this push in a lot of modern literature to look at other impacts. And I think these impacts are much easier to quantify and say, this is clearly a bad thing for this neighborhood, and doesn't have as many of the like positive, like, oh, you know, there's more money in this neighborhood, so there's a higher tax base. The cultural and political displacement are very clear indicators of change. You know, people are describing specific neighborhoods that are strongholds for specific groups that suddenly have no political power. And once they lose that political representation, as we saw in Eli's case, they lose a lot of the organizing power because they no longer have any path to politics. Similarly, we have cultural groups that just are unable to do the things that they normally do. So there's an example on the north side on the Bloomingdale Trail, the 606, where people are just hanging out on the 606, but because of gentrification, suddenly that they are Hispanic teenagers becomes a problem. And rather than just being an accepted fact, it becomes, we need to regulate this. And then we need to talk about benefits. So there's a lot of literature that examines uncritically that gentrification has no benefits. But this is not really entirely true. The thing about the benefits of gentrification are that they aren't experienced equally. Gentrification can bring with it more city investment, more public transit, more parks. The problem is that the people who have lived in those neighborhoods the longest don't get to experience that new investment. And so finally, the thing about nuance is that a lot of authors don't really engage with gentrification particularly critically. They just use it as a name of a thing that they want to describe, but they don't really go into the fact that it's much more complicated. So one of the things that people will do is just measure it by more wealthy people in this neighborhood. But that's not really what we're referring to as academics. We're referring to specifically people being displaced and all of these other parts of it. So then I kind of get to one of my main contributions is like, can we change gentrification studies for the better? And so I look at these two authors by Chris Allen and then another by Mayra Puente and Veronica N. Velez. And both of them are critiquing gentrification in academia. So Allen is basically just critiquing the relationship that universities have to gentrification, where most of the gentrifiers are people who have college degrees, people who are professors, people who are researchers, because they have this access to capital. And even when they don't have this access to capital, they are still palatable to those with capital. It's a much easier transition. So he's kind of problematizing the expectation that academics will have an objective truth. Then you have Puente and Velez, who argue for what they consider critical race ground truthing. So they examine how can we incorporate these emotive aspects of space into our understandings? How can we map neighborhoods in such a way that we can understand what is actually being experienced rather than just what census blocks are telling us? Because census blocks discount many things. And so then when we get to concluding thoughts, is the bottom line is that gentrification is more nuanced than a lot of people describe it. But within that, for academics, an important aspect is you should either specify or generalize. If you're trying to explain gentrification, you're not going to be able to explain the whole process in one paper, which many purport to do. So specify which part of the process you are trying to explain. On the other hand, it's okay to just generalize and say wealthy people are moving into and changing a low-income neighborhood without the input of people who've already lived there. So the most important part, as also the other two presentations have shown, is just talk to people in these neighborhoods, like actually engage with them. So part of this was I was talking to a community organizer for Green Space to Grow, Space to Grow. And a lot of their job is interfacing with people who have fears of gentrification and trying to stem those fears, not by saying this won't happen, but by trying to say, what we're trying to do to stop this, and trying to benefit like people in the community already versus people who are coming in. And finally, there are not that many like super clear ideas on how to stop gentrification wholesale, but the most successful thing at keeping people in their neighborhood is public housing that actually stays public housing and affordable, so that people don't get pushed out by private market forces. Yeah, I think that's about it.
Okay, I'm going to let Mary Beth take the first one. Yeah. Sorry.
So I have a question. It's kind of maybe for Micah and for Eli. And, you know, this whole notion of community change is complicated. That's something that's come across in both. But and one of the things that has complicates it is the fact that many people in communities that are being gentrified want the changes that are taking place, and that it seems to me that one of the biggest problems with a lot of academic literature is assuming that community residents are opposed to the changes, and they're sort of playing catch up in trying to be more nuanced. That comes out of just my experience living in San Francisco, where regularly there were people in the community in the Mission District that were like being vilified for the fact that they wanted to sell their house, they wanted to move to the suburbs. You know, that it was kind of really, it was upsetting the activists. That there were people sort of in favor of some of the community changes. So I'm just wondering, like, what's that mix there of change, and who gets to speak for the changes and and adjudicate whether they're positive or negative? And is that ever possible, really, like in some kind of final balance sheet? Sorry, that was really long.
So from my research, one of the things that influences this is a kind of, there are policies that have been shown to work to mitigate these problems at a city level, but often are not desirable at like the individual level. And so in gentrification, that's usually like building more housing. Like, building more housing has been shown to decrease rents, but nobody wants more housing in their neighborhood. And so one of the things that I have found that I think kind of answers your question is kind of that the push is always to have more wealthy investment in low-income areas and say, let's build this luxury housing here. It'll increase the investment in the area. And people push back on that a lot. But something that doesn't even become a political conversation that you can have is like, what if we put this, public housing project in this wealthy neighborhood? So the inverse is just nobody even discusses it, because like in Chicago, your alderman would immediately shut that down. And it has been shown that it happens. And so I think part of it is that these changes are desirable, but they never happen because we don't even have the language to talk about it, I guess. I don't know if that answers your question fully.
I would like to also offer an answer to your second question about what would it look like to stand at the intersection of these ideas that seem in tension. And I would say that the Community Land Trust, as I've witnessed it, particularly my experiences with the Riverdale CLT, shows one potential way of navigating gentrification while also ensuring that the community benefits from these increased investments. Riverdale in particular is concerned about the Red Line extension project, should it ever actually occur, and other potential developments in the far south side. And most of them would love to see capital increases in their neighborhoods. In fact, the executive director of the Riverdale CLT is not a housing activist. She is a landlord. She owns properties in the area. But what she wants to see is members of her community have a say in what these developments are, who benefits from them. And I do think that in order to benefit from a CLT, obviously you have to have some sort of desire to stay in your neighborhood. You shouldn't necessarily want to leave it, and they are serving people for that sentiment. But it kind of exists that it can be adopted by very radical activists. It can also be adopted by super market-driven people, and that's interesting to see that tension play out.
Yeah, I guess I will try to add to both of these points in saying that, I don't know, my work with Southside Together is very rooted in the concept of like community autonomy and getting the development that people want to see. And like the Southside Together has never been like anti-Obama or anything like that, or like anti-development in any sense of the word, but it's, again, part of that like economic schema that maybe is like a very Western conception of like what economic development is, and like that it needs to be constantly moving forward. And I wonder like how much of that nuance and complexity are we contending with when we consider these things? It was a very vague answer, but I think that there's like you said, more to it. And like, yeah, there's like the concept of the right to stay, and how, yeah, just the question that everybody else already talked about, like how does that apply in an economic context is a little weird and muddled. That wasn't really an answer, sorry.
Other question?
Hi, yeah, so I recently did a project on like the Chicago Plan for Transformation, and for context, for anyone who doesn't know what it is, essentially Chicago took its famous like public housing projects and demolished all of them with the promise that like they would resettle these people, and obviously like that has a bunch of its own literature. But one of the things that I saw was this sort of magazine article that said from like a public housing advocate that like if this were done to any other race or group of people, that like it wouldn't be possible. Everyone would know what was going on here, right? So I guess I'm interested in like in terms of like your projects dealing with like gentrification and stuff like this. What information you have about like that sort of like permissive structure, like, and sort of like how did people for like organizing, how did people like work against that sort of conception of the permission structure? How does the academic literature talk about it or go for or against those sorts of things? Does that make sense?
Yeah, I can speak a little bit to the literature that I was looking at for my thesis, which talks a lot about like nonprofit developments in particular, and like the archival silencings, as it were, that they do. And I think that like the biggest tactic that the literature describes is this sort of like promoted like legitimacy or authenticity that the nonprofit takes up in like being a community developer. And I think that like the work of Southside Together is a really good example of like a counter narrative, like forming around community collective knowledges and storytelling. And I think that is like one of the most powerful ways to like sort of combat the archival silencing that happens in those situations. Does that answer your question?
I can provide a potential answer. I would actually like to push back on the notion that the plan for transformation had a lot of these permissive structures and only could have happened to the Black community. Because while I was speaking with, I did spend a lot of time thinking about the plan for transformation and how it might have shaped neoliberalism's influence on early CLT initiatives. And one thing I found among people who were involved with like the first community land trust of Chicago is that their project, which seemed, is taking from these very social justice oriented origins and background from the civil rights movement, and they knew that, their project was an extension. It was funded because of support for the plan for transformation. Obviously, the PFT really affected tenants more than anything, and this was an opportunity for affordable housing. But even under like the go global neoliberal regime, they saw this as a way of diversifying housing. So I do think that a lot of people went into the plan for transformation with very good intentions. Obviously, those intentions were not found in the implications of the matter, but across Black and Latino communities, or even the white people that lived in these public housing units, I do think that there were such serious issues occurring there that under the city's governance, they only saw big changes as the solution. And one of those changes could be demolishing all of the public housing units. Another could be building more affordable housing through CLTs. But yes, I do. It has had a tremendous impact on the city.
Yeah, short answer. Like the Marxist in me wants to say like it's all about economics. It's about who owns the buildings, what community benefits actually mean if you don't own anything in the neighborhood. The other part of me is like a lot of this cultural narrative around gentrification is like this consumptive aspect means that certain neighborhoods, regardless of the culture, if it's a culture that can be commodified by the people with money, that it will be. So it's like, Pilsen can be a Hispanic neighborhood that is like consumed because the culture there is consumptive, I guess. Like people can find a way to have that. Where in other neighborhoods it can't be, I guess. Yeah.
Okay, well, thank you. I just wanted to commend all of our presenters on their excellent research and how much it's evolved and advanced since the first day of class back in September, October, whenever that was. Even some topics have changed along the way, and they've done just tremendous work. So thank you all for that. Heary, heary. All right, folks, we'll move towards starting thesis session number 5. So whenever you're ready, you can come take your seats. There will be a coffee break after this. So if you're antsy for refreshments, they will be coming soon. If you're presenting, please come and take your illustrious seats up front. Viviana, you're first. Yes. All right, everyone. Welcome to session number 5. My name is Haley, and it's been an immense privilege to serve as the preceptor for this program. Seeing all these projects, yeah. Thank you. Seeing all these projects come into fruition has been an immense privilege and honor. And today we're going to be taking you to the panel, The City Remade. We have 3 presentations here that are going to help us think through what a city is as a form and how we can track changes across time and whether they are resurrections, returns, something new, or something we don't even imagine yet. So it's a great privilege to introduce Viviana Hilario as our first presenter.
Hi, everyone. I'm Viviana Hilario, and I'm going to be presenting on my thesis, Industrialization, Technofuturism, and a Life in Between, or The Cycles of Capitalism and Cultural Death, as read through the semiotics of graffiti at Steelworkers Park. A lot going on there. Hopefully it makes sense by the end of this 10 minutes. But to kind of lay the groundwork for what I'm trying to do with my thesis, I want to start with an overview of the park's history. So I start my paper in the 19th century, kind of like going over contestations over land between the Potawatomi people and English settlers, which ultimately ended in the cessation of most of their land in 1830. And then I kind of posit this as the original expulsion that kind of sets the site up for a continual expulsion of people through new modes of capital. So 50 years later, we got U.S. Steel opening at the site in 1882. And we see our first kind of instance of what I'm calling re-indigenization, where the site is kind of repopulated and is known to be occupied by new kind of people, majority Black and Mexican people. So we see, especially during the Great Migration from 1960 to 1970, South Shore's Black population rises from 10 to 60%. And so now we're kind of seeing this new populated area until in 1992, U.S. Steel closes. And for a few decades, the site is kind of contested as this empty space that needs to be made useful. So in 2014, it's opened up as a public space called Steelworkers Park, but it's still kind of pending further developments. We see some housing plans pop up, such as the one in 2018 with Emerald Living, which ultimately pulled out due to environmental issues because there's a lot of residue left behind from the factory. And in 2024, we finally get the plan proposal that actually sticks, which is Pritzker's announcement of the Sci Quantum Computing Campus. And so I kind of start from here to think about the community that currently exists there and try to contest a lot of the ongoing narratives about the space as kind of empty, abandoned, and devoid of life. And in order to do that, I wanted to look to the graffiti that's at this site. It's a really abundant and vibrant space for this kind of art. And I wanted to read it as a counterpublic as defined by Michael Warner. So I kind of go through to figure out kind of the ins and outs of this counterpublic, this community. What are their kind of hierarchies? How do you stake your claim in this space? And so we see a bit of a visual economy emerge a lot of the time with graffiti, and especially here, where on the interior of the ore walls where things are less visible, there's a lot of people just kind of writing over each other. Whereas on the outside, we see more kind of distinct, larger instances of graffiti, because on the outside you can actually be seen, you can actually make a name for yourself. But even then, some of these hierarchies on the outside of the walls are not completely respected. We see people writing over artists such as FIFA, who's pretty prevalent over there, which kind of shows that like no matter who you are in graffiti, you can still kind of be contested in this hierarchy. We see more evidence of this visual hierarchy in areas of the ore walls at the park that are kind of overgrown with shrubbery. So this photo in the middle on the bottom, I've seen that there for years when I first started going in about 2023. And to this day, there's not really any new art over there because there's no point if you can't be seen. We also see instances of life kind of deliberately evidenced by this neat little triangle of spray cans. I kind of also wanted to figure out how people talk to each other through graffiti in this space. So we see instances of conversation occurring through art where people kind of merge their pieces together and create something that's greater than the sum of its parts. But we also see people talking to each other explicitly through written word. A lot of this happens like lower on the ground rather than on the walls themselves. In a similar vein, we see some political graffiti referring to the Quantum campus or referring to Gaza. That happens largely on the lower portions of the ore walls or on the ground as well, which kind of, for me, I interpreted this as there is room in this community for this kind of conversation. However, it's not necessarily its primary goal. So I was trying to kind of situate this as not necessarily like overtly political in its intent, but like no matter who you are, whether you're a vandal or an artist or a political graffiti artist or whatever, you're still kind of contributing to this presence and this community that is contesting the common narratives around the space as abandoned. And so after that, I move into some discursive analysis about the site from varying levels of locality. So if we look at articles written about Steelworkers Park and the surrounding area, from Pritzker's point of view, we see a lot of words like groundbreaking and innovative. We see talk about it being this kind of economic boost, but there's no conversation around steelworkers itself. There's no conversation about the community that currently lives there and who will actually be benefiting from this economic boost or who will be driven out, priced out, and who's actually going to be getting these jobs that the site promises. Whereas on a more local level, we see kind of like very explicit representations of anti-quantum graffiti featured. We see it talked about more as this community space, as a place to go smell prairie glass. We also see some Southside Weekly articles kind of revering it as a space for the arts to kind of come together. A few art festivals have been held there. So there's a big difference in kind of the role the park plays from one level to another. And then later on in my paper, I go on to do a bit of an aesthetic analysis, once again drawing from Michael Warner and his ideas of markedness and unmarkedness in the public sphere, where an unmarked individual is white, cishet, and they are taken to be the kind of like default human. Their opinion is regarded as objective, whereas marked people who are people of color, who are queer, etc., are seen as too subjective, or if they are able to get their voice into the public sphere at all. And so taking that, I kind of wanted to look at the aesthetics of Psyquantum as unmarked, as very like clean lines, white, blank slate. You can see the ore walls kind of at the edge of the photo right here on the right are completely clean. There's no evidence of the graffiti that's there in these renderings of the site, which I kind of used to posit Psyquantum as this kind of unmarked figure that is stating like what space should be used for, that space should be cleanly and orderly, and this kind of goes against the heterogeneous community we see now, which is a bit more messy, a bit more vibrant, and a bit more prone to kind of marked behavior. And so kind of to close out my presentation, I wanted to draw some focus to something that I found to be an interesting parallel and kind of invite future investigations to look into about the kind of role of like technofuturism through Psyquantum as this kind of neocolonial force. Not only is it kind of reinstating who gets to live in this space, but it also has explicit ties to Israel through their connection to Technion University of Israel. And so I'm intrigued in this kind of weird connection between the two, but also at the same time graffiti occurs on the apartheid walls in Gaza, and this was taken there where they write to exist is to resist, which I find to be kind of the thesis of everything I'm saying, where I think the graffiti at Steelworkers, despite, ongoing construction, is a testament to existence and thus resistance. And people are still like showing up to kind of say how they feel about this space, how they feel about what's happening. And I encourage future studies to kind of look into graffiti as evidence of existence and how maybe we can harness its discursive resources towards tangible resistance. So thank you so much.
Please put your hands together for our next presenter, JJ Davidoff.
Everyone, I'm JJ. I'm presenting my thesis from Ruin to Redemption, Michigan Central Station, the Heidelberg Project, and Narrative Control over Detroit's Rise from the Ashes. So I'm going to stay on the slide for a little bit. The graffiti-covered hallway pictured on my title slide is known today as the Graffiti Room. It's one of the few spaces inside Michigan Central Station intentionally preserved from the building's abandoned years. That decision struck me immediately when I first visited the station in October of 2025. To understand why, it helps to know a bit about the building's history. Opened in 1913, Michigan Central Station stood as a monument to Detroit's industrial ascent, welcoming workers, travelers, and immigrants into one of the fastest-growing cities in the United States. After decades of disinvestment, deindustrialization, and declining rail travel, the station closed in 1988 and spent the next 30 years as perhaps the most recognizable symbol of Detroit's decline. As my tour guide on my first visit always said, Jeff Kozlowski was his name, as Michigan Central Station goes, so goes Detroit. When Ford Motor Company purchased the station in 2018 and invested more than $950 million in its restoration, the building became a centerpiece of Detroit's contemporary redevelopment story, a highly visible symbol that the city was, in some sense at least, back. Both the official tour that I took of the station and Ford's 2024 commemorative book, The Station, The Fall and Rise of Michigan Central, present the building through a largely redemptive narrative arc. Prosperity, then decline, and now rebirth. Yet what struck me was how little attention was given to the station's abandoned decades, except as a period of vandalism and quote-unquote blight. If that era was merely an unfortunate interruption between two more important chapters, why preserve the graffiti room at all? Why make it one of the final stops on the tour? Jerry Herron's conception of the accumulation of history gave me a language for thinking about this contradiction. Writing about Detroit in the early 1990s, Herron argues that the city is not merely experiencing economic decline, it is grappling with the visible collapse of the industrial modernity that once defined it. Factories, abandoned houses, vacant lots, and ruined landmarks become material reminders that the promises of industrial capitalism were not fulfilled and in many cases have unraveled altogether. For Herron, this humiliation is felt particularly acutely among the white middle class that largely left Detroit for the suburbs in the second half of the 20th century, but nevertheless remains emotionally attached to the city as a symbol of personal and collective achievement. Detroit continues to function as a source of identity and nostalgia, yet its contemporary landscape continually confronts viewers with evidence of deindustrialization, racial segregation, disinvestment, and abandonment. The city's ruins therefore become uncomfortable reminders of the histories that many would prefer either not to confront or to remember differently. Herron observes that one common response to this comfort is full-on erasure, demolishing visible reminders of decline. Another increasingly common response is incorporation. Rather than eliminating ruins altogether, they're selectively curated and folded into new narratives of redevelopment, cultural production, and capital growth. This past is not erased, but reorganized and flattened into a form that can support contemporary investment and future-oriented optimism. The Heidelberg Project, crucially discussed by Herron in the context of the humiliation of history, represents both sides of the erasure and incorporation coin in its own right. Founded in 1986 by Tyree Guyton, the project transformed abandoned houses and discarded objects into public art, forcing Detroit's histories of disinvestment and abandonment into plain view.
In the 1990s, the project's increasing visibility made it vulnerable to erasure, culminating in city council-led demolitions in 1991 and 1999. Today, however, the project is increasingly incorporated into museums, exhibition, and art institutions all around the world. So while Michigan Central Station shows how humiliation can be curated through redevelopment, Heidelberg shows how that same humiliation can be first attacked and later absorbed into cultural value. As I thought about these two sites more and more in conversation with one another, I realized that they were telling different versions of the same story. Michigan Central Station and the Heidelberg Project, two of Detroit's most prominent landmarks today, had followed remarkably different trajectories, yet both seemed to illuminate the same underlying question. How does a city reckon with the visible remains of its own past? This led me to what became the central question of my project. How does Detroit's most recent post-industrial phase, from the 1990s to now, reflect, complicate, or diverge from Jerry Heron's conception of the accumulation of history? In what ways do Michigan Central Station and the Heidelberg Project embody different iterations of that humiliation across time? And how might these two sites, when placed in conversation with each other, reveal a broader argument about the shifting forms of aesthetic and discursive narrative control in Detroit's past, present, and future? I argue that the past 30 years of Detroit's history can be understood as a movement from erasure to aestheticization to incorporation. In each phase, a central struggle over who has the authority to interpret Detroit's past and transform it into a story about what comes next. I started in the 1990s, a period right after its closure, when Michigan Central Station existed in a strange state of abandonment and institutional neglect. Through interviews with artists and longtime Detroiters, I found that the station was remarkably distant from formal oversight. People snuck inside to make art, take photographs, hold informal raves, and simply explore. For many, entering the station was almost a rite of passage. Rather than functioning as a carefully managed symbol of Detroit, it operated as an open-ended space where individuals could create their own meanings and relationships to the building. The station's state of neglect was itself an iteration of the accumulation of history. As a visual reminder of Detroit's industrial collapse, the building occupied an uncomfortable place in the city's imagination. Too historically significant and financially infeasible to destroy, yet too painful to fully confront. Its neglect reflected a broader tendency to disavow the histories of deindustrialization that it had come to symbolize. Ironically, the very neglect that made the station a symbol of decline also created the conditions for a unique form of artistic stewardship that would become much harder to sustain once redevelopment and institutional attention arrived. Unlike Michigan Central Station, which was largely neglected in the 90s, the Heidelberg Project became the center of a highly visible political struggle. Looking through newspaper coverage and letters to the editor in the Detroit Free Press surrounding the 1991 and 1999 demolitions, I found what was essentially a three-way conflict over who had the right to define what this project was to the city of Detroit. City officials often framed Heidelberg as quote-unquote blight, or a form of disorder. Many suburban visitors embraced it as a powerful artistic statement, but often through a distant encounter with urban decline. Meanwhile, Detroit residents themselves were deeply divided. Some viewed the project as junk or a nuisance, while others saw it as one of the few things drawing attention and resources back to a neighborhood that had been abandoned for decades. What I and others have argued is that city officials selectively amplified negative local sentiment in order to justify the outcomes that best served them, removing an art project that made visible the very histories the city was trying to manage and erase. By the late 2000s, Detroit's abandoned buildings had become the subject of intense international fascination. Photographers such as Yves Marchand and Romain Meffre, in their book The Ruins of Detroit, and Andrew Moore in his Detroit Disassembled, circulated striking images of sites like Michigan Central Station to audiences around the world. It was during this period that the term ruin porn emerged to describe representations of abandonment that aestheticized decay while often stripping it of its social and historical context. In these images, Detroit became the symbol of post-industrial collapse itself. Drawing on scholars such as Dora Appel and Kate Wells, I argue that ruin photography represents another iteration of the accumulation of history dynamic. If Michigan Central in the 1990s was characterized by neglect and Heidelberg by attempted erasure, ruin photography transformed Detroit's decline into a globally consumable image. The city's abandoned spaces became detached from the lived realities of Detroiters and recirculated for profit as aesthetic objects, allowing viewers to encounter the spectacle of collapse from a safe distance. At the same time, the debate over ruin porn revealed its own limitations, often relying often relying on a simplistic insider versus outsider distinction that obscure the wide variety of ways people actually engage with these spaces. My intervention here was to shift the conversation away from asking whether an image is or is not quote unquote ruin porn and toward examining people's relationships with ruins themselves. Through interviews with artist Scott Hocking and former Wayne State MFA student Deborah Hendren, I found forms of engagement with the Michigan Central Station grounded not in spectatorship, but in stewardship. Hendren's photographs of her children in front of Michigan Central Station transformed the building from an object of detached observation to a backdrop for family, memory, and everyday life. Rather than documenting abandonment from distance, the images express pride, attachment, and what Christopher Gullen calls solophilia, a love of and responsibility toward place. Similarly, Hocking's sculpture, The Egg, built from fragments of the station's marble interior, emerged through years of physical labor, collaboration with construction workers, and deep personal investment in the building's future. Together, these examples suggest that Detroit's ruins are not merely images to be consumed or to be debated, but lived spaces through which people create meaning and forms of belonging. In the present day, both Michigan Central Station and the Heidelberg Project have moved into what sociologist Sharon Zukin calls the city's symbolic economy, where culture, history, and place become materialized forms of economic and symbolic value. Michigan Central has been restored and incorporated into a corporate narrative of decline and recovery. The graffiti room exemplifies this perfectly. Graffiti is preserved, but only in a tightly managed form. Visitors are encouraged to encounter abandonment, but with a carefully structured narrative that moves from prosperity to decline to redemption. Even the graffiti itself has been selectively conserved with an eye for trendiness and digestibility, with particular attention paid to works associated with prominent artists. The traces of abandonment remain visible, yet they are transformed into evidence of Detroit's resilience and recovery. Heidelberg, meanwhile, has gained the institutional recognition it was long denied. It's brought millions of dollars into Detroit and Wayne County, and most recently become the subject of an exhibit curated by Laura Bickford, who I conducted an in-depth interview with, called Heidelbergology, Is It Art Now?, at the John Michael Kohler Arts Center in Sheboygan, Wisconsin, which I went to go visit with my friend Tarun this past February. In both cases, Detroit's past is no longer simply being erased, it's being curated. The question then is no longer whether Detroit's past will be remembered, but who gets to shape that memory and the narrative frameworks through which it's presented. Special thanks to my aunt Becky, who hosted me on like 6 different research trips when I went to Detroit. My advisor, Daria, my 5 interviewees, Topher, Hongjin, Haley, my Sugu-affiliated brainstorming partners, my colloquium cohort, especially Mira and Adam, friends and family, and thank you all for coming.
Our final presenter for this panel is Elena Fernandez.
Hi. So this is my painting right here. It's upside down. My thesis is titled Socializing the Risk, Why San Antonio's Newest Arena Project Looks Exactly Like Its Oldest Financial Failure. And sorry, I realized. So these are my paintings right here, inspired by my thesis. My thesis is titled Socializing the Risk, Why San Antonio's Newest Arena Project Looks Exactly Like Its Oldest Financial Failure. And I'm gonna ask y'all, have y'all ever worked a 13-hour day, dressed as uppity as I am right now? I did, working behind the dais in San Antonio City Council chambers, typing away on my computer, taking notes on every single of the 100 people who spoke at public comment. It was an organized packing of public comment because of one issue in particular, Project Marble. It's a sports and entertainment district that was recently approved by City Hall. And the reason for its controversy is because it's mostly public funding that's being used to construct this complex. Its pinnacle feature is the new Spurs Arena. Hopefully it's big enough to fit Wemby in it. But along with other things, it includes the expansion of the convention center, hotels, and upgradings to local buildings and, whatnot. And this, I guess, controversy is quite surprising given the apparent perceived laxness and apparent consensus around Hemisphere 68. A similar entertainment district in the same 92-acre plot of land, it was actually a world exposition rather than a world fair. Exposition is like one tier under fair. It didn't quite meet, the standards of a fair, but again, it was mostly public funded. And in plenty of reflection pieces today, local newspaper outlets like to posit the fair as a time where all of San Antonio came together and, really worked to put San Antonio on the map. We finally had, a spotlight on us, and we were going to shine and, make this beautiful city, finally seen. That isn't how it worked out. And, here are all the articles that I've just kind of compiled onto this slide, all positing that, Hemisphere's aesthetic and its graphic design and, its exhibits are, beautiful, and look at all these archival pictures of people enjoying themselves at the fair. But this opinion came out one day before the November 4th election on voting on the new Spurs Arena. Opinion: San Antonio residents should examine Hemisphere's history before voting on propositions A and B for the new Spurs Arena. And so my question kind of comes out to this. To what extent does the contemporary Project Marvel proposal rely on a sanitized historical narrative of Hemisphere 68 to justify a reoccurring model of socialized financial risk and systemic resource diversion? Furthermore, what does this reliance suggest about the developmental utility and long-term socioeconomic viability of San Antonio's current urban strategy? So I'm going to go to this next slide. This is a screenshot of a very popular documentary at the time by CBS. It's called Hunger in America, and it focused on a few cities that were of particular highlight to them. And its first example is San Antonio. It came out 1 month after the fair opened its gates, and it highlights Hemisphere, the rides, the revolving tower seen in my painting below. And it contrasts it to the west side, where in this image in particular, Robert B. Greene Hospital is located in, and the famous line from the documentary is, "This baby is dying of starvation. He was an American, and now he is dead." They show infant mortality, child prostitution in the documentary, and overall malnutrition in San Antonio, and poverty, and contrasting it with the fair. And, CBS wasn't the first to cover starvation. This is a newspaper clipping to the left from an alternative local newspaper ad magazine called Inferno. I'm going to read the caption. "Bright future? Probably not for this little boy. San Antonio is 15th largest city in the country and ranks more than 200th in wages. Hemisphere is a cruel joke in light of these statistics, similarly, especially since 16 persons starved to death in San Antonio in 1965. This clipping, or this newspaper was published a year or two before the fair opened its gates, so, and before this documentary was published. And so, there was more destruction caused by the fair. It was actually a single family residential zone before hosting the exposition. As you can see, there's this before and after photo and you can see the feet of the Tower of Americas, the same tower in the painting, seen in the corner. And in this political cartoon that appeared in the alternative magazine Inferno, you can see the feet of the Tower of Americas being watered by a watering can full of blood, and in the background of this is another man sawing off the head of a baby and putting the blood of the baby in a watering can. The caption for this photo is, "Despite strike, tower progresses for Hemisphere 68." So it was quite controversial for its time, not necessarily. It wasn't this big fun gathering where everyone held hands. And on the first day of the fair opened its gates, people actually protested outside with signs saying "Hemispheres for the rich only." Many of the local residents couldn't even afford to attend the fair. And so it lost a lot of money. It failed to break even. It didn't meet its projected estimated attendees, so it was a Hemis fail. And this is Walter McAllister, the mayor of San Antonio at the time, who kind of led the fair and is in the star of my painting below me. And so a lot of people today like to compare Hemisphere 68 to Project Marvel. This is a screenshot of public comment that I attended, and the woman says, "The story of Hemisphere seems to be the first thing we're told when we're talking about the sports and entertainment district." And unrelated to the public comment, but to the left is screenshots of Facebook comments on a post of a woman being evicted from her home to be demolished by Hemisphere. And people are saying, "Me too," and, "This is just like Project Marvel," and, blaming the rich. And, the San Antonio Spurs have a plethora of, persuasion tactics, I guess, that this is their pack, the Win Together pack, and these are an assemblage of ads that were created by them, 6-7 jokes by a guy they pay to dress up as Spurs Jesus, a rap they commissioned from some guy, I forgot his name. "Spurs #1, yeah, Kings of the Hill. This good for the city, so them haters need to chill. And residential property taxes will not increase, so vote yes to propositions A and B for the arena." Yeah, and and these are just, I guess this is my last slide, and the screenshots to the left are, I guess, the political PACs that were in this race to vote on the arena on November 4th, this past November. The Win Together PAC had $7 million, and most of it was from the Spurs, paying to advertise the election. And Defending Public Money for Public Good was a PAC created by local organizations against this, heavily against this. And, it ended up passing by a slim majority of people mostly voting from, the wider north side of town. So, yeah. Thank you.
All right. One larger round of applause for Viviana, JJ, and Elena for these great presentations. Questions, concerns, commentaries? Yes.
Thank you. This question is for Eliana. I'm curious if in Project Marvel, people are voicing concerns also based on maybe other large projects that have happened in the past in San Antonio, besides the Hemisphere, if you've seen that in your research.
Yeah, for sure. There's a Missions baseball stadium also being built in the downtown area, but it's not like Major League. It's the one below that. So, and it's like they're demolishing an affordable housing complex to do that one. So, yes, the people are upset, and it's by the same kinds of organizations.
Hello, this is for Viviana. So given you're kind of talking about like pushback to the like quantum computing project, And I guess I'm wondering if you kind of see a similarity between kind of the like recent phenomenon of like kind of protests, which appear to kind of be a seemingly almost unifying kind of political movement against the creation of like AI data centers. I guess I'm wondering if you like what dissimilarities you kind of maybe noticed throughout your research, and maybe what these differences might reveal, and especially towards like future projects of like, I don't know, returning computing power to the US, especially as like what that means for like, I don't know, neocolonial projects, both for like the United States and perhaps other states like Israel.
Yeah, I think like something I didn't get a lot of time to kind of like touch on, but was like one of my earlier questions was like one of the main differences I think between like seeing graffiti as a form of resistance and seeing kind of like mobilized protests is of course like these people aren't gathering all together in one space. And so I think there's like benefits and like downsides to that. I think like on the one hand, it allows for like a bit more kind of thought to go into it, contestation, like conversation kind of like unfolding over time as things are happening. It's also kind of like embedded into the space, so it's like spatially prolonged as opposed to like an instantaneous protest. But at the same time, we are maybe like missing out a bit on that kind of like, as I mentioned toward the end of my presentation, like that kind of like tangible push, or like really kind of getting the like leaders behind these projects to kind of like reckon with like the dissent. And so I think like on that end, maybe like in-person protests like can like hold a bit more sway. It probably gets like, as I mentioned, like a lot more media attention as opposed to the complete lack of media attention around graffiti at this site. Which is why I kind of, like ended off on this question about like how we can kind of like harness like the discourse that is inherent in graffiti to kind of maybe like mobilizing more in person and like actually kind of like moving up from the site itself to like the people who are planning these things. But I think like one benefit is the people that I've noticed who are interested in this and like who are kind of on this anti-quantum campaign are like generally also aligned like with just like being anti like neocolonial forces. Like Southside Together is a really great community that is kind of like pushing back on these like colonial forces like on all fronts. And so I think there is like a general alignment that like could be teased out to maybe do something more tangible. And yeah.
Hey, thanks for these. My question is also for Viviana, although it relates very much to JJ's. So JJ, you might want to jump in at some point too. So Viviana, the question is, which would be worse for all this graffiti to be totally buffed and erased, as it is in some of those psi-quantum renderings that you showed, or for some of it to be kind of selectively preserved and put on display as part of the project, kind of appropriating creativity and history and whatnot in the way that it is being done at Michigan Central?
That's a good question that I hadn't thought of, but I think my immediate reaction is the latter, just because of how kind of like sinister it feels, like using these people who are for the most part actively against you and being like, oh, look how like lovely and vibrant it is. I think the former of like completely buffing it kind of would inspire maybe a bit more action and protest, be like, what is going on here? And like, because it's been a pretty popular graffiti site for a while and something we've talked about, it's like, it's almost alarming how how infrequently like it is like buffed, like a lot of spaces, like you're never gonna see like really graffiti on like a CTA train or whatever, but like here it just remains. Like I've gone back for years and a lot of the same stuff is still there. So I think to kind of go from like that to completely nothing would probably inspire a lot more outrage. And I think it's probably the better option as opposed to just making it cute and aesthetic and I don't know, trying to make quantum computing like look cool.
Yeah, I think it's interesting because I think it's an interesting question. I would actually like probably at least in the like in sort of like the context of Michigan Central, and also just like thinking about Detroit as a city, maybe like as compared to Chicago, I'd say the opposite. I think it was really interesting. I interviewed like my tour guide that sort of like took me around the station on my first visit to it, and he told me that by far the sort of like most controversial room on the tour is the graffiti room, and it's mostly because this station now, like the people who actually like come and visit it and like go on tours there are 90% old white people who live in the suburbs. And they come and they see the graffiti and they're like, what the hell is this? Like, why did you keep this up? Like, why is this still here? And there's like a good amount of sort of like outrage that comes from that. And so I think like, to some extent, I think in the context of the station, at least, well, I do agree with Viviana that like, and that's kind of like the argument of my whole thesis is that like, it's like, you know, these art is sort of being appropriated for future capital opportunity, but like, there also is an extent to which like even having it there and the sort of like Ford's decision to keep it up, to me like seems like it's like it confronts people a little bit more than the alternative.
We have time for one more question.
My question is for Elena. I'm curious with, you know, a lot of these like sports and entertainment districts that receive heavy public subsidy, there often are kind of demands, or maybe this is just how municipalities justify subsidizing them, or are demands for community benefits agreements. And I was curious whether the kind of the legacy of the hemisphere, if that has provided also a source of resistance that has been able to be channeled into kind of has been able to be channeled into a sort of community benefits agreement for what's happening with Project Marvel, or if it's kind of actually been counterproductive to see this history that maybe it feels like it's always been a losing battle, and if it's actually like been able to not work against to work against those kinds of efforts.
That's a really good question. I would say, yeah, for sure, that I guess the failure of Hemisphere 68 really inspired a lot of, because the people who are against Project Marvel and are mostly old folks. They're mostly elders in the community, probably because they have the time, but also they're the ones who kind of remember Hemisphere for what it was and not what the media tries to tell them it is. And so they remember the failure. They remember that after the fair closed its gates on its final day, it was fenced up and no one could go in, enter. The waterways dried up and kind of left to rot for a little while. And so for the Spurs, there is a community benefits agreement. And what you see now, since it passed, a lot of these older folks from these community organizing groups are really pushing for a substantial community benefits agreement, and they're kind of taking what they can get now since it passed. But yes, I'd say yeah.
Let's give one more grand round of applause for our panelists, everyone. We have a 15-minute break, so you can refresh yourself before our next panel, but also come take a look at Elena's art. We didn't get a chance to sit on it, but it's miraculous stuff. Come peruse and refresh yourself, and we'll be back in 15 minutes.
Congratulations. So proud of you. So good.
Okay, let's get started. Is this one on? This one's on too. Okay, so this is the penultimate session of the day. And I'm going to take this opportunity to say that at CIGU, we love our students. And I'm sorry, there's more of them aren't here to hear that. But as it turns out, other people on campus love our students too. And to that extent, we have a panel here that really manifests that fact to the extent that both NOAA and UFE have been the recipients of thesis prizes from other programs. And so I just want to acknowledge that as an introduction to the panel. NOAA is the recipient of the Raymond G. Čapek Award from the Slavic Studies program to a graduating senior for excellence and engagement in Czech studies at the University of Chicago in honor of Mr. Čapek's extraordinary commitment to education, Czech culture, and his Czech heritage. And maybe you can tell us, not whatever I'm done, who he was. So yes, congratulations, NOAA. And then also, if that wasn't enough, we have Yufei Chen here, who is the recipient of a prize from the Posen Center for Human Rights. And she's the recipient of this year's Posen Center Prize for the best BA thesis on race and human rights. So really, aren't you all glad you stayed for this? So yes, we love our students, other people do too, and recognize their excellence. So without further ado, I will just say by way of introduction to this panel of two, that we, in many respects, all day have been talking about the production of space, how the different ways that happens, different scales on which, at which that happens. And today, this panel right now is looking at the university as an agent in that production process. And so both NOAA and UFE's thesis really take a different look at the university and its actions in the community, both local and global. And in how it exercises and has had efficacy in all manner of ways, expected and unexpected. So we will start with Yufei Chen, who will be talking about her thesis entitled Bodies for Science, Minds for Reform, the Entanglement of Higher Education with the Carceral State at Stateville. Yufei.
Thank you for that introduction, Mary Beth. The standards have been set very high, and please don't be disappointed. Good afternoon. My name is Yufei Chen, and this is my thesis, Bodies for Science, Minds for Reform, the Entanglement of Higher Education with the Carceral State at Stateville. To set the stage, Stateville Correctional Center is located in Joliet, Illinois, about 40 miles southwest of Chicago, from the University of Chicago, actually. It operated for about 100 years before closing its doors in March 2025 due to concerns of a building that is not safe for living anymore. It was built as a panopticon, a concept we're not unfamiliar with. That picture on the left is not a design rendering, but rather a true photography of the insides of Stateville's infamous F House. The idea was that the mere possibility of being watched would compel people incarcerated to reform themselves. When I first came to this project, I was interested in the architectural promises of Stateville, but the archives, as they always do, led me somewhere else. Between the 1930s and 80s of the last century, Regional universities, including the University of Chicago, Northwestern University, the University of Illinois, was running medical experiments on incarcerated people at Stateville. At the same time, those three same universities were sponsoring educational programs inside the prison. And my thesis asked the question of what does that mean that both of these things were happening at the same time in the same institution under the same university's authorities. I approach universities not as unified institutions with a single coherent mission, but as historically layered organizations. Different departments, different personnel, and different funding streams operate according to different logics at the same time within universities. And at Stateville, this meant that medical research, educational programming, and administrative involvement were all happening simultaneously. Thank you for closing the windows. But they were all not coordinated between each other, and they did not serve the same purposes. And keeping those distinctions in view is what makes the contradiction that I'm about to describe analytically visible and not just morally obvious. In October 1944, officers from the US Army and Navy approached Warden Joseph Reagan, who was the warden of Stateville and Joliet, with a proposal. Japan had seized the world's supplies for quinine, which is a component that you need to make vaccines for malaria. And the Allied troops in the Pacific were being disabled by malaria at enormous rates as a result. They needed human subjects to test their new drugs, and the University of Chicago provided what they called scientific leadership. The prison, which is Stateville, provided access to people inside as human subjects for experimentation. Over 400 people at Stateville submitted their names under the premise that they were completely volunteering to become subjects of these experimentations, and those accepted were deliberately infected with Vivax malaria through mosquito bites. The Joliet Stateville Time, which is a newspaper written by incarcerated people, described people reaching temperatures of 106 to 107 degrees, having severe chills, nausea, and vomiting. Military correspondents confirmed that researchers told participants the disease could relapse for an unpredictable number of years. This was framed as a voluntary patriotic service, but participation was connected to clemency consideration and parole eligibility. For people serving indeterminate sentences of up to 199 years, that was one of the only material pathways out of prison. 76 people were paroled directly after the war in recognition of their participation, and the malaria project ran for 29 years. It was one of at least 7 distinct research programs that were operating at Stateville during the same period, involving multiple universities and also federal agencies. The racial structure of this research is inseparable from its institutional structure. A 1947 article in a Journal of Infectious Disease reported that the study used white male volunteers. Black men who came forward were turned away. Researchers attributed to this what they call innate racial immunity, but what they were almost certainly observing or making a hypothesis about was the protective effect of a sickle cell trait, a genetic variant that makes red blood cells inhospitable to the malaria parasite. This misattribution to race rather than genetics was not an incidental error. The consequences were very layered. Black incarcerated people were excluded from the experiments and therefore from the clemency consideration and compensation that the participation offered. At the same time, the drugs developed through white subjects' bodies were not immediately validated for use in Black patients. Here's a quote from a 1946 report in Science Newsletter in its original words. Overall, this shows that the research was designed for and produced knowledge about white bodies. At the very same time, the same universities were sponsoring educational programs inside Stateville. And the Stateville Correspondence School opened its doors in 1933 and eventually offered over 100 courses in the humanities, languages, mathematics, and literature. And by the 1960s, it served around 1,300 students. College-level education arrived through televised broadcasts, and Northern Illinois University sent visiting professors beginning in the year of 1964. These programs were real, and for many people, they were very meaningful. People earned degrees, learned languages, but they were also chronically underfunded. So incarcerated people wrote their own textbooks, staffed the classrooms, and administered the assessments for placement into different levels of classes. Course materials cost money, and so only students with commissary could enroll. And the most economically marginalized people at Stateville were the most likely to be excluded from the educational programs that claimed to serve them. And here is the central finding of the thesis. Stateville never offered science education for people incarcerated over there. From the correspondence school's founding in 1933 through the early years of the 1980s, laboratory-based science courses were deemed impossible inside this maximum security facility. They were considered a security risk. The justification did not change for 5 decades of time. During the same 5 decades, Stateville contained a malaria laboratory, a mosquito breeding facility, hepatitis isolation wards, and a full infrastructure for drug testing and experimental infection. Incarcerated people placed their bare arms to mosquito cages, and they were isolated for a 90-day hepatitis trial. Some worked inside the research laboratory itself, tending to the larvae, maintaining equipment, even preparing materials for visiting professors and researchers. But although they were deemed fit subjects for science experimentation, they were deemed capable of staffing scientific laboratories, they were not permitted to study inside a scientific classroom. This distinction was exceptionally institutional, and research only served the university's needs and the military's needs. The education served the stated mission of the prison, but what the institution extracted from incarcerated people and what it was willing to give in return was governed by very different logics. So a very central methodological commitment of my thesis is treating publications written by incarcerated people as the primary analytic source, not supplemental ones. I read newspapers including the Joliet Stateville Times, the Roundhouse News, and Stateville Raps, and these survived not because institutional preservation systems prioritize these sources, but because individual archivists recognize their value. So I want to give a lot of thanks to the individual archivists I worked with during this project. And even despite that, these sources' survival is contingent and incomplete. Stateville closed its doors in 2025 in March. When the transfers began, active educational programs were disrupted without notice, without appeal, and without any guarantee of continuity of classes. Students were dispersed around the state, across the state, and a no-contact rule between professors and students meant that those relationships were simply cut. The Pell Grant restoration in 2023 promised to reverse decades of disinvestment in prison education, but by 2025, federal layoffs at the Department of Education has eliminated staff dedicated to incarcerated borrowers. The Fresh Start program was also ended, so $40 million in Second Chance Act grants were terminated. This thesis contributes to 2 things in existing scholarship. Firstly, it shows that medical research and educational programming were not separate stories in our history. They were happening at the same institution, and reading them together reveals what neither story can show alone. And secondly, this thesis centers incarcerated produced sources as a primary lens, and the archives of the mid-20th century Stateville is not simply incomplete, it is also asymmetric in ways that reflect institutional power. The people with their voices inside were never passive. They wrote, edited, criticized, and organized. And this is what the archive can show us when we try to find where we can look. And references. Oh, thank you.
Thank you, Yufei. Our next speaker is Noah Lee, who, is this a different title? Yes, it is. The Czechoslovakian creation myth as seen by the University of Chicago. Thank you.
Yeah. Sorry, I changed the title.
I know. I was like, what?
The old one is like Approach U Chicago, Chicago, the university, and the making of Czechoslovakia. And that in Czech means why U Chicago. So I thought of this as my second why U Chicago essay. I think you're going to learn a lot of things that you didn't really ever want to know the answers for in this presentation. On the left here is a statue of Tomáš Masaryk that you guys have probably passed by before, and maybe you've gone like, why is that there? So hopefully I'll be able to answer that. There's also a portrait of the same guy on the second floor of the REG. by the elevators. So that'll maybe ground that. Okay. So a bit of background. Who are these Czechs and why are they in Chicago? The picture on the left is the Austro-Hungarian Empire around the turn of the century, so like 1900. As you can see, there are a lot of different cultures and ethnicities sort of overlapping, and they have exclaves and enclaves, and it was a very complicated situation. They spoke languages from totally different families. The Czechs were under Habsburg rule for, at this point, around 400 years, and they were not very happy about it. There were these nationalist movements, there was economic decline, there was religious persecution, and so beginning in the 1850s, really, Czechs came to Chicago. There was sort of a founder effect going on, so in the beginning, maybe someone got word that there was some economic opportunity or that they'd be free to practice, their religion in Chicago or something, but by the turn of the 20th century, Chicago was the largest Czech city in the world outside of Central Europe, so outside of like Prague, etc. And they were generally in the areas of Pilsen, and they moved out west and south to a place like Lawndale, and then outside of Chicago borders to Cicero and Berwyn. So that's a map I made on the right. And here's another map I made. It sort of showcases the centers of Czech life in Chicago around this time. So think late 19th century to early 20th century. The blue are these historical sites, and the red are sites that sort of come to relevance later, as I'll explain. But as you can see, a lot of churches, things called suckles, which were these gymnastic, fraternal, and sororal organizations that were also political spaces too, assembly spaces, big meeting halls. As you can see, there are also some institutions here in Hyde Park that have a lot to do with the Czechs of Chicago, especially in the Czech independence movement. So a bit more about Czech life. It was very vibrant in the city. Bohemian Day at the World's Fair was the celebration where 100,000 Czech people came and sort of stormed the place. Anton Dvorak, the composer, came, had a big symphony. They totally upstaged the Austrians, who had their Austrian Day the next week with a fraction of the people. So this was the Czechs of Chicago really motivating this, since they weren't even allowed to have their own pavilion since they were under Austria. These are some of the newspapers, a selection of Czech newspapers, which were super well read, and they represented all different facets of Czech life. There was like a Catholic kind of newspaper, there's a socialist newspaper, there's a so-called free thinker newspaper. The free thinkers were this sort of rationalist ex-Catholic group that was really prominent in America, especially Chicago, since they couldn't really practice their belief or really lack of belief in Austrian lands. Apart from Czech life, Czech death was very lively, I guess. There's the largest Czech cemetery outside the Czech Republic here in Chicago, the Bohemian National Cemetery. Check it out, it's beautiful. And speaking of death, Czechs were typically working in heavy industry, especially the stockyards in places like back of the yards. And you can go there today, there's a museum, and you can still smell the animal carcasses when you take a tour there. It's pretty gruesome stuff. 1 second. There we go. So Czech life really changed in 1914 with the outbreak of World War I. Even though it happened, an ocean away, the Czechs in Chicago were super motivated. Okay, sure. Were super motivated for Czech independence from Austria. And part of that was organizing volunteers to head over. Churches collected money and donations. And also Chicago was the center of the propaganda efforts for Czech independence. It's hard to conduct propaganda efforts in Prague when, there's a war going on and the Austrians are breathing down your neck. So this is a quote from Bořek Lízec. I won't read it all, but it's basically just saying that Czechs in Chicago were important. And this fact sort of has gone under the wayside. Here's just some selected pictures of Czechs from Chicago in World War I. And who's that in the portrait? None other but Tomáš Masaryk, the same guy on the horseback on the Midway. So he became very influential. He was the president eventually, but he actually got his start at the University of Chicago. Well, in a way, he started out in the Czech lands. But he came over to University of Chicago in 1902 at the request of William Rainey Harper, who was looking to expand the university's programming, to make the university more prestigious, more international. And he paid him the equivalent of over $50,000 in today's money. So Masaryk came on over here and talked about Czech history. And he developed these connections with prominent university men and American politicians, which would serve him very well 10, 12 years down the line. He came back in 1907, brought his daughter Alice, who was a student here. 1912, another important Czech person comes. But the main point here is 1914, when World War I begins. This sort of catalyzes some action at the university. Alice, Tomáš's daughter, was imprisoned in Vienna by the Austrians during the war because of her connection to her father. And it was the University of Chicago, women at the University of Chicago Settlement House, who sent a letter campaign to the Austrians. 1,000 women sent letters and eventually got Alice released from Austrian prison. In 1917, the relationship between the university and the Czechs was super formalized. Harry Pratt Judson, the next president, was super sympathetic to the Czech cause. I think a large part of that was Masaryk and a lot of other Czech leaders in the city and the world saying, look, we love America. We love the University of Chicago's ideals, the ideas of free thought, free inquiry, rationalism, anti-monarchy, anti-clericalism. This is something we can totally get behind. And a lot of that was the propaganda network of the Czechs of Chicago, sort of making that connection more apparent and more viable. And so that Czech Day had all these big festivities at the university. Mandel Hall was packed. There was music, there was art, and there was a lot of investment at the university in the Slavic studies, especially with this Czech stuff. And then to cap this all off, World War I ends 1918, and Masaryk comes back from his campaign in Europe and Asia and is celebrated in Chicago to about 150,000 Czech people from mostly America, mostly Chicago, when he gets off the train, and they're just cheering, and he delivers this really sort of tremendous speech at Mandel Hall calling for independence and how great America is and how the University of Chicago helped him. And this is a sort of full circle moment for him, starting in 1902. This is I'll read this quote. In the Czech newspapers of Chicago, they were really big fans of the university. They called it Chicago University erroneously, but they mean New Chicago. And it says, one of the palace buildings of Chicago University. Many of our compatriots who have acquired or are acquiring university education in America have been and are students of the famous University of Chicago professor Masaryk. Lectured at this university in 1903. That's a mistake, 1902. That's what they meant. In 1908, also a mistake, they mean 1907. And was honored there during his triumphant visit to Chicago in 1918. Okay, here's some pictures of the settlement house. Mary McDowell, who was a good friend of Jane Addams, and Alice Masaryk, who was a student and worked at the settlement house. So my thesis also is interested in how the university has understood its historical relationship to this past, this sort of mythical past. It's done an interesting job, and I don't think it fully understands, how to wield this information. There are some myths that have swirled around this idea of the Czechoslovak myth and the Masaryk cult. The university, I think, tends to laud Czechoslovakia after they got their independence, and Masaryk as an individual. Look how he's held up in such high esteem here, where in reality, it wasn't such a wonderful past. Czechoslovakia didn't fully embody these democratic, rationalist, wonderful American-like deals, and neither did Masaryk. And a lot of this was coming from the 1950s, 1960s with the National NREA, National Research and Education Act, I think, which was a Cold War era movement that funded universities in Slavic studies and propaganda around the US to try to better understand the enemy. Picture on the left is probably one of the most important paintings in Slavic culture, Slavic history. It's called The Apotheosis of the Slavs, and it's part of the Slav epic, which is a 20-panel or tapestry series of paintings painted by one of the most famous Czech artists, Alphonse Mucha. And it was actually commissioned by a Chicago native, Charles Crane, who funded the Slavic Studies department at the University of Chicago and was a Chicago man. Also around this time was Charles Walgrain. You might have heard of the pharmacy chain. And Edvard Beneš, who was the second president of Czechoslovakia. He came in exile during World War II and taught at the University of Chicago. And then today we have a number of ways that this institutional memory is preserved from AKASA, which is the Archives of the Czechs and Slovaks Abroad, the largest archive of its kind. It's housed underneath the university library in pretty bad conditions. We had the speaker series through the Czech department, bringing in all sorts of Czech-related speakers like Madeleine Albright, who you didn't know was Czech, Petr Pavel, who was the Czech president, or I think is still, came a couple years ago. Thomas Sedlacek, who's a Czech economist, came literally a couple months ago. And even our own former Dean Boyer, who wrote about this history in the Chicago Tribune, again, invoking that myth of Masaryk and how wonderful Masaryk he alleges to be. So there's even some of this like institutional memory happening today that is just somewhat erroneous. I went to the Czech Republic. It's very interesting how this history is remembered in the Czech lands. It's very different and it's very minimal. I talked to the head archivist at the Naprostek Museum, which deals with this American, diasporic stuff. And he says nobody in the Czech Republic really learns anything about Czechs in America and what they did for their country, which is very interesting because, in my opinion, Czechoslovak independence was heavily motivated by the Americans. Oh, and the picture on the left is the one thing I could find during my research there in terms of public history, talking about this American this Czech person who went to America and acted as a spy. Wrapping things up, this is a picture of me and some students. We went on a delegation to the Czech consulate to meet with the consul general on the right, who told us about the connection. And he said that this is a history that the consulate loves to invoke. So they'll have events with the university and they'll try to bring this history up. And I think it gets a little bit diluted and exaggerated just because it's typically for promotional, propagandistic, nationalist purposes. So it's something that the university should certainly keep in mind to temper. And this is my last slide. This is my thesis advisor, Professor Bill Nickel, who's super helpful and actually a participant in this history itself. He's written some articles. He participated in the largest Czech education delegation in modern Czech history, which came to the University of Chicago just a few weeks ago. And so this is all to say that this connection is alive and thriving, but maybe not necessarily perfectly in coordination with how the history of the university's involvement with Czech independence efforts actually went down. And before I wrap up, I just want to say it's a very interesting project for me because I think that it may serve a lesson or maybe just serve as an indication that there is no lesson to be learned here, that diasporic movements like the Czech independence movement from the early 20th century leveraged the university in really remarkable ways to effectuate change, to create an independent country out of thin air. And I think in UChicago history, this hasn't been the case. It's not usually this uplifting, right? When we think of University of Chicago, people meddling in foreign affairs, it's not typically a positive history. And maybe today it seems sort of outlandish to believe in the power for local activists to rely on university institutions to change a country or a region for good. So just bear that in mind. Okay, thank you.
Questions? Yeah.
Thank you. For both of your presentations, they really deal with this kind of myth making, both as a nation and as a university. And so to your point at the end, Noah, where do you think, I guess in your research, did you see the university as this like benevolent good, or was this still like a kind of, in the same way that they were at Stateville, a kind of like self-interested party here? Yeah.
Thank you. I went back and forth, and it's definitely a little bit of both. From the university's perspective, it's a little bit less clear why they decided to endorse this whole Czech movement, but I got the sense that it came down to the way that the Czechs of Chicago coolly pulled off this move, tying their ideals to the university's ideals. Think free inquiry, free speech, free expression, right? Things we think about today. But I think more cynically, the university was seeking to grow. At this point, it was very, nascent, and there was a lot of, I think, profit to be made in building out this like Czech program. We had these Slavicists and philanthropists coming into the university and setting up foundations and departments out of thin air. And the university probably wouldn't have been able to do that unless it, cozied itself up to this cause.
Yeah. Thank you both. This question is for you, Faye. Something I felt that was really important in your thesis was this distinction between the way, I think when we often think of disadvantaged Black populations in relation to medical studies, there's as you know, a really strong history there of I won't get into it, but I think you were drawing out a very good distinction between what is different about using all white bodies instead to perpetuate a myth about the nation and medical access for white people over Black people. And I'm wondering if you have any thoughts on if any of that occurs from what you've explained here between the connection of a medical and academic institution working at the same time, just because there are these other, I would say, very common histories of a medical institution by itself, using a Black population to conduct various studies.
First of all, thank you for being a reader of my first draft of my thesis. I think one of the causes that they were trying to push for these experiments to be done with was patriotism. And it's kind of stupid to talk about patriotism as a country, but leave out half of your country and not recognize their efforts. It is not that Black incarcerated people at Stateville did not contribute to these efforts at all. They were contributing a lot of unpaid labor as lab assistants because these experiments need a lot of human labor and resources that eventually were unpaid. I cannot speak to other experiments being done. I think that is a hugely problematic other topic, and each has its own lesson. But from this, it's the under-recognized people that were also working for this patriotic cause that really perplexed me, because it's not to say that, oh, we hate having a vaccination. The product of this experiment was good, but what cost do we have while trying to complete what was a good result was very complex.
Other questions? I see you hesitating. Yes.
I have a question for Noah. Noah, I know that for one of your other classes, an architecture class, you did a redesign of the Masaryk equestrian statue. And so I was hoping that you could just describe that a little bit, and also kind of, what your motivations were for that and how they connect to the findings from your research.
Thank you for asking that. And that reminds me, I forgot to answer the question I, insinuated at the beginning, which is, why is there a statue there? Czech Chicago sort of died in the mid-century, and when they were thinking about putting a statue there to commemorate this history, this legacy, they thought, well, let's put it by the University of Chicago, because they still exist and they had this important, contribution to the movement. And so they put that there in 1955, I believe. The sculptor was the head of sculpture at the Art Institute, Albin Polacek, a guy, even though his last name is Polish, he's Czech. For this project, I decided to, for my architecture final, think about how to reactivate that space, since a lot of people just pass by it and not actually ask, what is this? What's going on? What can I do here? Just crossing the midway. So I, wanted a place to store the archives of Czechs and Slovaks abroad. That was a little bit, more interesting and safer. Wanted a gallery space, wanted a cafe space, and just generally wanted to invoke more of the symbolism of what it was supposed to be. This monument to this democratic reformer, Masaryk, stands 35 feet tall. How democratic is that? It's not very democratic. So I recessed the plinth and the plaza that it's on. So now you can sort of look at him eye level when you're walking across. And now you can actually see him better and read the sign next to it and get to better understand this history. So that was the idea.
Oh, other questions? I have a question, since no one has their hand up. Can you think of, to what extent do you know this, Noah? Were there any other instances of universities having this kind of relationship with state formation, or yeah.
Great question. So for my research, it seems like the Czech example really does stand out as an exception. In fact, there are newspaper articles from other wannabe countries from around the First World War who were lamenting that the Czechs were getting all this attention and they weren't, like the Yugoslavs and the Poles of Chicago. So I really do think it was something special about Masaryk and this ethos he embodied of being a reformer, being against the monarchy, being a university man himself, that allowed him to talk the talk with the university and also talk the talk with a lot of Americans like President Woodrow Wilson, and William Rainey Harper, Harry Pratt Judson. He was in that milieu, and it was very special in a way that other national leaders didn't have access.
Any other questions, comments? Okay, well, let's give it up again for Yufei and Noah. For their great thesis and also for the recognition from the Human Rights Program and the Slavic Studies. So yeah, great. Thank you. Thank you. So we have a couple minutes. We have 2 minutes. Don't go anywhere. No one can get up. We're going to Katie bar the doors.
Yeah, it's clammy. Oh no, I don't disagree with Well, I mean, I was just saying to Carlo and Tess, like, I've never been in something time. No, I do think like the acoustics of the quad are more too. It's like anything happening out there, it just kind of echoes up. Yeah, that's one that I didn't know anything about because I wasn't as surprised. Like I just it wasn't my list, so I didn't know anything about that thing. And now that I do, I'm actually quite curious.
I know. I was like, where is it from? Yeah. No, and also just this video.
Oh my God! Yeah, I know. I was like, my question was just such an obvious question.
No, and I was thinking, yeah, the last one. In a way, it's like it's not all just a preparation. We're still finding tearing everything down and building those big apart.
Right. Yeah.
So I think it's been having congratulations.
Yeah.
When
in October.
Okay, so you have a ways to go.
Yeah. Yes, exactly. She's not looking forward to it, but
Are you going to take
Right. Okay. Okay, welcome back, everyone. Welcome back. Well, yeah. Oh, I had pushed it up. It didn't respond yet. Anyway, welcome back. Thank you. We didn't even need to call everyone to attention. But yeah, thank you all for being here for our last session. Special thanks. I don't know how many of you were also here at the first session, but you guys really get a gold star. I know our three presenters very well. I've had the privilege of having all of them in many classes, and so I know that you are in for a great session. I'm going to let them introduce their own paper titles, especially since I'm not sure whether any of the paper titles changed. But yeah, let's just dive right in, and I think, Annie, you're starting, right? Take it away.
Hi, everyone. Last panel. Thank you guys for being here. My thesis is called Toward a Collective Environmental Consciousness, How Urban Spaces in Paris Mediate and Synergize Different Modes of Environmental Participation. So there's a lot of different approaches to sustainable urban planning and sustainable urban design. And in my paper, I offer one framework to understand these different approaches through the lens of individual participation. So on one side, you have what I term the global technical, wherein basically individuals are able to live inherently lower carbon lifestyles, without any sort of conscious choice or action on their own part. So solutions such as green building materials, renewable energy, or energy efficiency. Oftentimes these solutions are quite technological, scalable, standardizable. On the other hand, you have local social participation, wherein sort of the participation is the solution. So ecological way of life as a way to exert local self and cultural autonomy. So examples of such solutions would be community gardens, resource sharing, or degrowth. So I'm looking at how these two modes of participation manifest in Paris, which is my site of investigation, and they're also legible in Paris's urban history. So through Haussmannization, which was sort of this very top-down master replanning of Paris, and then the Paris Commune, which was a revolutionary government directly in response to Haussmannization, as well as other growing social inequality. And it was an attempt by the citizens to reclaim their right to the city, as termed by David Harvey. So I offer this framework in direct response to existing literature where there are many calls for more integrated solutions, as well as literature that points out how fragmented the urban environmental field, discourse, and practice currently is. And toward that end, or there's still a lack of sort of investigations or specific mechanisms for figuring out how to mediate or sort of synergize or figure out exactly where the tensions lie between different kinds of approaches. So toward that end, my project investigates, first of all, how do the two modes of participation that I define, how do they manifest in built projects? In what ways are they complicated, synergistic, or in tension? How can spatial design, so basically configuring space to enable certain kinds of experiences, reconcile the two modes of participation? And then lastly, how can this reconciliation actually contribute to a collective environmental consciousness and thus a broader urban climate response? So to answer this question, I investigated 5 case study sites in Paris. So at the 2 publicly accessible sites, I did 74 short street interviews with visitors to these sites. So basically just understanding how their experience at the site impacted their environmental values, how they participated in the site's different features. And then at the other 3 sites, which were not publicly accessible, I did interviews sort of with the lead visionary, so architect, planner, or sort of director of the project, in order to figure out how they conceived of the role of participation. So all of my projects were in Paris, except for the Olympic Village, which is actually outside of Paris, but it was a part of the Paris Olympics bid. So the city was still a major stakeholder. Yeah, and so I'm just going to go through each of these really cool sites as well as talking about some of my findings. So first of all, La Recyclerie is an ecological third space. It's a community garden, upcycling cafe, event venue, bar, restaurant, so a lot of different functions. And local social participation at La Recyclerie primarily occurs through a membership system where members are able to sort of grow and collect from the community gardens, take eggs from like the communal chickens, use all of the communal resources and the upcycling studio that they have there. There's also global technical features that are legible throughout all aspects of operation at the site. For example, the food is all local, oftentimes from the garden on site, zero waste, and also all of the energy is renewable, for example. So These are features that are sort of passively participated in by the 650 daily visitors that pass through the site. So the vast majority of sort of the site's visitorship. And so La Recyclerie is an example of how space can operationalize environmental values, because those who do care about sustainability and want to incorporate it into their day-to-day life can through specific features at the site. And it's also an example of how space can reinforce values. So when I asked visitors how they thought their experience at the site affected the way that they thought about sustainability, the most common response was actually, no, it has not impacted my values at all, but because I already have existing environmental sensibilities, or in French you say sensibilities, but it's sort of environmental consciousness, and so it demonstrates how La Recyclerie sort of attracts a certain subset of individuals that then come together, and a lot of these respondents mentioned that they picked up on specific solutions that they hadn't seen elsewhere, that they thought was really interesting, and that they wanted to see replicated elsewhere, or even wanted to sort of bring to their own neighborhoods or their own projects that they were working on. Further, the broad appeal of La Recyclerie offers opportunities for cross-pollination across modes of participation. For example, one interviewee mentioned that she discovered the site when she was there for a film festival, but continued to return later on to participate in more sustainability-related programming. So my second site is Parc Martin Luther King, which is the centerpiece park in a new eco-district in Paris, Clichy-Batignolles. And its primary sustainability features are a highly cultivated biodiversity, as well as a very sophisticated water collection and recycling system. So both primarily global technical, but local social participation still occurs through this community garden, which is located in one corner of the park. And it was a space that was actually negotiated by the residents of the area even before the neighborhood's redevelopment. So at the park, most of the people that I interviewed were residents from the surrounding neighborhood, which sort of makes sense. The park is sort of positioned so that it's like the primary green space for all sorts of different kinds of programming, not just sustainable, for example, people doing exercise or playing sports or sort of taking care of their kids at the playground. And so most of the environmental participation there is passive due to this very broad appeal, but a lot of people, actually over 40% of respondents reported that proximity to the nature at the park actually increased their environmental awareness, because they found themselves more aware of the fact that they were a part of these broader ecologies. And then just to touch on my three other sites, so these were all sort of residential in different ways. UTOP is a social cooperative housing experimental model. Edison Light is a permacultural social housing complex. And then the Olympic Village is this new eco-district development, which is renovating the Paris Olympics infrastructure in order to serve as long-term residential sort of dwellings. And so I picked sort of my case studies in order to cover a range of spatial forms, as well as to reflect some sort of pioneering experimental project types in Paris. And so at all three of these sites as well, where I was able to talk to those who were involved in decision-making processes, both modes of participation were legible. All sort of designers mentioned sort of having one or the other as their primary goal, but still carving out space for the other one. So for example, at the Olympic Village, the director of the project said that the primary goal was to make it as low carbon as possible, but even then she still hoped for the site's future inhabitants to appropriate the space and technologies for their own purposes and sort of for their own community activities and identity. So here's my attempt at representing all of the different sort of kinds of solutions that I found at the 5 different sites and how they map onto this global technical and local social paradigm. So as you can see, the vast majority of features are sort of primarily more related to one or another, but the two are definitely not dichotomous. There are points where the two are sort of complicated. So for example, biodiversity not only has technical benefits, but also has this sort of transitional role in increasing individuals' environmental awareness. There's also certain features that, for example, are local social for some, but then become global technical for others. For example, composting is done sort of physically by the core membership at La Recyclerie, but it also benefits or lowers the emissions of the food that is being consumed by just normal restaurant visitors at the site. Yeah, so before I conclude, I just want to talk about some of the limitations of my project. I think most notably, I think definitely the most critical next step to developing this research is to understand how demographic factors and systems of power influence environmental participation. Obviously, participation does not look the same or is not accessible to all groups, but that was sort of outside of the scope of this initial paper, which was to sort of figure out, develop this framework of looking at different solutions through the lens of participation, and then sort of see how that might provide a way into creating more integrated solutions. So overall, to summarize, the global technical allows participation without necessitating pro-environmental values, while the local social operationalizes values and increases to the extent to which a core cluster of engaged individuals can participate and contribute, thus mobilizing a broader public overall. Further, spaces can and do articulate both modes of participation through various mechanisms that I identified during my fieldwork. And finally, combining the global technical and local social creates opportunities to transition individuals from lower to higher intensity participation, thus contributing to a broader culture of environmentalism. Thank you.
Thank you, Annie. And congratulations. Annie neglected to mention that she did all of those interviews in French. Yeah, bravo. Our next presenter also conducted a bunch of interviews in a foreign language. So here's Davis to tell us about Tokyo Jazz Cafes.
Hi, everyone. I'm Davis, and as the title says, I searched for the urban forms of Tokyo that keep jazz kisses alive. Just a note on the title, the word Stories of the Street, or the phrase, is a Leonard Cohen song that he wrote from the balcony of the Chelsea Hotel as he was watching the streets of New York below him, not far from where Jane Jacobs was doing the same in Greenwich Village. And so I was trying to channel their spirit in my own project to observe the streets of Tokyo and to make statements about that. I'll start with the research question, which guides my entire presentation. Put simply, I wanted to understand how urban plans and spatial regulations in Tokyo give rise to jazz cafes in particular neighborhoods. And to make the project easier for me, rather than focusing on Tokyo as a whole, I wanted to focus on a particular subset of neighborhoods that seemed interesting to me across a couple of different criteria. And just to frame the question a little bit further as to how I even came to this topic, I had this observation after sitting in a jazz bar in Germany that jazz cafes are rather rare outside of Japan and more generally only exist in Japan. And so I was ruminating that there must be something inherently unique to Japan that can explain why jazz kisses only exist in Japan and nowhere else. And so I had this question: can urban planning, at least in part, explain their existence in Japan but not in other places? Some background that I think is really necessary for understanding this is even what a jazz kissa is to begin with. There are 5 components to a jazz kissa. The first is jazz. You go to a jazz kissa to listen to jazz music. It's kind of in a genre of kissas, which is just sort of a cafe. There's music cafes of classical music, jazz music. This is focusing on jazz in particular. There's other kissas that are quite random, like anime kissas. The second component is that you're listening to jazz that's played exclusively from vinyl, so it's different from a jazz bar in that the music is not live, but rather played from a recording. It's also rather silent. You go in to listen and not to talk to anyone, and the principal focus is on listening and not talking. It's also owned usually by one individual who's just called the master, and they typically own all of the records. So the one in the middle, you can see the record collection. Those are owned entirely by the master of the kissa, and they're in charge of playing the music and rotating it out for your liking. And then lastly, you're usually served drinks. It's how they make money. Listening is obviously free. You're not charged money to listen, but you are charged money to drink. Usually it's every hour you're required to pay for a drink. And then just to frame this a little bit more, why I actually think this matters. This is a very poorly compiled map of the jazz kissas in Tokyo, but it was the best I could find. It's all the kissas that exist in Tokyo. I don't know exactly the number, but there's less than 100 now, but at their peak there used to be over 250, so very clearly they're on a decline, and I think that's also important to understand potentially how they may stay stabilized or other instruments that could be useful in keeping them alive. Lastly, some notes on Japanese zoning. This sort of was the framing point of my project that started what I was going to look for in the urban plans. Japanese zoning is extremely flexible. There are 12 different zones, most of which tell you what you what you can build, whereas American zoning is usually focused on what you cannot build. And so even in the lowest density of zoning, category 2 residential, for example, you can still build a number of different shops and schools and like dry cleaning services. So in general, it's quite flexible. And the building code is also quite flexible as well. There's no minimum lot size for commercial operations. Homeowners can run commercial businesses from their home. And there's also principles that allow you to subdivide your lots into very small parcels, which ultimately creates a number of microspaces. And that was very interesting to me as I just designed my project. So the literature on this, on urban planning and jazz cafes, as you can see, there are a number of different titles about the jazz cafe. Most of them, though, are only focused on sort of just like sitting in a jazz cafe and listening to music and understanding how the music is impacting people or impacting culture. But there really isn't a lot to say about the connection between jazz cafes and urban planning. Down here on the bottom is a paper about microspaces, but it doesn't ever mention jazz cafes as a particular kind of microspace. And so I really wanted to understand how jazz cafes are a microspace that urban planning has enabled and what that means for the particular urban vitality and quality of life on the streets in Japan. And so I also pulled in a couple of other theories that I wanted to use in synthesizing my results. I distill this down to 3 theories that can potentially explain the connection. The first is the theory of an emergent Tokyo, which was largely built around the scholarship of just a few authors, but they argue that the city of Tokyo emerges organically through ordinary interests that are driven by the consumers who are operating businesses out of their homes, which is quite unique to Tokyo and in Japan more broadly. And it's very focused on the organic notion as opposed to the government driving urban plans. There's also theories from Jane Jacobs and other authors who argue about knowledge spillovers and say that a particular type of street is more favorable to the transfer of knowledge and a growth of business and intellectual growth as well. And it was sort of my task then to figure out what type of street that is and if jazz cafes are located on those streets. And then lastly is the creative city theory, which is kind of the opposite of the emergent Tokyo theory, which says that the government itself is the one that has the principal role to use infrastructure to mediate creative pursuits rather than focus on the business. And so my intervention is designing a conceptual framework around synergy, similar to Annie, in that I sort of decided then that there must be some sort of interplay between conditions on the street that come together and enable the jazz cafe to blossom. And my goal in my results and in the product I design is to figure out what those conditions are. So to do this, I did 7 semi-structured interviews in Japanese with owners of jazz kisses and also patrons of jazz kisses. And I conducted hours of observations, both as a participant and observer in the jazz cafe while listening, but also doing many urban walks in the 4 neighborhoods of Tokyo. And then I also did a little bit of a land use analysis, which is rather basic in the end, but I wanted to see if a lot of what I was observing with my eyes could sort of match up with the data. And it was driven by case studies. So as noted, I did this in 4 particular neighborhoods, Kichijoji, Hakusan, Shimokitazawa, and Ryogoku, which were chosen for particular different reasons. Just sort of a basic level, Kichijoji is actually quite well known for its jazz culture, so that was important to me because there are many jazz cafes clustered there. And there are also jazz cafes clustered in Hakusan, which is a very academic neighborhood of Tokyo and located next to the University of Tokyo. Shimokitazawa is considered the thrifting capital of the world, which is, I guess, a very large cultural asset, and maybe that has a connection to jazz cafes. And Ryogoku has no jazz cafes at all, so certainly that would be an interesting reference point for why they may not exist. This is just sort of a broad overview of the fieldwork I did at the jazz kisses I visited, the date I visited them. I think I visited 15 in total. Not all of them I got interviews at, but they were all really useful for my own observations. And then to go into the results, I sort of have 2 principal results. The first is that there is the possibility of a microspace existing is quite unique for the master because it forces upon them a number of spatial constraints. Microspaces are really hard to work with, and an example here is a jazz cafe. I think interesting about this picture, you can't really see where it is. It's on a floor above, but there's no signage, and it's also very cramped inside. So it forces the people who own microspaces who want to run businesses to be very creative in how they allocate their space. And in jazz kisses I visit, most of them are doing this more for a cultural reason as opposed to an economic reason. And there's a particular focus on cultural capital where the decisions being made are where should I put the speaker for the best audio quality, as opposed to how do I maximize the amount of people who can sit in here who will pay drinks in order to give me more money. And that was also sort of, that was sympathized with a lot of what the owners and masters were saying about how they chose their locations largely on the basis of cheap rent, and then they could instead just focus on the overall listening experience as opposed to trying to make that money back. And also this led another observation, which I think would be worth pursuing further, is just that jazz kisses are meant to be known and not found. There's no sort of grand advertising that is meant to draw people in to pay more, but it's more focused on the actual cultural experience of listening. And that also imposes its own constraint because now people are forced to really seek out the kissa if they want to go to it. So the only people going into the kissa typically are already serious listeners to begin with, which allows the kissa master to really cultivate the listening experience at the same time. And yeah, as I mentioned, it's a very creative endeavor and not particularly economic in any capacity. So all the choices made are on the interests of the master. And then the other big result I have is figuring out what exactly the synergistic factors are. And so I'm going to try to draw a diagram here as best as I can, where it starts with microspaces, which are cheap and usable business space, which does a few things. Number one, they exist in so many different capacities, whether it's a two-person bar or a jazz kissa or an anime cafe or just a really tiny bookstore that sells one book. That brings a lot of different pedestrians to these streets looking for different uses, and it becomes a very mixed-use street, but it also makes the street that it's on quite intellectual and academic. And then also it makes it very attractive for artisans and musicians because they're rather cheap, which in turn does more things. It makes the street very vital culturally and also brings in a particular set of demographics. And so the three greens synergize together where you have a mixed-use street, particular demographics who are responding to microspaces, and already an intellectual culture who can tolerate the perhaps challenging listening of jazz music, which then makes it very possible for an owner to want to start a jazz cafe and have the necessary clientele who can come to it. Very briefly, I did the land use analysis here where I looked at the land uses in the neighborhoods of interest, and I did notice that in Nezu, for example, there is a very strong academic presence. In the very bottom, you can see the number of schools is far more than other neighborhoods. I'm running a little bit short on time, so I won't explain the rest. And then finally, this brings me to my theory of kissa urbanism, where the physical character of a neighborhood, its demographics, narrow streets, and intellectual environment produce a kissa synergy responsible for the emergence of a jazz kissa. And the kissas are not placed at random, but are emerging from a set of complicated urban dynamics where infrastructure, demography, and passions are supporting and expanding upon one another. Just some limitations. I think that this theory can be tested in much greater detail by going to more neighborhoods and interviewing more people to actually confirm whether this is the case. And then just a concluding thought, I think that the research I've done is a good foray into street level interactions that better understand how the institution comes to be and the institution that is improving the quality of life and neighborhood character. And I think that if we can better understand the complex synergies of jazz kissas, we can better understand how to plan and zone streets for the betterment of the city, both in Tokyo and beyond. Thank you for listening. Here are some pictures. This is all in this. This is all from one jazz kissa. That's the master over here, and that's me.
Thank you, Davis. Congratulations. Okay, appropriately, perhaps for our very final presentation of the day, we're coming back to home, or at least much closer to home, Chicago at least. Let's welcome Henry to talk about representations of Uptown.
Hi guys, and thank you for staying with us in this incredibly hot room to listen to me talk. My thesis is titled Clashing Representations of Chicago's Uptown, Interrogating Urban Studies Methodologies in the Age of Information Technology. And we'll get into this in a little bit. This is not what the study was at the start of the academic year, and a lot of the transformations that it's gone through I think are very important in terms of the results that I'm going to share with you. To start, you don't have to read all of this. To start with this Borges quote from his short story On Exactitude in Science, this is actually basically the whole story. Which was one of the earliest sort of attempts at looking at representations as a sort of problematic phenomenon related to modernism, sort of cultural modernism or economic modernism, and its desire for efficiency. And efficiency is something that's going to come up quite frequently in a lot of the other things we talk about. So to start with the key literature, there's a tricky question of what exactly the information age is. It's in the title, and we can kind of all commonly agree that we're in it. So I decided that I think the best way to conceptualize it is through looking at the historical development of the field of urban studies, our field, and the various theories that have come about as authors have tried to grapple with changes in both technology itself and also cultural response to technology. So I've highlighted two books that were really important to this. I'll start with the one on the right, which is from Barbara Johnstone. It's called Yins. It's about Pittsburghese. This comes out of an earlier tradition, starting in probably the 20s, of treating cities as meaning-making systems, often in conjunction with linguistics. And language, much like maps, is a very easy place to start in looking at concepts that are a little more opaque. So she discusses a lot about how language is inherently tied to geography, and people's way of speaking, both to each other, to unfamiliar people, and to familiar people, is mediated by geographic constraints, economic constraints, and is also constantly being negotiated and renegotiated as conditions change, in particular in the changing city of Pittsburgh. And the one on the left is a volume called Urban Assemblages, that term originating with Deleuze and then coming into use with Bruno Latour, who we'll talk about in a second. And those authors tend to treat cities as technological objects or networks of technological objects. And this is something that becomes very important when we're talking about what Annie and Davis sort of introduced, the contrast and the tension between the city as kind of the site of contention between the local phenomena and the global phenomena, and that networks of technological objects is an interesting way of looking at how exactly those two scales are mediated with each other. So to continue into key concepts, the big one that I'm borrowing from here is the social production of space model from Henri Lefebvre. He has this idea of the spatial triad. So space is not actually necessarily a material thing. It doesn't come about because of what it looks like physically. It comes about because of human interactions and social organization. His spatial triad is sort of a way of organizing this. So he has spatial practice representations of space and space of representations. This is the representations of the title. Spatial practice is basically your everyday life. Representations of space is anything that sort of represents everyday life, a picture, a painting, a newspaper article. And the space of representations is the way in which narratives built from representations are then transposed back onto people. And that's going to be a very important point. And Bruno Latour, who I found I don't actually like that much, is also pretty important to the study because he has this argument that essentially there is no hierarchy, and all essentially agents, both human and non-human, are equally accountable for producing actions, fitting into networks with one another, and creating kind of emergent social phenomena. So I'm building a lot from this ethnographic tradition, and the question, and this is sort of an interesting articulation of it, I think, is, I wanted this to kind of be an exploratory study of, does the ethnographic method capture the sort of technological city? I wanted to, similar to both Annie and Davis, I'm interested in everyday life as a phenomena, and I wanted to do it as sort of to subvert the very top-down types of planning that this field tends to produce. But the question is, can you do that kind of everyday life study that takes into account technological objects and not just human objects? Do you run into problems? Do you run into contrasts? Do you run into sort of places of contention? I chose Uptown when this was originally a study of gentrification. And it was originally a study of gentrification because I was arguing that our definition of the term is weird because people in their sort of discourse online and in person tend to disagree with the data. And originally my argument was, maybe it's just that people are sort of, the social phenomenon of it is not quantitatively proven. And then I thought it's kind of weird to sort of say, no, people are stupid. They don't know what they're talking about. The data is right. And somewhere along the line, I realized, okay, maybe the script is actually flipped. So I kept the area of study because it's a fascinating neighborhood. And it's one that is very heavily sort of written about and represented. Some of the common ones, Helen Schiller, who's a former Black Panther and alderman of the area, key activist in the 1960s against sort of illegal kind of slumlords and policies from the city government that were seeking to sort of evict poor people from the neighborhood. And much later on, a lot of that history has been sort of dug up by graphic novelist Emil Ferris, who sort of treats the kind of unsavory history of Uptown and the sort of displacement that has occurred since then through the kind of metaphorical lens of literal monsters, the stories about werewolves. This is another sort of quote from Representations. I like this one because I think this is the argument that often the field sort of takes. You make it sound as if the statue is somehow inferior to the thing itself. I do not see that as the case at all. I would argue that the statue is superior to this thing itself, the statue being perfect, eternal, and not subject to decay. This is why we love data. Data is perfect, eternal, and not subject to decay. A lot of these sites, again, started when this was a gentrification study. I was fascinated with participant observation, and so I was reading a lot about ethnography as a method, and I came across this sort of idea of ethnography of infrastructure, which is using ethnographic method to study non-human actors in urban space. The original 4 sites I chose because I thought they were interesting, a mix of public and private space. So as sort of unnamed dive bar that I kept anonymous, which is, it's actually on Clark Street, not near Clark Street. The Wilson CTA station, the broader streetscape on Broadway and Montrose Avenue, which is sort of the main throughways in the center of the neighborhood, as well as the Chicago Public Library Buena Park branch, which is kind of visible in that photo. And as I started to change my model, I realized that I really wanted to focus on the technological objects themselves and organize my findings around them. And so I had picked, basically when I was observing in these spaces, I had found, okay, what are the objects that kind of have the biggest impact on the way the space is organized? So in the bar, it was the ATM. I snuck around the back and got the serial number. The sort of most common camera, which is actually in this photo, is a model from a company called Axis. That particular model was just the one that had the most documentation available. Those are all over the street. And the turnstile is from a company in San Diego called Cubic, and it's their earlier generation, Fen X Fairgate. Their most recent generation is currently under talks with the city for a new contract. This is from an article by Annie Howard talking about Emil Ferris, just sort of an idea of the kinds of drama of the neighborhood. And so to go into these kinds of results in which each object represents, the ATM, I think, is interesting. It's a lot of discussion on global technological systems, focuses on the movement of capital, quite obviously. There's something that Manuel Castells calls timeless time, which is that the kind of instantaneous financial transaction is, reduces space and time to almost a nothing. It's, we don't see it, we don't observe it. But the bar itself that I was in is cash only, and so all transactions sort of that are not done originally in cash have to go through this ATM. The ATM doesn't really transmit much personal information outside of itself, but I think it's interesting both in terms of how cash-only spaces are commonly now viewed with a sense of nostalgia, and also that once you complete a transaction at the ATM, you are now essentially invisible to the sort of information technologies and the financial system. You're really it becomes purely about the bar staff and your interaction with them. It also creates a space for non-instantaneous financial transactions, which are becoming more and more rare. The second is the camera. This is from the Axis documentation. It's the most salient information technology. It's the reason I changed my title from surveillance to just information technology, because surveillance sort of implies camera. It's interesting because a lot of them have a sort of activation function, especially red light cameras, which are the most common. They only sort of activate upon certain conditions. And so when you're using these kinds of technologies for policing, for organization of space, you have these very odd discrete chunks, and you have to kind of model the other information, but we treat it as kind of an objective way of measuring visual space. The turnstile becomes more interesting. It goes beyond visual space. It goes into kind of, if you think about when you walk through, there's certain tactile sounds. There's sort of certain motions of the turnstile that vary based on whether or not your card has been approved. It not only collects your information, but it also sort of reproduces and controls behavioral access. And finally, as a kind of counter object, this is from Shannon Mattern. She wrote this great essay called "A City is Not a Computer." The bulletin board in question, which I don't have a great photo of, is at the Chicago Public Library branch. And it's kind of a way of looking at analog information technology, the ways in which neighborhood histories can kind of be presented visually without having to rely on any sort of data collection offsite. So obviously now a lot of these kind of bulletin boards have like QR codes and such, so they sort of are integrated with information technology. But just the visual of it is a way of producing social organization that is not reliant on information technology. I'm running out of time, but just a quick discussion of limitations. The big one being, for privacy reasons and for the sort of scope of this kind of project, it's impossible to really look at phones. This is from SafeGraph. This is a company that aggregates phone data, location data. So your dot might be on there. But it's hard. I mean, it's a tough area to research, but this is really in many ways where most of the data collection on us is done. And, it solves a lot of the problems in terms of modeling that the other objects have. And so it could be a very, very important area for future research. In terms of what we can do, there are lots of alternatives to sort of academic fields and experiences of the city based on computational models. Shannon Mattern draws a lot from library science and such in sort of determining, how do we create new commons, new non-technological commons, new spaces for social organization. Thank you.
Oh my gosh, so many exciting, provocative ideas across all three of those presentations. We have a good chunk of time for questions. What questions do folks have for Henry, Davis, or Annie?
All three of those were awesome. Thank you so much. I have a specific question for Davis about the cafes. I was wondering if you could speak a bit more to the effect that you saw it sort of had on the neighborhood. Were people who went to these cafes typically like people that live locally around there? Did people travel far to get to these? I'm just wondering because you mentioned sort of the idea that these cafes are very like kind of tucked away and hard to really notice. So I'm wondering if you could speak on the tension between that sort of I don't know how kind of inconspicuous they are and their effect on the neighborhood.
Yeah, good question. Most of the people I spoke with, they all live very close by, and they said that the particular cafes that they would frequent were sort of neighborhood institutions to them, so they were very familiar with it. There's only one exception in which I was talking to an architect who said that he traveled along the Jewel line to get there, which is like a rail line in the area, and he and all of his friends lived along the rail line, but this was their particular favorite, so they would all sort of commute together. But for the most part, it was very specialized to the neighborhood, and the people who went there were the only ones who knew about it and the ones who lived kind of nearby. And also, the masters who run the cafes, I asked them each where they lived, and they all lived very close to their own cafe, so they were very intentional about setting it up in the neighborhood that they lived.
Thank you all. Henry, this is a question for you, and I'm trying to figure out if I just need to talk with you after this later. It was fascinating. Also loved your minor dig at Latour. It's there's something interesting about actor network theory to object-oriented ontology to commodity fetishization. I wonder about the way that you're because it seems like you're making a really important observation that's kind of hard to make, because if you kind of continue pursuing the thought, it's like, should we do research at all in certain ways? And I know in my experience, when we think about the turn to kind of previous set of technologies, or even a previous set of, we can use technologies very broadly, like the book. Certainly in a time of AI, we can think about what about when people were really upset about the Google search, right? And so there's a feeling of unsureness about when the turn back is reactionary and when the turn back is necessary. And so I'm wondering if in your project, what are your priorities in terms of, is what you're talking about in what hasn't been covered about a kind of truth seeking, or a kind of even protective truth seeking of not wanting to participate in the same technologies that are surveilling us constantly and just making us legible for someone who wants to, for someone who doesn't have our interests at heart.
I will say that I think in shifting away from discourse as my area of study, I never solved the question of whether or not the discourse around a thing actually matches the thing itself. I do think I want to treat nostalgia as a legitimate phenomena because it does like have an impact on social organization and the way people interact with urban space, both nostalgia and memory. And so I don't necessarily see reactive as what's the word I'm thinking of? I don't see it as useless to be reactionary. But I do think that it's like, I'm not necessarily saying we need to take down all the cameras now. I just think it's like there are options for both for us as academics studying the city and then also as people living and experiencing the city to participate in spaces and sort of quote unquote technologies that are not, just sort of giving in to the types of like data collection and also the demands for efficiency. Like we see a lot of, Annie brought up, it was on your slide, cheetah slow, the kind of like these movements for like a sort of different pace of life. Yeah.
Thank you guys so much. Question for Annie and Davis. You guys both touched on this in your presentation, but what are your impressions as to whether your findings are mostly, a result of the unique local culture of a specific city as opposed to generalizable to other places?
Right? Okay, thank you so much for the question. Definitely that's something that I discuss a little bit more in my paper is this idea of sort of scalability, which in and of itself is sort of a tension between these like hyper-localized sort of examples that I'm looking at and thinking about how those lessons might map onto other places. I can speak to some certain specificities that I did notice in my case studies, which is one part of why all the spaces in Paris that I investigated articulated both modes of participation is because of the policy framework in Paris. Paris has very high sort of like energy efficiency standards and various sort of standards that appeal more to global technical criteria, while also mandating a pretty like strict sort of set of community consultations. While not a perfectly participatory process, it does allow for opportunities such as the community garden in Park MLK to come about. And then second of all, a lot of the people that I interviewed came from the countryside in France. France is still fairly agricultural, especially outside of Paris. And so people who were coming into Paris from outside were specifically looking for green spaces and sort of felt a special affinity, or many of the people who said that they had existing environmental values and thus weren't affected by these sites came from areas where there was either more nature or sort of there were similar urban environmental interventions that were even more, I guess, like radical or ecological than the ones that you see in Paris, which is sort of somewhat less radical than smaller towns in France. But I did also interview a lot of people who came from other countries, from around Europe and also in the States. And Le Recyclerie actually has two sister organizations. I'm blanking on which countries, but two Francophone African countries had sister organizations that were sort of built off of La Recyclerie model, but tailored to local context. So I believe a lot of the specific mechanisms that I pointed out could be applied to sites sort of anywhere. But obviously there will be like site specificities.
I do think that local culture can explain a lot of what I saw. I guess one tension I'm still trying to figure out is how much of that local culture is existing outside of the urban planning realm and how much urban planning does influence like Japanese cultural predispositions. I think the idea of like listening to jazz is kind of in alignment with just peace and tranquility that kind of already exists to begin with. But I do think that a lot of what I observed suggests that urban planning choices are sort of reaffirming that culturally even further. And certainly like building in a certain way will impose a sense of quietness and serenity on the street, which will make it even easier to listen to jazz and make it even more palatable than it already was. So I think there's an opportunity to figure out exactly what that effect is more quantitatively going forward.
This is a question for Davis. I was curious, you pointed out on the map that there used to be more of these jazz cafes and now the number has diminished. And I wonder if you have any idea of why that is. And the second question is, what were the age groups basically of the people that frequented these cafes?
Yeah, so to the first question, I think there are two principal reasons. The first is that the medium of listening to vinyl was much more useful back in the day when it was more expensive and a lot of Japanese citizens didn't own records of any kind. And so if they really wanted to listen to jazz, they would have to go to a kissa to listen to it because the master had all these records already. So I think the advent of streaming has made that less popular. So it's become kind of more of a niche thing to do. There's also a lot of older buildings that they were in, and they no longer meet any kind of safety standards, so the government has been demolishing them. Murakami's favorite jazz cafe in all of Tokyo is closing at the end of June because the building is getting demolished, and there's no plan to reopen it elsewhere, which is really sad. And the second question about demographics, I think it depends on the neighborhood. Hakusan, for example, it was almost all older individuals, whereas Shimokitazawa, which is the thrifting capital of the world, most of them are younger, like maybe 30 or 40 years old. I think there's patterns there. I don't quite yet know how to explain that, but it's another area of further study.
If there's no more burning questions, we could keep exactly on schedule by wrapping it up now. Let's have a huge hand for Annie, Davis, and Henry. And I would like to pass things off to my colleague Jessica Landau, who's going to announce the winners of our thesis awards.
So before we get to the thesis awards, I have a couple announcements. First, I wanted to extend another big thank you to Tess and Ariana for putting this whole thing together. And actually, Ariana isn't here to thank right now because she already ran over to 11:55 to set up the party that you will all be heading over to after this as well. So you can thank her when you get there. The other thing, yeah, thanks, Tess. And so I'm here to present the awards to recognize 4 really excellent theses. But as you saw today, we had dozens of really, really wonderful projects. So to celebrate all of the graduating students and all of the amazing work you've done, if you haven't yet picked up your CEGU tote bag, please see Sabina or Carlo to get one. Okay, so on to the prizes. We have 2 honorable mentions. The first is for to Annie Yang toward a collective environmental consciousness. Come get your Yeah, congratulations. Our second honorable mention is for Kelly Lynch for setting firm roots toward a new generation of community land trusts in Chicago. Our first prize for exceptional BA thesis research is presented to Danny Kind for the structure of eviction in Central Florida. And then finally, we also would like to honor another exceptional BA thesis to Sophia Stephanakis for tracing futures to forests. And so that, oh, yeah. I'll get out of the way, though.
Let's try it. Come on, come on.